his
Right.
thoughts.
Well, okay. Oh, okay. Very good. Now, don't remember. Be easy on him. Don't scare him away, because if we can get his dad
no,
to
don't
talk,
worry.
right? Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
I don't know
All
much
right.
about. I don't know much about it besides the story, right? So like, I want to know what he thinks about it.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I'll shut up. Go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, no problem, man.
Yeah, this is crazy. Someone who has more tags than me is in here asking questions. He's just been here longer, but like, okay, what question do you want to know? And we will address it. I won't I won't be mad at you because you're way more than me.
Hold on. Wait a minute.
You-
Well, wait. Roger that. Okay. Who's asking who? What? I thought you were asking Blob.
Yeah, I did ask Blob a question. All right.
Okay. Let's just
Okay.
relax. Let's let the two people. Let's let the two people right now talk for a second. Just see how it
All
goes.
right, bet.
What is it you want me? What is the question? What's the question?
Yeah, the primordial soup. Like, what are your thoughts
Yeah.
about it? Like, I could give you my thoughts, but I want your thoughts first, right? You know,
Yeah.
that way I don't
primordial
insert
soup.
any like. Yeah, go ahead.
From what I've been told, the primordial soup is where the start of all the the building blocks of life are from. Because it developed the phytoplankton, all the single-celled organisms, the amoebias.
Good answer. What you got on that, Cyrus?
I'm gonna ask. So is
I'm
this
refereeing.
where yeah, fantastic. Is this where like material came to life? That's my question to you. Like, yeah, I think you guys call it abiogenesis. Am I
Yeah.
correct on the term?
Also known as spontaneous generation. Continue.
All right, fantastic. That's a new one I did not know. All right. So, can abiogenesis be proven?
I don't know.
Oh man, he give him 10 points. That's the right answer. That's amazing.
Yeah. Good answer.
Next question. What's the next question? Let's move right along. That was awesome.
Yeah, that was good, man. Yeah. That's something to
that's
think
not
about.
saying that. No, trust me, I do know the answer to that question. I'm very glad that he admitted he doesn't know. That's really good. Cyrus, what's the next question?
Let's see. Oh man, I don't have a list of questions like written down. I'm just, we're chit chatting, nothing serious.
I just can't.
Can you guys hear me or no?
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah.
Who's that?
Yeah,
we hear you, bro.
Unmuted.
Who?
Go ahead.
Doggy Sky?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me see. I'm on my phone. Server. Well, I don't think his server muted. Boom.
No, he's speaking.
Oh, you were. Oh. What's up, Doggy Sky?
Hey, what's up? What's up, bro?
Yep.
Doggy Sky, you come? Hello?
Is that
He's
a flying
unmuted.
dog?
Oh, he's getting his mic real quick. Just give him a second.
Is he your brother?
He's getting his mind ready for what's to come.
All right, so let me.
He has questions for sure.
Okay, I'm gonna mute him until he gets his mic ready. Then he can let us know.
All right.
Yeah.
Do you know who came up with the primordial soup ideology, Blob?
Nope. Maybe Darwin. I don't know.
Maybe Santa Claus, right? I mean, if we're doing
Maybe
maybes,
Saint
right?
Nicholas. I don't know.
Saint Nick, maybe Satan. Oh, I got the right answer. Thanks. Oh, that's a little complicated. We don't want to go there real quick. Did you know that there were some men? I think it was Niles Eldridge. I forget the names. I can find them for you. A couple of men got together to do a non-scientific, and they tried to create abiogenesis or spontaneous generation. Did you know that?
No.
You know what they created?
What?
Death.
Yeah.
They created an environment in which nothing could live. Biggest failure in the pseudoscience history. And they cheated, and they removed chemicals to help. They added to help. They took away light sources. They added light source. It just got worse and worse. Yep. Killed everything. Yep. Nothing could be created from non-life. No, there's no such thing. That's why it's called what?
Policy. Sorry.
Yeah, that's why in the Bible it's called Genesis, not abiogenesis. You see, and only God can create life. Period.
So, sorry guys. We have Doggy Sky. He's in the lobby. He or she thinks we need to.
That again?
What? What was that?
Cut
Well,
out.
I certainly agree with that. Let's do it.
Oh,
You cut off, man.
oh. Yeah.
Sorry, guys. Are you there?
Yeah, you
we
cut
can
off,
hear.
dude.
The call. So
sure,
y'all think space doesn't exist? Y'all need to go to Harvard and talk to the people. Oh. So Doggy Sky, you're unmuted.
Ooh.
I need to go to Harvard.
Oh,
Yeah.
I love Harvard. Oh, I love Harvard. Can we cite one person from Harvard that has any evidence for outer space?
What a good Harvard.
Wait. So on the topic of space, how is the pictures from the Mars rovers fake?
No, one second, because
If there's no space.
1 second.
Hold on, Roger's in control right now. So
Yeah,
let's just see what he's gonna
I wanna talk to Doggy Sky.
Yeah.
Because apparently we need to go to Harvard.
I unmuted
Yeah.
Doggy and
You do.
Doggy didn't say anything, man.
Yeah, he does.
So
but he's low. You're low, Doggy Sky.
So
Why do I need to go to Harvard, Doggy Sky?
you can get the intelligence that you need.
The intelligence. Oh, okay.
Take that
Ooh.
citation, Roger, please.
Yeah.
What
Coming in smoking hot.
intelligence that I need? So, Doggy Sky, tell me, the Earth is a ball.
No, hold on. What do you believe in? Do you believe in
go ahead,
space?
Roger.
So the Earth is a
I
ball.
believe in unicorns.
Doggy Sky.
Let's just let
Purple
Roger and the
unicorn.
other guy go real quick, guys. Let's just let Roger and the other guy go real quick.
The Earth is a ball. Doggy Sky.
Yes.
Oh.
Is
So what is the radius of this ball? Can you tell me? Wait,
What?
I need to go to Harvard, right? Doggy Sky, educate me. What is the radius of this ball?
He's
Radius,
Googling,
what's
bro.
the circumference?
6,371 kilometers.
Oh, so wow. So that's a fast search, right? So how did they ever? And he jumped. Glowers, when you ask them about their model, they run. They run.
Oh, you
All
ran?
they got is you're
Did he
stupid,
poop
man.
and
That's
did
it.
he spawn?
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Wait, hold on. That was did he spontaneously combust?
Yes. Yep.
Holy
Eruption.
my
Spontaneous
goodness,
eruption.
Roger, that's like a
He just
world
lived.
record. That's a world record. That's an exorcism. Congratulations.
You got him to leave in 5 seconds. I didn't see him on the list.
Hats off to you, man. You're 14. You said that's impressive. You know, you can actually have a discussion that
yeah,
adults can't have. You know,
We have more people.
great.
Let's check them out, right?
On to the next one.
We have Yumbus. Let's check out Yumbus. So Yumbus, what's up? Yumbus?
I got 5 on ships disappearing bottom first.
So Yumbus.
Anyone?
He's not
Are you
VC
there?
verified.
Oh, no Yumbus.
Maybe
So
that's
Yumbus,
not-
I'm gonna mute you again.
What,
If you wanna have a role, you have to go to VC check-in. 1 second, guys. We'll be talking.
Damien
Yeah, Damien.
VA.
Also,
Come off
no
mute.
VC verified.
Hello.
What's up,
There
Damien?
we go.
Ooh.
I was just listening, but yeah, I don't think the Earth is flat.
Okay. Why?
That's
right.
ridiculous.
Why is it ridiculous, Damien?
Because that's
You
there's.
tell me.
Okay, I don't have the proof. I'm 13 years old. Where do you expect
Okay,
me?
that's
like,
fine.
I don't.
That's fine, Damien. Right? So we've
So
all
you're here
been
to
taught.
learn.
Yeah, we've all been taught that
Well, I wanna hear you guys out. Like, I wanna, you know.
Yeah, that's
All
cool,
right.
man.
Even though there's no possible way I'm ever gonna believe that there's this fact,
He's just
and that's
listening.
a solid proof.
Why
That's
are you,
that's good. Thank you.
Okay.
yeah, why are you here, Damien, if you don't want to look into it?
No,
It's
he's listening. He's listening.
okay.
Yeah.
But he said there's no possible way.
Like,
Uh,
from it's bro, the Earth. There's pictures. I'm not just gonna
Yeah,
assume that they're
so-
fake.
yeah,
Why would
yeah,
I
that's
assume
cool.
that they're
That's
fake?
cool.
Why would
Damien,
they lie?
Damien, there are pictures from Bigfoot and Loch Ness, unicorns.
Actually,
By that
Avenger,
logic,
Those are
superheroes,
obviously
all
fake.
kinds of
one
shit.
second, guys, come on. So why would
Yes,
you
but
then? By that
those are
logic,
obviously fake.
again,
would-
by your logic, pictures are proof, right? So
So why do
pictures
you
of
guys think
Bigfoot.
that people can become like
No,
work for NASA and stuff?
let's stay on this topic, right? So by your logic, Bigfoot is real, right? Because I have
No.
a picture of Bigfoot. No, so
I don't care
pictures.
about Bigfoot.
No,
like,
but your logic, right? Think about it. So you claim pictures are evidence for reality. Thus, I have a picture of Bigfoot. Bigfoot is reality. No, right? Pictures are not reality, right?
it's not on ours.
Okay. And then
so
and then
anyone,
yeah.
if someone's like, like someone can become like they could work for NASA. Like, do you think they just keep their mouth shut about something that big?
So let me give you an example, right? A few years back, there was this scandal with Volkswagen, where they had this software in the car that detected when it was being checked, and then it turned down its engine so it could lower down emissions and passed tests, right? So Volkswagen could say that they had the cleanest car. It passed tests. So there are approximately 20, 30, 40,000 people working at Volkswagen. The people at the assembly line, they screw the bolts and the nuts in the car. Do you really think those people knew about this fraud?
I don't know.
No, right? People that just are on the assembly line don't know about this fraud. People that design the car don't know about this fraud. Only a handful of people know about the fraud. Okay. So not everybody that worked, so like 99.999% that worked at Volkswagen didn't know about the fraud, yet it still happened. So you claim that everybody working at NASA would be in on it is just
Well,
ridiculous.
don't they go to space?
No.
Compartmentalization.
Space is Narnia, man. But let us focus on the Earth first, because
Right, one step at a time.
Yeah, you will never go to space. The only thing you will ever have is the Earth, right?
Certain people will, though.
Yeah, you're saying people, but these are strangers to you. You never will meet them. They're just a bunch of strangers on your television screen. You have trust and faith in strangers on your television screen, which is ridiculous, right? So
well, they don't have a reason to lie.
Of course they do,
course
right?
they
Why would you lie? Why would you lie to your friends or to your mother, to your father? It's about control, right? You want to control something, you want to have something, you want to gain something. So liars
Depends.
you lied to your mother at one point, right? Because you wanted to gain something, right? And then when she asked you, why would you lie? You made something up. So even if a liar told you his reasons for lying? Would you trust the liar because you know he lied? Would you then trust his explanation? No, because he lied to you in the first place. So it doesn't even matter why a liar would lie. The only thing that would matter is that he lied, right? To figure out if the liar lied. That's the only thing that would matter, right?
Right.
Yeah, I see that.
Mm.
So far, there's actually more proof that aliens. I'm pretty sure that there's more proof that aliens exist than the flat Earth, which
Okay, let's.
that
Aliens are
Little.
fallen
if
angels.
there's
Little.
proof that aliens exist, then like why would there like someone I heard about this. I don't even know if this is true, but I think that like someone like from the government actually like came forward and said that like
Ooh.
aliens actually do
Okay.
exist.
So,
Like, right?
so the government comes to they kept it a secret, right? They told you no, aliens don't exist, man. Area 51 is just bollocks. They found a weather balloon. It's all fake. It's all conspiracy theorists. Oh man, no, aliens don't exist. And now they come out and say, oh yeah, really, yeah. So we lied to you 60, 70 years. Aliens do exist. Why would you
Now we're
trust
telling the
them
truth.
now?
Yeah.
Why would you trust them now?
It's a trustworthy person.
It's
They
not because
lied, but why
it's
would they?
not
Government.
because they
Why would
lied
they
to
lie?
you 50 years.
Roger,
It's
Roger,
not.
just for help, real quick. Roger, watch this. Why did they lie about aliens not existing for the past 75 years? Why'd they lie about that?
Because people would freak out.
Right.
Well, there's a reason. Go ahead, Roger. There you go. That was easy.
Yeah, but
So
but-
again, they lied to you 70 years long, and
why
now
would
you
they?
trust
Why
them.
would they like? Why would they like put that lie up that Earth like isn't flat? Why do you think
Why
they're
would
doing
they? So we've been through this, right? Gain control, right? They want to gain something. It doesn't even matter what they want to gain. They want to gain the same. It would be the same when you lied, when you nicked a candy, right, from your mother. You wanted to gain the candy. You lied about it. You did it, right? It doesn't even matter why. It's getting it's control. It's gain, right? So. But we can look at the Earth itself, right? And we can look at how is the Earth presenting itself to you, Damien? So how is the Earth presenting it to yourself? Does it present itself as a globe when you walk outside your door, go to a beach?
Well, I'm not exactly sure because I haven't like I want to see like for myself.
Yeah,
which
that's
I'm
awesome, but
probably
you
not
do,
gonna.
right? So let me put this to you. So when I walk outside my door, and and I would state that this is the same for everybody here in this room. When we walk outside our door or go to a beach, the Earth presents itself as a flat, level, non-rotating plane, right? We don't see curvature. We don't experience the globe turning, right? We don't feel it spinning. We don't see it spinning. All that we have ever observed is a non-rotating flat level plane, right? So the Earth, in fact, presents itself as a flat level non-rotating plane. Why would you then think that it is actually a ball with a radius of 3959 and that it is spinning around its axis with 1,000 miles per hour and that it is orbiting the sun with 66,600 miles per hour and that the sun is flying through our galaxy with 500,000 miles per hour and that our whole galaxy is orbiting the great attractor with 1.2 million miles per hour? Why would you think such a thing? Because they showed it on the television screen?
Well, they've like it's because
Yeah,
like I've believed
right?
that my whole life. I don't want
Yeah,
to believe that the Earth is flat. Like it's not gonna be that easy to like
I
change
understand.
someone's mind on something that
I
big.
understand, right? And we've all been there, right? We've all been shown the space pictures and the CGI images, right? We've all seen them, right? And they've taught us from the day you were born that you're on a spinning flying water ball, right? That's all. We've all been there. But when you actually look at Earth, the thing you're standing on, it doesn't present itself as this spinning water ball, right? So the only thing we have here on Earth is to try and figure out what it is, right? What's actually beneath our feet. And when we do such a thing, when we go to a large body of water or the ocean, and we try to measure the surface of the Earth to actually validate if it is curving away from you at a certain rate, because they gave us the dimensions of the ball, then it comes out that it doesn't curve away. There is no curvature. So how can it then be a ball if it doesn't curve away?
I'm not sure myself, but the Earth, obviously it's really big, so
Yeah, they tell us,
you
right? So
you wouldn't be
so
able to see it that easily, like the
yeah,
curve.
that's all fine, right? But then you come in the area of double speak, because the Earth is too big to see curvature, yet we see boats going over the horizon. So what is it? Is
Well,
it
I'm
too
pretty
big?
sure if the
Or
Earth was flat, then when you looked over the ocean, you'd see like a whole other like city and stuff.
no,
Wouldn't it you?
because that's not how your eyes work, right? We have perspective. So when you stand in a very very long hallway, you wouldn't see the end of the hallway. It converges in one point, right? You have the vanishing point, perspective, the angular resolution of your eye. So these are things that are reality, right? These are things that we all experience. Stuff getting smaller when it gets away from you. So you wouldn't be able to see London from New York, or that's just not possible because stuff gets too small for you at one point. And there is something called light attenuation. Light doesn't travel forever in a medium, and we are looking through atmos, right, through air. So when you dive down a murky pool, you wouldn't be able to see the other side of the pool because the medium prohibits you from looking that far. So they claim the Earth is curving away, but they don't tell you about the other stuff, right?
Yeah, but if someone goes on a boat, like, and they keep
Mm-hmm.
going
Mm-hmm.
forward, they wouldn't run into like Antarctica, because you guys believe that like Antarctica is like surrounding the world, right?
Why wouldn't they? Why would so every direction away from the north, right, would be south. Yes, that would be the same as a globe, right? If you go from South Africa, Australia, or South America, and you go south, you will hit Antarctica on a globe or on a flat plane. So I don't know what you're maybe you're talking about circumnavigating, right? Going east or west, which is the same on a globe as on a flat plane. Going east or west always needs correcting for north. So that would be going in a circle, right? It would be the
Yeah.
same.
But wouldn't like if someone were to um what fuck, I forgot what I was gonna say.
It's not a problem, right? The thing is with if someone, right, that these are all hypotheticals, right? It's not a reality. So you have to wonder why, who has done this, right? This, if I'm going to propose, if somebody did this, then this and this and that, that would be building up also a straw man, right? Maybe you think that we are a flat disk flying in space with the water falling off. Is that something you think we We imagine if we think of the flat Earth. Is that
So there's
something
no-
you imagine?
There's no proof of the edge, and there's no proof of the curve. So there's
Right. So there's no proof of the curve, right? It measures flat. When we go out and measure curvature, there is none. Water lays flat and level in rest, right? When it's in your glass or in your bathtub or swimming pool, in a small lake, in a big lake, in a sea or an ocean, the water is always flat and level in rest. So if every piece of water measures flat, and they claim 70% of the Earth is covered in water, then how can it be a ball?
I'm not sure.
No, right? So it's something to look at, right? I'm not here to convince you. I'm not here to convert you. It's not a cult, right? I'm actually telling you, don't trust me, don't believe me, go look at it yourself. And it's very easy. You can go to a beach or a large lake and punch in the numbers of an Earth curve calculator and take out your binoculars or a camera and notice that you can see too far, right?
So if it's hard to see like the curve, right? So, but if the Earth
They
was
tell you this. They
like
tell you
flat,
this.
wouldn't,
Listen,
wouldn't
listen.
have someone like seen the edge before?
What edge, right? I'm not claiming an edge. So this edge you have in your mind is something that was put in your mind, the same as the globe, right? You have never experienced the globe or seen the globe, only on your television, and you have never experienced. I have never experienced an edge. I'm not claiming one. I don't know if the I
Show me the globe.
I wouldn't claim an edge because I haven't seen one, right? And then we come again at this flying disc in space. That's not what we say the Earth is, right? We're not a flying disc in space with the water falling off. That's something again put in your mind, right? So you the whole point of this, what I'm saying is, if the Earth measures flat, your mind goes through everything else, right? Okay, so the Earth is flat, but if there's an edge, then it's not flat. If the Earth measures flat and we have this space pictures, well, then the Earth isn't flat, right? So you want to go to every point just to ignore that the water always measures flat.
Yeah. So someone, like I was just saying, like, don't you think someone would have seen the edge though? Like,
Which edge, bro? Which edge? Right?
so I know you guys don't think that there's space and stuff.
Right.
So you think, what do you think that the sun is and stuff? That's
The
just,
sun.
you think those
Okay,
are
we're
just
really
lights?
okay. Hold on. Okay, we're starting to get a little bit too far away from the situation here. But let me just tell you something about this so-called edge that you keep imagining. Actually, the government doesn't let us go to the extremities of the earth. So maybe they saw something, but they're the ones hiding it. So I can't tell you what they're hiding. Do you understand?
So you're saying that they're hiding the edge, but you're also saying that there is
you
no
just
edge.
you're having this
They're
mental
hiding
block.
something. No,
Right, it does exactly. So
what would
can
they
I tell
hide?
you
What
what
would
they're
they hide?
hiding? See, that's
What?
my point. You're going to ask me to be a mind reader now. So this is the expectation of somebody that lives in not reality. You're not listening to what we're trying to tell you, what we can prove, and you're asking us for things that are outside of what we can prove, which is not intelligent. It's not honest, and I'm just saying it's not going to get you anywhere. That's all. Continue, Roger.
Yeah, space is
Okay.
fake. It was made in a Hollywood basement.
Okay. Well,
Your next question is going to ask me, how does the sun work? Was that your next
yeah,
question?
So
See, the
you
problem
guys,
with that is that's the same realm. You think that I'm God. See, that's the thing, is that I'm not God. I can't tell you how the sun works. The problem is that they've convinced you that men are gods, because they gave you a fairy tale about how the sun works, and now you're looking for a new fairy tale to replace the old one. That's not what these people are going to do. These people here are just trying to show you what we can prove, and everything we can prove disproves what they say. That's what we're doing here.
So, Damien, right? I can talk about I can talk all day about that the Earth measures flat. Let me help you out here, right? You're not verified. I'm gonna do this 1 second so we can. You sound like a smart kid, right?
Yeah.
So, Damien, your account has now been verified. I tagged
Okay.
you. So let us look at the measurements, right? Because we can talk all day about these measurements, but let's just pull them out. Show you how it works. So I've here. Do you see the live stream voice text? Do you see it?
Yeah.
Okay. So basically, this is an observation of 2 oil rigs, right? And it comes with a modest tolerance. If the Earth is a globe with the radius of 3959, then every horizon's distance measurements cannot be more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer height in feet. I know it's a difficult formula for some people, but it doesn't matter now, right? So it would be the geometric horizon. So imagine you are an ant, right? And you're sitting on a basketball, and you have a friend sitting next to you. He's also an ant, and your friend is walking away from you. And at one point, you wouldn't be able to see your friend anymore because the physical basketball is getting away in between you and your friend, right? Because the Earth has to curve away, and it would be the same as if your friend was walking over a hill, right? You wouldn't see your friend anymore, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so what we have here are 2 oil rigs. I can provide you with the original video. It's from a guy that's standing on the beach, and he's panning around his camera, and then he drops down on his belly and he zooms in on these 2 oil rigs. So can you tell me, Damien, where is the horizon in this image? Do you see it?
Is that like an actual photo?
Yeah. It's color contrasted. So again, I can show you the original video, but this is color contrasted to make the horizon stick out a little bit more. But I can show you the original video, right? I'm not going to show you fake stuff, okay? So the horizon, where do you see it?
I don't.
Well, the horizon is the location, the apparent location where the sky seems to meet the ground, right? So
Mhm.
where do you see the sky meeting the ground? Is it in front of the oil rigs? Is it in between the oil rigs, or is it beyond the second one?
It's beyond the second one.
Okay, yeah. So this observation was done from 1 foot observer height. And the globe tells us that at 1 foot observer height, the horizon cannot be further than 1.225 miles. Yet we see it beyond 9.4 miles. And if you watch the video, you'll even see an island at 23 miles. But I digress. So this observation alone debunks the globe because it has to be at 1.225 miles, and it is almost 10 times further than this, right?
Mm-hmm.
It cannot be a ball with the radius they tell us. It has to be at 1.225 miles, right? The horizon in the globe model would be the physical location where boats and buildings should get blocked by. And it has to be at a certain point. Do you follow me? Are you getting what I'm saying? I mean, it's a lot of
Yeah.
information. Okay, cool.
Just a lot to seek in, like.
Sure, yeah, man. Sure, yeah. And again, don't trust me. Don't trust anybody here. Right? I'm not here to try to convince you. I'm trying to give you the tools. Right? I mean, again, you sound like a smart little guy. Yeah, you can figure this out for yourself, right? You don't need anybody else telling you how the world works, because they've been telling you your whole life how the world works, right? No, we've discovered this and we've figured out that. You don't need to do this. This is how your world works. They tell you.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, man. If you really want to learn, my advice would be that you learn the heliocentric model. Right? We've all been globers at one point. My advice would be you go and look what the heliocentric model says, what kind of claims they make, and how do they prove it to you, right? How can they prove to you that it is really a ball and it is really turning on its axis, right?
Mm-hmm.
The most ridiculous thing I think is that, or the most ridiculous thing, one of the ridiculous stuff they will tell you is that the Earth is turning, right? But when we look up the sky and we see the sun, the only thing we will ever experience is the sun moving over our heads. But when you're sitting at a beach watching a sunset, right, you would experience the most how do you say this, yeah, when you're relaxing, right, and you feel like relaxed and you're sitting on the beach and you don't have the experience that you're moving, right, would be the most relaxing thing ever on a beach watching a sunset. Yet they claim you're not standing still, right? You're falling backwards. It's not the sun moving, but it is actually you moving, falling backwards.
What do you mean?
Right. Well, the Earth is turning, they tell you, right? But when
Yeah, but so
you
is
look,
everything else,
yeah,
isn't it?
but I'm just pointing you to how ridiculous it is, because you will not experience this. You will the only thing you will experience is sitting on a beach on a flat level non-rotating plane, right? You don't experience the Earth moving. The only thing you will experience is the sun moving, right? But they will tell you, no, you're actually turning at 1,000 miles per hour. You're falling backwards when you're watching a sunset.
What happens if you go out and if outer space is real, and but then what happens if you go out into outer space? Do you just crumble because of all the pressure that's been put against
There's
you?
no outer space, Blabio. It's
Just
it's a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. It cannot be real because the gas will always fill the void, right? Gas will always fill the available volume. That's just what gas does. And they claim we are next to an infinite, ever expanding vacuum, right? That will be a low pressure system, and we have a high pressure system on Earth. So this cannot happen. It will, if it was true, we would all be dead. The gas will fill the available volume, the ever expanding vacuum of outer space. How can a container ever expand and not be filled with the gas that's in it?
Mm.
And I get it, right? I was a space nerd. I watched it all, the documentaries, all the Star Wars, Star Trek. I loved it all, and I still do, right? It's just a story, but it's not real, right? It's just fiction.
Wouldn't there be something like preventing the gas from like?
Yeah, a container.
Yeah. So then wouldn't that like make it so that the gas doesn't like kill everyone? If that's what you're saying?
No. So the basic stuff, right? When you have a soda can and you shake it up and you open up the soda can, the gas will come out violently. The soda will go over your hands, and the gas will come out violently because you put it under more pressure. Um, this would be the same on a globe, because there's no barrier that's keeping the gas in, right?
Oh, I thought it was the other way around.
Yeah, this is just how gas works. We experienced every day. If you open a soda can, the gas will go out and fill the volume it's in. So it will go out in every and all direction. It doesn't fall down. It will go upside, left, right. It will go everywhere. And the funny thing is, even a vacuum on Earth needs to have a container. We can't have a vacuum without a container. You have more questions?
No.
Okay. Yeah, man. Again, if you really want to learn, if you scroll down this server, we have tons of channels, all sorted alphabetically. You can start at the FE beginners or introduction videos. Sorry, FE introduction videos or the FE beginners reference. There are, multiple videos showing you the basics, right? You can go into the itty gritty of it, but the basics, usually people have a click there. Especially
What?
when it.
Which channel?
Yeah, I can link you. Second, Damien. Yeah, I've linked you. Those are two channels where you can use when you start.
Okay. It's a lot of videos. I'll probably watch it
Sure.
tomorrow.
Yeah, man.
'Cause
Take your
it's
time.
12 a.m. for me right now.
Yeah, man. Take your time. Nobody expects you to dive in this and be learn all this stuff, because it took a long time for you to learn or to get the information about the heliocentric model. So why would you, it takes a long time or it takes some time to unwind what you have been taught in school and on TV. So take your time, man.
All right.
1 second. Does anybody want to take over? I need to go for a sec.
Nope, I got nothing. Just playing my monkey game.
Yeah, who were we just talking to, by the way? Which youngster? What was his name?
Damien.
Yeah.
Damon?
Damien V8.
Hi. How you doing? My name's Godrockin. How are you?
Good.
Good. Did you completely understand everything he was telling you about how when we say space doesn't exist, do you know what we mean by that?
Yeah, I guess.
You guess? What we mean by that is it's not what we were told. Of course we know space exists. There's stars up there. We just believe that it's not what we were told. And what we were told was that it was a vacuum, a privation, a place where there's nothing exists, no molecules. It doesn't have an atmosphere. It's like have you ever seen a vacuum created in the lab? They put like a glass bowl over something and pump all the air out and make a little. Have you seen that?
No.
Do you follow what I mean, though? If you took a little glass dome or like and pumped all the air out of it, it would have nothing in it. It would be empty, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if you were to put something near that had gas pressure, like he said, a soda can, if you put a soda can inside of that and then pop the lid, where would the gas go?
I don't know.
It would fill the entire space instantly because there's nothing in there. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
There's no air. It's all been pumped out. So everything that you open up the can, everything that's in the can that comes out would evenly fill the space that's been pumped out of.
Because of the equilibrium. Nature's trying to create an equilibrium.
Right. Just would equalize. So anyway, that when we say space doesn't exist, of course we're not stupid enough to say that those stars aren't there and it's not, of course they're there. We can see them. But what we're saying is it's not a vacuum, because if it was a vacuum, the atmosphere of the Earth is 14.7 psi at sea level. It has pressure, gas pressure on the Earth. And if we're truly next to a vacuum, it would just instantly go out into the vacuum. There would be nothing stopping it.
Means
Are
it's
you
a
talking
container.
about the stuff on Earth? Like,
Yes, the atmosphere, the air, the nitrogen, oxygen, all the gases that make up the air we breathe.
you're saying it would go into space?
If it were a vacuum, it would instantly go into it, because we can demonstrate that on Earth. We can create a vacuum in the lab and then open a gas container inside of it, and it instantly fills the space. There's no way. It's called the second law of thermodynamics. High pressure always goes to low. That's how storms get created. You have high pressure zones and low pressure zones. The low
Not chasing
pressure,
each other. Something similar.
So when you have a storm, it's because the pressure is lower in that area. So the other areas that are higher pressure force themselves into that area, bringing clouds and bringing in the storms. That's why they go into that area, because it's lower pressure. And the other areas are higher pressure. So they go into that area, and that's why we have weather systems. That's how they're created. Have you ever heard the weathermen say, "Oh, we have a low pressure zone over Dallas today, so it's going to rain"?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's because the atmosphere is at a lower pressure in that area, and it's going to fill with other gases and clouds, causing it to be a storm and rain. So what I'm trying to get at is the outer space, the way they describe it, they say it's a complete empty vacuum, a privation, nothing there. What we have on Earth is an atmosphere. Those two cannot exist next to each other. They would equalize.
What do you mean by that?
The gas would go into the vacuum. The oxygen on Earth would actually vacate off into the vacuum. And it would be most instantly. It would be like that quick. It just would instantly be gone. Because the vacuum, they say, is out there. It's so very, very empty. It said 17 to the minus torr. So there's numbers that calculated that. That's what they said is. What it is very, very, very low. Like absolutely almost nothing there. And anytime you put something next to a vacuum, it always migrates into it. It's a low pressure area. And you have a high pressure area on Earth. They can't exist next to each other. See what I'm saying? They will equalize. They become one.
Oh, yeah, I kind of get that.
Okay. Okay, good. Because I was listening to the conversation and I kind of felt like maybe you were getting a little bit left behind with the explanation of it. I wanted to make sure you understood that it's not like we're idiots and think, oh, space don't exist. It's not like we don't know those things are up there. But what we do know
The reason.
is that it's not a vacuum. It can't be a vacuum. If it was, the air on the Earth would be gone. It would instantly migrate into the low pressure area. And we can demonstrate that in a lab. So it's called the second law of thermodynamics. High pressure always moves to low pressure. Cold or hot always migrates to cold. And you set a coffee cup full of hot water on the cupboard, let it sit for an hour, what happens? Cools off. The heat dissipates out, and then they become equal. The temperature of the air and the temperature of the coffee become the same temperature, right? If you let it sit there long enough.
Yeah.
Same with the atmosphere. If you let it sit there, then the pressure of gas pressure on the Earth and the no pressure of the atmosphere or the outer space area or space would be gone. So that's why we say this can't be true, because we still have gas pressure on Earth. We maintain 14.7 psi at sea level. It's a constant. It's always here. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to breathe. That's where the air is, that gas pressure I'm talking about.
Isn't there like so the barrier, like what is it like?
Container.
Okay. There's a lot of people, I'll just lay it out. There's a lot of people that postulate that there's a dome over the top of us, okay? Now, we have no evidence for that other than the necessary antecedent. Do you know what that word means?
No.
Necessary antecedent? Okay, I'll give you an example. This has been given to us by a gentleman here on the server. He'll say, in order to have a filet mignon steak, you must have a cow first, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, it states in the definition of gas pressure that the necessary antecedent for gas pressure is a container. You cannot have, it's like a propane tank full of gas. How are you going to contain that gas without a container? It's going to just go everywhere, right? The propane.
Yeah.
And the same with the tire pressure, your car tire. You pump it up with air. The only reason it stays there is because it has a container. The tire, the propane tank. Those are containers, okay? Now, science defines gas pressure as the gas particles pressing against the walls of the container. That's how you get gas pressure. It's the only way that we know how to get gas pressure is that it presses against the walls of the container. Like a tire, like when you take the pressure of your tire, it's like 32 pounds, right? Something like that.
Uh-huh.
That's because it's in a container. It's in the tire. Well, we have gas pressure here on Earth. And the only way to have gas pressure is it has to be in a container. So therefore, we know that we must be contained. Otherwise, we would not have gas pressure. It's the absolute only way. Science, this is science saying this, not us. The only way to have gas pressure is to have the gas contained. Otherwise, it just disperses out into whatever space is available and it's gone. And it's just like if you opened up the propane tank, it would just leak out. It would be gone, right? No more pressure.
Yeah.
The Earth is the same. If it were next to a vacuum, would act the exact same way because the gas would just automatically migrate into the zone where there's nothing there. And that science even says the necessary antecedent, which is the cow for the steak, well, this is for the pressure of the air. You must have a container for pressure. Therefore, we know we must be contained. Whether we see it or not, it's there.
Yeah. So, but what I don't understand is that what's stopping the gas from like going together or whatever?
Going together, what do you mean?
Like you said that if there was like if space was like a vacuum, then like it would
container.
just.
We're contained. We have some sort of a containment over the top of us.
Yeah, but weren't you saying that if space was like a vacuum, is it? Which I'm not sure if it is. Then like it would just like we would die with like because we wouldn't be able to breathe.
Unless there was a container. This is pretty difficult.
Yep.
You can breathe like a container, bro.
How old are you, by the way?
Space is fake.
13.
You're 13?
Space is fake. Space is fake.
Why did you
Space-
say that? Because in my game, a snake almost killed me. Oh my god.
Because we're almost bare built, but we bare ourselves. Like Bidbo, you and us, we made stick figures, and you were like, "Oh shit, height," but we don't.
You scared me. You just started shouting, and I'm like, oh.
That's why German Crash fucking crashes so much. He wants to fucking hide you for everything. He wants to bide every fucking iris you fucking you.
I'm done, by the way. If I can't get through to him as simply as I explained it, then I don't know what else to say to him.
Man, he gets all kinds of shit. Like he wants to laugh, but he knows it's funny. Like I find it funny too. Like it's funny to me. Like don't worry, bro, man. They're like just find the real shit.
Yeah, it's because I don't understand like most of like half of the stuff.
Mm-hmm. But you want to, right? You want to. You want to understand what's like. You want to understand, right? What's going on? All that. You want to understand.
Yeah.
Right. So keep at it, man. So, like, I'm not gonna like dog you because you were interested in something that I was interested in. Like, I was interested in that shit too. Like, but sometimes harder than others.
Yeah, I guess.
And I'll just say one more little thing for you to maybe this might help you. I don't know. We don't think that the Earth is like a disk floating in space. There's like no edge. We think that it's very possible that we live on the floor of the universe. It's like just one is imagine it as just one infinite floor that just goes on forever. And we live in a spot somewhere on that floor.
Then how would like geography and stuff work?
Well,
like,
because it's in the middle. Of course, there's water. It's like a pond, and the continents are in the middle in the water, just like they are on the Earth. I mean, geography is land. It doesn't have to be a ball to be geography. If you had a cereal bowl,
yeah, but you're saying it's like an infinite floor.
You understand how water works?
Yeah.
Okay.
If you had a cereal bowl and filled it with water up to a half an inch of the edge, then the water would be flat, right?
Yeah.
Okay, now you put a continent in the middle of that called the United States, somewhere in there in that water, and connect it to the floor somehow of the bowl. And there it is in the middle of the water, it's sticking up out of the water.
Okay, I think I'm like sort of catching on now.
He he might have muted you, so it might take more of us to explain it to you because I think you might have muted the explanation.
How's that?
Well, so is that like there's I don't know how to say it.
It's okay.
And then the
Just
land
try.
goes, and then the land goes beyond the cereal bowl.
Yeah.
Beyond
Right.
that.
Just try.
And then
Like
there's like a
in your
wall separating it.
your experience. What do you experience? Like start there.
Okay.
Yep. So even if it's a bowl of cereal, okay, you're eating a bowl of cereal, shit seems flat. You experience some curvature or something like that, maybe.
Well, yeah, I don't experience like curvature at all.
Right. Okay, that's fine. That's honest. Okay, you didn't experience curvature, but okay, there might be some like there's some meat and shit like that. Like, are you trying to curvature in that like meat realm? Like, if you have to eat meat, that's fine. Like, I'm not like a vegan. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, I'm here for the truth, so I don't care if you eat meat or eat vegetables or anything like that. So like, don't be afraid of that. Like, if you don't like eating meat, just say that shit, and we won't. Nobody's gonna hold that against you. But
Food is
it
food.
doesn't take.
Where the hell is this going?
I'm trying. I'm trying. I'm trying. I'm trying to sweeten them up here. I'm trying to. So there's the splat.
Curvature is, imagine a basketball, right?
Right.
It curves around. If you put your finger on top of the ball and then drag it down around the ball, it's going around a curve, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Where do you experience that on this earth?
Nowhere.
Where do you see that?
No, he was honest.
You don't.
He said he doesn't.
All you see is flat.
I guess.
All you see is flat.
Yep.
Just like the cereal bowl. If you were flat on a continent, floating in, and what I'm trying to say is the cereal bowl is the ocean, the entire ocean. This is a really small scale. I'm trying to bring it down to a small scale for you.
Yeah, he's doing the cereal bowl analogy. So.
And the outer edge of the cereal bowl, the water is a half an inch below that. So what we're saying is that the land, the infinite, the plane starts there. We don't know how far it goes out past that because we can't explore. But we do know that there's land at that point. It's called Antarctica. It's a circle around where we live. It goes all the way around. And we can actually show you pictures of it. The ice wall that sticks up out of the water. And there's Antarctica, there's land, there's mountains, all that kind of stuff. When you go south, that's what you run into.
So an ice wall, like that's what you guys were talking about, that the government or whatever is hiding.
1958, the Antarctica Treaty. Look into that. The Antarctica Treaty, 1958, before the space program, before any of that. Look into that, and then you'll understand our limitations or exploration of the southern part of the plane.
Okay.
Yep. don't take our word for it. We're only here to plant seeds and for you to look into it for yourself. Like, we're not trying to convince you. We're not trying to tell you what is what, but we can plant seeds and you can look into it for yourself because that's much more powerful and shit like that.
And we believe that the stars rotate around the top above us. We aren't moving. We aren't spinning because we're not a ball. We're a flat surface. And above us is the stars, and they rotate around a single star in the sky. It's called Polaris.
It's like a clock.
Maybe
It's the
this is all
star
a
clock.
matrix,
It's
and
the
everything
star.
that we've learned is wrong.
Yeah, exactly. It's the star clock. Like, if you think of it like as a matrix, like it's a clock. There
Yeah.
has to be something to like we're spiritual beings having human experience, and we have to have experiences and division and duality and ups and downs and good and bads, and it's all shit we experience. It's just a human spiritual being having a human experience. And but while we're here, it's really interesting to figure out what the fuck we're on and where we're at. Like, join the club, bro. Like Flat Earth opens up a whole more, like a bunch more questions. Like, we don't claim to have all the answers. Like, we just poke holes in the heliocentric model and saying it's not a spinning ball and this and that and this and that. We know it's not that, but there's a lot of shit we don't know and we don't claim to know. We just know what it's not. But there's a lot of things we're like, well, what is it? Well, we don't fucking know. And I mean, we want to figure this shit out, but we know what it's not, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know that the Earth is divided by what's called the parallels, the longitude and latitude lines, right?
What?
You know what they are? Longitude and latitude lines?
Yeah.
Okay, well, the 60th parallel is the line at the bottom that goes around the outside, okay?
Yeah.
That's as far as the Antarctic Treaty will allow us to go. And it's about 2,000 miles from Antarctica.
Yeah, like, even if we got to GoFundMe to go there and travel there, they have a limitation on the amount of fuel they will allow you past the 60th parallel. That's why I'm bringing this up, is he said 60th parallel. The reason that's important is because you can't bring fuel past the 60th parallel to explore what you want to explore. So you can say, yeah, anybody can start a GoFundMe and travel, and Navy won't interfere, and the Antarctic Treaty, blah, blah, blah. But you can't bring fuel past the 60th parallel.
So in other words, you can't take like snowmobiles, stuff like that, so you can get off onto the Antarctica and go take off and explore. It won't allow you to bring fuel or equipment. You can't take compasses. You can't take anything. All you can do is get on a cruise ship, go on a tour, and they'll take you to a little spot on Antarctica.
And that will cost you, and that alone would cost you 20 grand. Like, you got to pay 10, 20 grand just to go on the coast of Antarctica and see some penguins, see this artificial pole, take some pictures, this and that. That costs 10 to 20 grand. So even that's limited. But to go beyond that costs way more money. And even if you had way more money, they won't allow you to go without somebody saying, hey.
That's
we
all
gotta go with you.
It's all explained in the Antarctic Treaty.
Exactly.
All these restrictions are all explained in that. You can look it up and read it. It's quite long, but you can read it, and there's more than 50 countries that enforce it. Almost every country on the earth supports and backs this Antarctic treaty.
It's the only treaty that has never been broken. That's another good point that I always like to bring up, like as far as treaties. Like there's been many treaties among the continents and worlds, and this and that, the world armies. The Antarctica Treaty is the only one to have never been broken, and it's not even up for debate or conversation until what is it, 2041, something like that. It's the only one out of all the treaties that has never been broken.
Where is the last point where you're allowed to go? So 60s, you can still go to 60s.
Yeah, a couple miles inshore. Like there are scientific bases that they're doing scientific inquiries and shit like that, but it's all on like the shore, like within 1 to 2 miles probably inshore of what they say is Antarctica. So probably within that range, you can go there, and there are like we have a lot of interviews, a lot of videos of people that have like spent months on the Antarctica, like whether they're plumbers or people that were involved in whatever. And so yeah, so like there's certain, like a mile or 2 miles inland, but anything past that you can't just go and just explore.
But you will be
No.
under the supervision of like the government. Even if you go to the land, it's called, so they will. And if, for example, we'll.
Yeah, you'll be supervised.
Correct. Like you can even apply for permits that will cost like $200,000, and they can deny you and then keep your money. So you pay $200,000 for a permit, and then they're like, "No, you can't go," and then they keep your money.
So the last point where you can go like truly independently, it would be like 59th or 60th parallel.
Yeah,
and not beyond.
You can't.
Okay.
Yep, you can't go past the 60th parallel without the United States Navy or some sort of military saying, and and you can't have the fuel or whatever to go explore farther past the 60th parallel. You can and there's like 15 different type of flights you can take to the Antarctica. But we did the research, and all 15 companies are basically owned by one person. So basically, one person owns the whole thing. So so it will take $15,000 to $20,000 for you to travel to the edge and see some penguins and take some pictures next to what they say is a pole, and that's not really the South Pole, but they'll say, "Here's the pole, blah blah blah. Here's some penguins. Take pictures." That alone is 10 and 20K.
And even without being physically in the cabin of the pilot, you wouldn't be even sure where they you go.
That's what I'm saying. They show you a pole. It's not the actual South Pole. It's just like a representation of saying, "Here's the pole. Here's some penguins. Here's the pole," but it's not the true like South Pole or anywhere. Yeah, it's symbolic. It's
So in that case, it's not an argument. If someone likes that's like someone would tell you that they went there AC, but even that person who will tell you that, it can't be trusted because that person wouldn't be sure that it was exactly the place which this person is told it to be. Yeah.
Yeah, because see, GPS and compasses don't even work in the southern hemisphere. Like our compasses, like it goes wonky. Like anything in the south, it goes wonky. Like our compasses only point to the north, and then the opposite of that is the south. But there is no like South Pole that the compasses point towards the south. It's just the opposite of north.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah. So like all GPS, all compasses, all that shit is wonky in the south because there is no South Pole. There's only North Pole, and then the opposite of North is South, and that's how we get South Pole. But there is no South Pole, and you can't travel there freely to explore. Like you can go there and spend 10, 20, 30 grand and go to the edge and take some pictures with some penguins, but you can't just like explore and go, miles and do what you want to do. Go ahead.
Okay, another question. Can you travel along the 60th parallel? Like on 59th parallel?
I mean, yeah, and that's the thing is that's one of the proposed experiments is like having two ships go the opposite way at the 59th parallel, one going east to west and one going west to east and going around, so quote unquote circumnavigating the globe, which is all we've ever done is east to west, never north to south. But say you take two boats and go, but the thing is they limit you on the amount of fuel you're allowed to do that with. So yeah, like that is a good experiment to test is have a ship go east to west and a ship go west to east and go along that perimeter, because as long as you stay on the 59th, like you say, 59th parallel and go all the way around and don't go past that, then they won't mess with you and go all the way around and then chart that and see how long it takes. And it will be way longer than what it's supposed to be if it were
should be
on
5 times longer. It should be like visibly longer, yeah.
Yeah. It should definitely be longer. Like the whole thing, like have you seen the things about the flight patterns of how they go all the way up and then all the way down, and even though it'd be easier to just go straight across from Santiago or whatever it is in South America, just right across, but they go all the way up and then go all the way down. But if you look at it on a quote unquote, I just want to make this clear. We don't have a flat Earth model, but if we have a Gleason's map or whatever, and we plot that out, that flight pattern on a Gleason's map, then it's like a straight line. So on a globe, it doesn't make sense. Like when that woman was giving birth on a plane and they had to make an emergency stop in Alaska, and the closest place that they had to stop was Alaska, and they stopped so she could give birth or whatever. She shouldn't have been anywhere near Alaska if the flight was going the way that it was supposed to be going. But if you plot it out on a flat Earth or a Gleason's map or whatever, it makes sense. It's like a straight line. Have you seen that before?
Yeah, but you see the point here is they will tell you something. So for example, if you're not in the control, it's easy to always keep the west or east direction. But once you're on a like plane and they go, they will tell you that we go like 1,000 miles east and then quite north, and then, so you will lose the track of it. You wouldn't be able like to.
No, the compass is always the needle is always gonna point towards north. So when you're going west and you're flying, the needle is always gonna point towards the north, and so you go around.
Yes,
so
but
the circumnavigation. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to say that when we discuss the possibility of making that all-around trip on the 60th or 59th parallel, you can actually check that you always go west or east. But when you're traveling on the plane and pilots, they wouldn't go in a straight line. They might go, they say, here we have take like a small, like a little bit east-west and like northwest, and here like a few degrees here. So you will lose track because you wouldn't know exactly which distance you covered with which direction, and that's how like you wouldn't it's not that easy to track when you're not a pilot and when you're just sitting on a plane. But the things that you said about the boat and all around, yes, it's something that's doable.
And the thing about major flights is they a lot of autopilots will tell you this, they go on autopilot. So they get up in the air, they put it on autopilot cruise. They cruise to where they're trying to go. They land, whether they need to refuel if it's a long flight. They usually go way above the way to refuel, whether even though they should just go straight across if it was a globe. Okay, we'll ignore that for a minute, but they go up and over and land and refuel and go down to where they're supposed to go, right? But have you seen the flight patterns from like I said, like South America? What is the tip of South America, Santiago, or to Australia? Like you can't take a direct flight from there to there. You'll go way up north and then go way down south to your destination, and it will take way longer than it needs to. And if you plot it out on a Gleason's map and flat Earth, it's a straight line. So it makes sense. Like on a flat Earth, it makes sense that you would have to go and stop in these things and refuel and go and get to where you're going to. But if it were a globe and you were going around a sphere, the shortest distance would take you from there to there. You wouldn't have to stop anywhere. But they don't do that. That's not the route they take, right? Okay. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying.
Okay.
You know, I thought about an interesting idea because, as you said, like to make that all around trip, like near the 60th parallel, you will have to spend a lot of money on fuel, resources, food, and stuff like this. It's not something that you can achieve in 2 days or something like this on a boat. So I thought about an interesting idea. You take like 50 people who are completely sure that the Earth is globe. Then you take 50 people who are completely sure that the Earth is flat. You put them on the same boat. You make the trip, and whatever turns out to be the correct, so that that part of the boat troop who loses, it pays for everyone. So
we've talked about that as flat earthers. We've talked about starting GoFundMe and having a quest to the Antarctica or whatever, and then proving that even if we have the money and the whatever that's needed to go to there, that we will be turned away. So even if we get turned away, we should, as flat earthers, start a GoFundMe for a quest to sail that way in that direction and see how far we can get, even though we know we're going to get turned away, but just to do it as proof, because if we were to do that and then get turned away, then we could have solid proof that no matter how much money you have, you can't go past a certain point. You can't freely explore. Like since 1958, like I said, the Antarctica Treaty is the only treaty that has never been broken from all the countries and everything. Like as much as we disagree and as much as wars that we have and people that we don't disagree with Russia and blah blah blah, whether or not you think that we're allies or enemies or whatever, it's like no matter what, like we can't go past a certain thing. So I think it would be good to start a GoFundMe, try to go there so that we can prove that they won't let us past a certain point, because people just say, oh yeah, you just say you can't explore there, you can't go there, blah blah blah.
But practically it would be a hard task to achieve because you wouldn't be sure. For example, imagine that even like 10,000 people will fund that, but they wouldn't be completely sure of the person who will be actually traveling. So they might be some scamming or stuff like this. So that would be like...
Yeah. The same thing that you're saying right now about flat earthers traveling the thing is the same thing we say, the world record for circumnavigation of the globe. Look up the circumnavigation of the globe, the world record, and then look at the path, okay? And here's the thing, I just learned this today because I just rewatched a video of David Weiss interviewing somebody else, and they were talking about this. That's why it's like fresh in my brain, and for you to bring it up. So, damn, what the fuck was I gonna say about it?
Monkey.
Even if you were able to go that far, we can't like. All right, I forget what I was gonna say. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Anybody else? I lost my concentration.
How much have you had to drink tonight, man?
A lot.
Yeah,
Yeah,
always fun to chill.
Yeah, it's very highly noticeable.
I apologize. That's why I passed the baton to somebody else. I tried. So
it's a good idea. I just don't know how realistic that GoFundMe would be. I mean, can you imagine how much money that would cost? That'd be a lot of fucking
like
money.
I said, like David White said, he said like you can pay $200,000 for a permit, and they will not like cancel your. So you can pay the $200,000 for the permit, and then cancel and not approve it, and keep your $200,000. It's like, so it's like you gotta have $200,000 just to throw away. And even if we could, like I said, even if we could, without throwing it away, and we had money, and they don't let you allow like the 60th parallel, they won't allow you to bring fuel to go past that will allow you to go farther. They won't allow you the fuel to venture to the Antarctica, where we want to venture out. Because they always say, "Where's the edge?" and where does the flat, like all this, like we want to know too. We want to know how far it goes out too. But it's like this whole thing was designed so beautifully that they made it like it's very hard to get to the realms of your limitations. Like
Wait,
it's
you're
like
saying
Minecraft.
Are you saying that
It's
they
like
would limit your fuel?
Say it again.
You're saying that they would limit the amount of fuel that you can carry on your ship?
Take
yes,
no,
yes,
no,
yes,
the,
yes,
no,
yes,
no,
yes,
no,
absolutely.
no, not the ship. The fuel to go on Antarctica, so you can take a snowmobile or something.
No, anything.
Not
anything
fuel on the
past
ship.
the 60th parallel, whatever fuel it takes to go past the 60th parallel, yeah, they will limit that. Yeah.
Right. It's not just fuel. It's all resources. You can't take food. You can't take snowmobiles. You can't take tents. You can't take any support that would allow you to travel beyond the shoreline. It's not just fuel.
Right.
You can't take food. You can't take traveling equipment. You can't take anything.
Yes. Exactly. Yep.
It's not just fuel. Fuel's just
So with
one
that
little
knowledge,
part.
wouldn't the GoFundMe sort of be dead in the water right at the start?
Yes, absolutely. Because they wouldn't allow you to go there anyway. It's just not allowed.
Yeah.
And even if they did allow you to go there, but if you had no fuel, no vehicles, no support group to place food for you. I mean, these guys that do these Antarctic expeditions got aircraft and people that drop off food in parachutes and stuff in designated locations. So when they get there, they got more food and resources. Then there's another one that they've dropped off for them a little further. And, it takes that kind of a support system just to be able to explore that hostile of an environment. The environment is so hostile.
Yeah.
You got to have a lot of equipment.
Like even if
Not
you were
just
given the
fuel.
resources to go that far, it's limited. It's limited by the cold in the atmosphere and the thing. So even if, let's say, you could take the fuel past the 60th parallel or whatever, and could go, like it doesn't matter because your shit is gonna freeze and it's gonna shut down because that's how it was designed. Because it was designed that it's so fucked up for human beings to be at. It's not gonna let you get past a certain thing, even if you had the fuel, even if you had the airplanes or whatever, your airplane would like freeze up, lock up, and then crash, and you die. You know what I'm saying? Like even if they would allow you to have the resources and technology to go that far, the conditions of the atmosphere, the frozen, the
wind,
it wouldn't allow you to go so far. Like
it's very,
by
very
design,
windy.
it's beautiful.
Yeah,
Beautiful.
it's
Yeah.
very windy and hostile when you get out there. Plus, the elevation keeps going up and up. So then you get it's the highest continent on the earth by average. So you go outward, you start going up and up. You get oxygen deprivation. You get winds, 150-mile-an-hour winds. You get it's just super hostile. I mean, so cold, 100 degrees below zero, 100-mile-an-hour winds. I mean, it's almost impassable if you had everything you needed.
What about like civilian rockets? Like I think we've all seen the rocket that just goes straight up and then sort of stops. What about if you shot a rocket horizontally, like towards Antarctica?
Okay, so it seems how you can't go past the 60th parallel to view where it goes. How would you know?
Yeah, where's the landing?
Transmission of the video feed.
It's gonna crash. It's not. Yeah. I don't think. Well, I don't think civilians are allowed to shoot rockets into space without
Well, yeah, it
NASA
would
being
probably get
involved.
shot down, but that would be a lot easier to pragmatically test than buying a big ass ship. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
it's
if
a
you
lot of
start
millions of dollars to waste.
you
if
start
you wanna
shooting
do
missiles
that,
in
and
the
then
air, dude, that's a military issue. They're gonna think, no, civilians aren't gonna start shooting rockets around the air. No, that's not gonna happen.
Right.
That's just not going to be allowed, regardless of what you're doing with it. If you
Has
think
there
that a
been any more
civilian,
rockets that go just straight up that have like video feed of how that one just sort of stops spinning?
yeah, there's several of them. There's several of them. Yeah, that hit the. It looks like they hit something like water and they skim along it like a speedboat.
Huh.
Yep. They hit like some sort of what would you say, firmament? Maybe they go up and they clunk, and then come back down. All the independent rockets that we shoot up with independent and cameras, and they go up and they go boom, which is also what they did in 1958 or 59, 60 before the Antarctica Treaty. Is they were shooting constant missiles and rockets and bombs and nuclear missiles, and I'm sure somebody here knows the nuclear missile that they shot up. They tried to shoot a nuclear missile up because they were trying to test the boundaries of the limitations of the containment, whatever that is, whether you want to call it a dome or a firmament or a containment or whatever. They were trying to shoot shit up and blow it up.
You talk about
that's what they were doing.
Fishbowl?
They were mapping it out.
Yep, Operation
It was-
Fishbowl.
It was
they were mapping it out. Its parameters.
It was Operation Dominic. Operation Fishbowl was part of the Operation Dominic. Operation Dominic means of the Lord, and then the fishbowl. So practically fishbowl of the Lord. And the missiles they used was a Thor missile. What does Thor
There
has
you
in his
go.
hand?
Thor, thunder, a hammer.
Exactly. What are they trying to break through with? What?
Hammer time can't touch us.
They're symbolic.
Hillary Clinton.
There's
Hillary
symbolism.
Clinton.
Yeah, go ahead, Ron.
There's 1,000 cracks in that great glass ceiling above.
Yeah, exactly.
But I guarantee you we haven't broken through yet, but we will someday. She says something to that on one day on the stage. It's crazy. I mean, she actually admitted that they've been shooting, cracked the firmament, haven't got through it yet, but they plan to someday.
And, and what happens if it breaks?
Even
They're not breaking through it, man.
They'll never break it.
Even
That's a pipe
Look,
dream.
the last time that thing opened up, it flooded the whole world.
Yeah.
hey,
So
what
I would,
did
If we,
I
if
would
we
be
go
good
through the
by
story.
what kind of
Let's go
psychopath?
what
What
did
kind of
Von
psychopath would
Braun?
try and break that? What kind of psychopath would try and break it, knowing that the last time it happened, the entire earth flooded? What kind of
Yeah.
psychopath would do something like that?
What did Von Braun, the founder of NASA, have on his birthstone, or I'm sorry, his death stone?
Death stone?
His, yeah.
Yeah,
What?
it says
What?
Psalms 19:1, I think.
Yep. Yep.
Yep. And what did it say
The
on
firmament.
his death?
Showeth the
Yep.
handiwork of the Lord.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
Something like that. I don't know it exactly, but it's yeah.
So those were his dying wishes, apparently, for it to be on his death stone. That means he had it written down in his will or whatever, that that's what he wanted on his stone when he passed away. And he was
Wanted to
known
tell the
as
truth. Tell the truth once before he died, or after he died.
yeah.
Like that's
Either
when he
on his deathbed or after his deathbed, he wanted to leave something to let people know what was what.
Yeah, it says the psalm, it reads, "The heaven declares the glory of God, and the firmament showeth his handiwork."
Yep.
Yeah.
There you go.
Mm.
And this was our
Well,
number one rocket scientist. So if anybody knew about the firmament, he probably did.
Mm-hmm.
So there's the number one rocket scientist, imported from Germany, Nazi war criminal, given a pass to come over and teach us how to send rockets up into the sky. Yep. What a disgrace to let somebody off the hook for, well,
For
who
knowledge.
knows about the history about all that stuff anyway. It could all be a bunch of bullshit, but supposedly he was a war criminal, but let off the hook to come over and teach us how to build rockets. You know, he was quoted at one time saying that there's absolutely no way we would ever be able to reach the moon because the rocket would have to be the size of the Empire State Building to carry enough fuel to get there. That's another quote of Werner von Braun's. So just to get there, even if it's close and local, like they knew it was, just to get there, he said it would take a rocket the size of the Empire State Building just to carry enough fuel. So these rockets they're sending up aren't going very high, fellas, because they don't carry enough fuel.
Have you guys seen the Starlink satellites going up there?
Yeah.
The line.
Yep.
What's your interpretation on that?
Low altitude.
Yeah.
String of possible balloons or some type of electromagnetic floating lights
Yeah,
of some
what if,
kind
I
or
mean,
something.
if the firmament is some sort of liquid, what if they really are just jamming into it and then chilling there and then letting it just sort of spin around?
Maybe. I guess
Yeah.
that's a plausible theory, I guess.
So I always go to what they did in NASA did. I don't know if you heard of Echo 2.
What's that?
The satellite. Right. So Echo 2 since the 1960s, man. They have had satellites up there, but if you go actually read on Echo 2, NASA even tells you they use an aerostat, which is a gas that's lighter than air. Why would they need a gas that's lighter than air if it's a vacuum? and the other thing that uses that are blimps, things like that. So if it holds a blimp, that means and it was up there for what 5 years, spinning around fast as hell.
Hey.
It might be just might be shitload of wind. I mean, up there spinning around a lot more air and shitload of wind.
Or it just could be the rotation of what's up there too.
Like in Enoch, it says that like something about the winds is what holds pretty much the thermite up there. And if you think about tornadoes, man, tornadoes are freaking wind is a force to be reckoned with, man. Because you can imagine tornadoes could freaking take houses and buildings off their roots. Cannot wind hold the shit up there?
Winds are like real black holes that are
exactly.
we can see on the Earth.
Of course, this is all speculations because we can't really.
Right.
Yeah.
It could be holding a fluid in space in place. Who knows? I think that it's possible that the gases, once they get so high in the atmosphere, they say there's a thermosphere up there of like thousands of degrees, but every balloon we've ever sent up there with
that you don't want to be reckoned with.
Well, everything we've ever sent up there with a thermometer on it says that it's like 263 degrees below zero. So where's the thermosphere?
Well, wouldn't they just claim that the balloons pop before they get there?
Well, I think they've got stuff now. They can make them to where they actually don't. They can withstand that. I think they can.
I mean, they have balloons that could hold up to what I think it says a few tons. I mean, I forgot what was the amount, but it's the amount.
It's a lot.
That they say is a lot.
Yeah,
I mean, they're the size. They're the size of stadiums.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, if you think about how power. My bad. I was just gonna say is that if you think about how powerful the element wind is, God blew air into the man, right, and made clay from man, right? He blew air into it, right? So that's the breath of life. He blew the breath of life, which is oxygen.
What I was gonna say before I let him go, but what I was gonna say is just that. Do you know who the number one consumer of helium in the world is?
We all know that here, I think.
Yeah, I know who that is, but I'm just saying whoever it is that we're talking to, I don't even think Obama's here anymore, but whoever here that we're talking to or whatever, like, do you know who the number one consumer of helium is in the world? Anybody that's not a flat earther?
Nope.
NASA.
Yeah.
Why would they need helium? Why would they need it?
NASA is the number one consumer of helium in the world.
Oh.
Just wait. So, do you believe David Weiss's videos about how all the rockets are just full of helium?
Could be.
Well, I don't know.
I don't know either, but.
Are you saying that because of the zero gravity machines
No,
that they
it
have?
has nothing to do with gravity. Nothing to do with gravity. Gravity's not a thing.
If you watch a rocket,
I know. I'm talking about their machines, their air machines.
Rockets look like balloons going up the air with fireworks on them.
I would just say a lot of what we think of satellites are hydrogen or helium balloons, and they're kept there. And like we have all kinds of reports of of satellites crashing in the Amazon and crashing. Like a lot of them probably crash in the sea, and we have no reports of it or no information about it. It's only when it like crashes on land in like South America or something like that that we even have any type of report about it whatsoever or whatever. But it's all like helium balloons. And
I think that space was fake and it was filmed in a Hollywood basement.
Yeah, well, outer space, exactly.
Yeah. Helium balloons, satellites.
I think there's pictures. There's pictures of those satellites on balloons down in the more information area downstairs. There's at least one down there I know of.
And if you Google Sataloon.
Yeah.
Sataloon. Yeah. There you go. If Google will tell you themselves what they're doing. Like a lot of it, like it's not conspiracy theory. Like go look it up for yourself. Like NASA, Sataloons, all these helium balloon things that they're launching and things like that. Like it's not shit we're just making up. You know what I'm saying? But the shit that they say of what is it, 35,000 satellites are there, but we don't see them from the ISS, or we don't see them from any other like mainstream thing. We don't see any of the satellites ever. We don't see any of those. If you try and Google it and look at it, it's a bunch of CGI bullshit. So it's like we don't see satellites, like other than satellite, you know, there's satellite balloons that are up there for a while, and then sometimes they crash, and we have results of that, and so that's all we have to go on. Like that's all we
I
get.
still totally think it's possible that the space station is up there, just submerged in the firmament, just sort of getting a free ride, like you're sitting and chilling in a lazy river. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it could be, man.
Could be, but I don't think there's anybody in it.
But yeah, I mean, I don't think
Yeah, I
there's
don't know.
people
I
there.
don't know if there's some capsule that's going 17,000 miles an hour, bro. I don't think you know how 17,000 miles an hour.
0 miles per hour. If it's just
And-
sitting in
and-
the firmament, which is always moving around us 24/7.
And then they always show us of them going outside of it, and they're still moving 17,000
Yeah,
miles an
no,
hour.
well, I think he means the there's something there, right?
Yeah.
But where
There's something there. We don't
but
deny
not what they
that.
say there is. What they say they're doing there.
Not
That's
with
the thing.
people in it. Yeah.
Like, what if water's
I-
above and water's below? How do we know that the waters above is identical to the waters we know as the ocean? What if it's a different
we
kind
don't.
of water?
We don't know. We don't know what's up there.
That's why I'm saying you can't immediately rule out the fact that the ISS is all fake. Like, what if it's
Yeah, well,
actually
you can't know
The thing
because
is
the way
that
you
the
see
thing,
it.
Yeah, well, the thing is, if we go by biblical, we go by scriptures.
Yeah.
It says the firmament is the one dividing the water above. It's what holding the water up.
All right. Like the
No, and-
Simpsons, you know what I'm saying? The Simpsons, Homer hit that home run and hit the what is it, the firmament, and broke it, and the water came down. Like the Simpsons were trying to tell you something. Like they were trying to be funny about it, but it's like there's truth. They're like stand-up comedy. Like we write it off as, oh, that's just comedy, or that's just a movie, or that's whatever. But there's truth in movies. There's truth in stand-up. There's truth in The Simpsons. You know, and we need to like look at that and take it for what it's worth, right?
I was gonna say on that ISS real quick, you can't determine that it's anywhere near what they claim, or you can't basically verify that it is where they claim, especially when you see it. The angular size of it just you shouldn't be able to see it if it is where they claim it to be. So the fact that we can even see it to begin with lets us know that it's closer than they claim.
Right.
Yeah, all I'm saying is I'm against being dogmatically saying space is fake and ISS isn't really up there, because that's just as wrong as saying the Earth is a ball. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
There's
well,
something up there, but we
when
don't know
people
what it
say
is.
space is fake, they mean the vacuum of
Yeah,
space, because
like
space
Saturn, we can
is
land on Mars.
The
That's
vacuum. The ISS could
Yeah.
be within that firmament and
See,
going
I'm gonna
around.
post a video of why won't you be able to see though? Like if it was 250 miles, this is the reason why you won't be able to see it. I'm gonna post this video right quick.
Yeah, there's not a chance. I can barely see a Boeing going like
Yeah,
10,000
like,
feet in the
trying to
sky.
see
How
a
am I gonna
flight.
see this big tin can flying around?
Yeah, check this little video out, bro. It's like 2 minutes long.
Someone said a second ago something about Mars and we can land on them or something.
Yeah, no, that's
No, I
what
was-
that's what he's saying, that we can't land on Mars. And
Yeah,
stuff.
that's-
okay.
But you see, when you tell people that don't know the Earth is flat, that space is fake, it's like a complete mind fuck to them. So I think we need to be more precise in the way that we convey that.
Yeah, I tried that. I tried that earlier with a youngster. It didn't work out too well. He was too young.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm at 10 miles in this video. It's gone. It's gone. There's no way. Yeah, I don't care what
And
someone says.
I would say, man, let's say with a telescope, maybe 25 miles, man. Maybe. 250 miles. Get
I'm at
out of here.
240. There's no way, dude. There's just not. There's no possible way.
And hold on. And it's not painted red. That thing is bright red, and you cannot see it past 10 miles, bro.
Dude, you know what's funny? It's because the supposed reflection on that thing is insane. Because how bright it is, and you like that's just ridiculous.
It's too close to the Earth for the sun to hit it. If it were a globe, the sun was on the other side. The ISS is right next to the surface. How in the fuck is the sun even hitting it?
Yeah.
And
they see between the cracks of the freaking of the solar panel.
Oh,
With the telescope.
yeah. I was looking at the moon today, and so I was thinking about, like, I understand all this, and I was thinking about the moon, and you know, like the sunlight is highlighting certain things, but if it were a physical entity, you could still see the whole physical object, even though one side was lit up. You could still kind of see the part that wasn't lit up, like in the whole like shadow thing. But we don't even see that. Like looking at the moon, like I look at the moon tonight, or while it was still in the air with the sun. We won't get into that. But I was looking at the moon, and it was showing it lit up from that side, and I was like, okay, it's lit up from that side, but even if it is the part that's not lit up, if it was a physical object, I could still see it. It's kind of like the whole argument in like eclipses of where you can't see the moon, eclipse the sun, and before and after you can't see it. And it's like if it were a physical object and that's what was doing the thing, was making the eclipse, you would be able to see it. It's a physical object. Like we could see it, and the whole thing. Like if you take a sphere and try and do your own experiment and take a light on it, even the part that you light up, you can still see the other side, and we don't see. Go ahead. I suggest
you watch Crypto's video of the moon passing, or this whatever that last eclipse was.
Solar eclipse?
Yeah, the solar eclipse. Crypto's got a video he filmed that very clearly shows a round object go across the face of the sun.
Wasn't I think Jeranism was, oh no, was it Crow? One of them was telling people to go out and film the solar eclipse to see if they could find something around it.
Crow 777. I would imagine that's who it would be.
Yeah.
Is
Crypto put one on this server. Check it out. It's badass. I think it was Crypto. Maybe. I'm pretty sure.
I just want to say that I mean, that's a cool video that you posted, Obo, but I don't think that's a fair comparison to the ISS, because the ISS is completely on a black background. And supposedly it's got a bunch of metal on it that would reflect. So, you know, when you see the flat water long distance comparisons, when they have someone on the other side with a mirror, like if they were holding up a red board, there's no way you would be able to see that with a P900. But because it's a mirror and they're flashing a light off of it, you can see it.
The problem isn't that. The problem is that it's the angular size of it is you won't be able to see it. Yeah, the angular size of it. At 250 miles, dude, that thing would be worse than a pinprick. I mean, you would have to. It's impossible to see that distance, especially something that small.
So it's like if someone says, "Oh, there is still some curvature," or actually, this is something that I hear flat earthers say a lot: is if there is curvature, then the Earth is just way, way, way bigger than what they say it is. So, in the same way, if there really is an ISS up there, it's not a 250 miles or whatever.
Or the atmosphere goes beyond the moon. They change their whole shit. Like that's the whole thing about the moon is how can we see something so far away?
The crater.
I mean,
You're talking about the crater.
And the moon, and even if you think about the stars, and they say it's the stars, and that the stars you're seeing isn't even stars anymore. It's light that's from thousands
But
light
hold on.
years away. And go ahead.
Yeah. I just want to make sure he understood what I meant about what the video shows. It's not saying that you won't be able to see it because the brightness. No, it's just it has to deal with how small the item gets because how far it is. 250 miles is a huge amount of distance, and what the videos they show you, it looks like pretty much like a fly, probably flying through something.
Yeah, I got you.
There's no way it'll be that size.
Right. Well,
Yeah,
yeah, I mean, I've seen the videos from like the big YouTubers of when I don't know what happened. It was like a big event where they got really quick shots of it going past the sun.
Right.
And it shows that it's like way bigger than what that video that is demonstrating.
And I mean, if there's something up there, I mean, it could be balloons. I mean, like I said, if you look up satellite balloons, you'll see a bunch of. Actually, look for satellite crashes, and you'll see that they have a bunch of them with balloon attached to them and whatnot. So,
So you could even give it light and say it's a really bright light, and even then, it would be the dullest, smallest thing in the sky. It wouldn't be what they claim at all.
Yeah.
I don't know if you clicked on the NASA video where I posted the Echo 2. I don't know if you clicked on that. Look at the size of that balloon that they sent up there with that Echo 2. And that's what they tell you right there. It uses an aerostat, which is lighter than aircraft.
Yeah, that
These
thing's
things
massive.
insanely big.
It's huge, man. It's like they build a whole canopy for it, man, just to be able to put it in there. And
I hear these things are absolutely massive.
Balloons they say now. I remember hearing it. I cannot find that video where it tells how many tons it could carry, the balloon, the ones that have the satellites. I think it says about 2,000 tons. I'm not sure. Don't take my word for it now because I'm just thinking it's about that number, 2,000 to 4,000 tons. That's how much helium and how big those balloons are. How much you carry.
Yeah, that's why they're the number one consumers of helium in the world.
No, the ISS could very well be just a giant balloon, and you just see the bottom of it, which is whatever they want to make it out to be.
Yeah, but are people on there going 17,000 miles an hour? What they say, it's just very, very. You have to.
That's impossible.
Yeah, yeah. You have to have severe disbelief, or what's it called when you watching a movie? Disbelief. What is it called?
You can have cognitive dissonance.
No, not cognitive dissonance. Just disbelief. Like when you're watching a movie and you have to put aside your thing to what's it called? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's late.
You good.
Yeah, what's it called? Not cognitive dissonance, but suspension of disbelief. Like what?
Yeah.
Like when you're watching a movie, like for me to watch a movie that has anything to do with space, and you have to have suspension of disbelief to even take it into consideration. Like when you're watching Superman and he's flying around the world backwards, and you have to suspend disbelief or whatever to watch this movie and be entertained by it.
Well, if it's a good movie, I think that happens naturally. It's not like something you have to intentionally do.
And speaking about the my bad. So speaking back about the ISS, playing people, that there's no way they be. I mean, the amount of blunders that they do and videos that you could look up on YouTube. It's like, you could tell that they're not. There's no way. I mean, they're all they're doing is superimposing images, video image over background.
My favorite example of
Suspension.
that is when they say, no, they don't do that. And then you show them the image of them pulling a teddy bear out of thin air on purpose from themselves. And then you
Yeah,
show them
exactly.
that, and they go, "Oh, well, that was just the they have some kind of explanation of what that is." But all the other ones, those weren't what I actually saw. What I actually saw was their explanation of it. And I don't know. It's kind of useless when people just can't admit what they're saying and go, it's kind of weird.
I think God Rocket was it God Rocket or somebody posted a video that the dude they did the same thing, but it was a big blooper that they did. The guy all of a sudden appeared out of nowhere. It's not the one that disappears. Is they brought in a guy. They appeared a guy out of nowhere in the video.
I haven't seen that one before.
It's a 6-hour video, but I that part is like in the beginning. Let me see if I can find it. I think I sent it to my cousin. It's like,
what is this? Your feet are actually younger than your head due to your feet being closer to the center of the ear.
Yeah, just like the new trailer to the Suicide. Damn, what's the new movie? The Suicide something
Squad.
And they got the shark guy. They got the weasel. they got fucking the dude from the WWE. Like the whole like they're going in. So, what's the shit called? The Suicide Squad. There's a new Suicide Squad movie coming out, and like every YouTube video you try and watch, it's got a trailer for like the new Suicide Squad movie coming out or whatever. They got this like shark superhero. They got this weasel fucking hero, and they all come together to save the world or whatever. But it's just yeah.
Yeah, I remember
Suicide Squad.
Toy Story 4. I think that came out a few years back, and there's this one scene where everyone's making fun of Buzz because he thought he actually landed on the moon. Landed on the Earth. Boy.
Yeah, my favorite. Someone sent me a clip. One of my favorite clips of James Bond. Diamond. I don't know if it was Diamonds Are Forever or another one, but the dude who the old James Bond that did the fuck who was the James Bond that did anyways, he did a whole thing where he broke into the facility that they were faking the moon landings. While they were faking the moon landings, he like broke in and like jumped into like the moon rover and like drove in and like blasted out the side of the studio and like drove off. And someone sent me like the 1970 something James Bond shit where he yeah, that's my favorite shit. I don't know if it was Diamonds Are Forever or another thing, but whoever that James Bond was, where he walked in on them faking the moon landings.
Wait, that was actually in one of the Bonds movies?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's been a minute. I watched all the James Bond movies, but I don't remember. Like, if you go back to like 1979, the whoever was James Bond back in that day, there's a clip where he finds them faking the moon, like in the studio, jumps in the moon buggy that they were using to fake the moon landing, jumps in the moon buggy, drives through the fucking wall, and escapes, and like bounces out from
Yeah,
the
it says
shit.
it's Diamonds Are Forever.
Yeah. Like, post that shit. Like, the Diamonds Are Forever James Bond, where he was like they're faking the moon landing. Like that was bad. And not to mention another. If anybody is a big movie buff, Capricorn One, which I think was O.J. Simpson's first movie, which makes it hilarious to me because I love the Naked Gun movies that he was in and shit like that. But before he did that, he did Capricorn One, which is basically how they fake the moon landings. You just replace the word Mars with the word moon, and they show you because in the movie it's like they're going to Mars, but it's really the moon. So how they fake the moon landing is in Capricorn 1, 1979, 70 something, 73, something like that. Capricorn 1, and with O.J. Simpson in it. Watch that movie. It's fucking hilarious. And then the other dude, if you have clips posted in the live stream or whatever, I ain't got time for all that shit. But James Bond, hijacking the moon buggy and rolling out, and when they were faking the moon shit, and check out both of those things, James Bond and Capricorn 1.
Yeah, it's funny about that moon buggy looks more or better
right.
better built than the one that supposedly went there.
Yeah, I'm gonna go
well
try and find it because someone sent it to me on one of my synchronicity friends. He sent it to me on Facebook, so I'm gonna try and find the link real quick and just post it in live stream.
All right, it's already in there.
I'll be right back.
Oh, okay. All right, it's already in there. Okay, cool. But anyways, check out the James Bond clip, and then check out Capricorn 1, which is also funny because my girlfriend is a Capricorn, and so synchronicity or whatever you want to call it, Capricorn 1, check it out.
I just posted a video of that moon going across the sun in the very last post in the voice text. Please take a look at it. It's very, very short.
Actually, I have a video, man, which shows, I forgot who posted this, but this is amazing.
Breaking.
They were able, whoever posted this other video that I'm about to post right now shows how they were able to fake a bunch of other stuff back in 1926. When Charlie Chaplin was around, how he actually
I seen that. I seen that too. I seen that too. Yeah.
This is when they couldn't fake stuff that went to the moon. Look at this, man. This is hilarious. I'm gonna watch this video right now. We've got Rocket.
Yeah, I've seen it.
I'm gonna watch that video you posted.
Okay.
It's like the same people that say photoshopping never existed in the 19 whatever. They give you a number. People have been editing photos since a photo could even exist.
Yep.
Exactly.
They just didn't need software. They like manually brushed out the tops of pictures.
Man, things like models, miniatures, and stop motion. These things were used in the 1920s, right?
Yeah, Roger.
Paintings.
Aren't you the one that had that 6-hour video of the bloopers?
It's in the ISS channel.
I appreciate it. I gotta try to put that one video part. Okay, thank you. Keep continuing.
Sorry,
yeah, you were. I said thank you. I'm gonna look for it and continue. I think you were talking about the way they were able to fake shit.
You want me to continue?
Yeah.
Okay, so there are the models, right? Miniatures, paintings, stop motion. Hollywood is pretty advanced even in those days. They made sets. You have this movie Metropolis, like from the 1930s, which is they depict a world with robots, and then you have Space Odyssey 2001, where Stanley Kubrick used the front end projection method, 1968. So many examples where Hollywood just
that's a big one too. Like the Stanley Kubrick Space Odyssey 2001, right before they did the moonwalk.
And it looks so much better than the moon landing itself. I mean, come on.
Yeah, I can't find that 6-hour video, man.
Oh.
It's on the ISS one.
Yeah, I think it was.
Is it in your channel or whose channel is it? Like I know it's one of our people.
I know Pantho has it, but let me.
Yeah, I think it might be Pantho.
I wish I hadn't got drunk and fucked up my DJ role on Discord. They gave me the DJ role one night and fucking abused my privilege right away, and they took it away from me. And it's like times like these is when I wanted to use it, but I guess I used it at the wrong time. I wanted to use it like in blank spaces where nobody's saying nothing and shit like that, but I used it, I guess, in the wrong time, and they took that title away from me. But if anybody wants to DM me, I can I have a guy sending me DMs right now, or I can share my SoundCloud or whatever, and beats and shit like that, and yeah. So
Did y'all watch those top 5 iconic old school visuals effects, man?
Say it again.
Did y'all watch that top 5 most iconic old school visual effects?
No. What are you talking about?
Oh man, click on that video, man. How Charlie Chaplin and many others fake a bunch of stuff.
Oh, okay.
If you go through like old textbooks or like look up your university, you can find all the old buildings that were around. On a lot of them, you'll see that they cut out part of the image and attached it to like the roof, and they'll add in the roof, and then they'll leave everything else around the roof clear. So the sky will go up to the top of the roof, and then everything roofing up that's on its own. There's no sky around it. There's not even any blank image around it. It's just on its own. It's like transparent on the sides. They've been doing that for a very long time. That's a very scary one that no one ever talks about. This is what they're hiding with all the photoshopped pictures and all the black and white ones. That's what I want to know. No one ever talks about those. Yeah, it's not as obvious, but it's pretty clear that it's been done over and over.
No.
Oh, this is from fucking Jim Pandas. Sorry to interfere. It was just dead space, so I'm just basically just talking just to fill space. But I got a notification, but it was just for Jim Panda's flat Earth debate, which is trash. So carry on.
Sometime. Yeah, carry on. Who's gonna talk?
Yep, go ahead.
No, never mind. I'm just gonna talk about
Yep.
ads.
Go ahead.
So, Blobby,
No.
what led you to look into flat Earth?
How I found the server or why I looked it up.
The topic.
Yeah, but you had to find out about it somehow. It's like someone at school tell you.
Actually, I got flat Earth from some of the debates my dad used to watch.
So your dad is aware of the flat Earth debate, and he's actively watching them.
Yeah, he used to watch the news ones, the news debates.
So it's just the news saying, "Oh, look at these tinfoil
No.
hat people that believe."
It was two people, right? Except it was on like CNN or Fox or something, and then he'd watch those debates.
I've never seen a CNN or Fox debate on flat Earth. It must be different where you live.
Yeah, I do live in South Africa, but
Yeah.
But that's when I first heard about flat Earth. Because I just assumed that it was a globe because
I'm still confused why your parents sent you to a religious school if your dad's an atheist.
Well, it's not like it's not like a Catholic church where they bend you over and they spank you. It's not like that. It's just that
Or they spank you. That was funny.
Well, I do get spanked because it's corporal punishment, and I believe
Really?
it's right. Yeah, because let's say a child breaks something and they keep having tantrums, you take away everything and it still doesn't help. Well, you got to bring down the belt.
Wait, they do that at school?
No, not at school. Those are Catholic schools.
Yeah.
Those are full-on religious.
And the way they touch you is not by spanking in Catholic schools. It's
Yeah. But
Yeah.
I've actually only ever been to church twice, and that was because I went for a sleepover at one of my friend's house.
Wait, so in South Africa then do they just have a bunch of religious schools? Is that how it is?
No. Of course, there are religious schools in every country that can afford education. But
So then your dad's not like a super strict atheist then, if he didn't mind that you went there or didn't have
yeah,
to.
it's not like no, God, no.
So he sounds more like an agnostic.
Yeah, he is agnostic.
Yeah,
like that.
Yeah, because atheists are more like
Mm.
religious people about there being no God, whereas agnostics are like, show me the proof and then I'll believe. Or not really, I don't know. I'm not either one of those, so
Yeah.
I'm not gonna act
I
like I
just
know.
want to say, I just want to say real quick, you are female, correct? Because I don't want to misgender you. And
this is
That's the fifth time that's happened. That's the fifth time that's happened in the last 2
the
days.
same guy. It's you illegal, right?
yeah, no, because it's like we got young guys in here, and these young guys will sound just like you, and we'll say some shit to them, and they'll be like 14-year-old boys or whatever.
Yeah.
That you misgendered.
It's a bit the fifth. It's the fifth time I've been misgendered on the server alone in the last 2 days.
Are you a
not
female?
surprised.
What do you mean?
No.
Are you
No.
You're fucking with me, right?
No, I'm cisgender male. I'm a male.
You're a male?
Male. Yep. Got all the parts.
Okay.
He didn't attach a penis and call himself a male.
Yeah.
See,
He was born
that's why I asked, because I would assume all day that you were not. So I didn't want to offend anybody. It's like crazy times we live in, so that's what's up. Okay. How can I ask how old you are? Because maybe
14.
that will. Okay, you're a 14-year-old male.
Yep.
Okay. That makes me feel a little bit better. It's okay. You got some time, bro. But you're good. You're welcome here. I just didn't want to offend you. I didn't want to keep calling you like she, he, or whatever.
Yeah, there's no shame in having a high voice like that. I mean, you'll be super valued if you ever go into choir. It's really hard to sing high frequencies.
She's not even old enough to have a voice change yet. Barely.
That's true. Yeah.
Good hell.
Yeah, like I just didn't want to keep calling you the wrong thing. So if you were an older female, I would say she, and if you're a younger male and just have a high voice like I did when I was 14, then I would call you he. I didn't want to offend you, and I want to know whether or not to call you he or she, or what your preferred pronoun is.
Yeah.
We're trying to be cool here. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah,
we
yeah.
respect you. Yeah. You know
Yeah.
how it is nowadays. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, so do you not have school, or are you just like
I do online schooling, and I finished my exams last week.
Oh, so you're on
So
summer.
you're like this is like summer vacation, right? You're good, right?
Sort of, but in South Africa we use
It's
the
winter.
metric system, and it's winter.
Yeah.
And usually our holidays last between 2 to 4 weeks.
And do you know why it's winter? Winter down there
No.
and summer up here? It's because the sun is making a closer circle towards the North Pole.
Yeah.
It spirals upwards and gets closer towards July, and then it goes further out. That's why when you get summer, it's more near December.
Odd.
Yeah, you should check out the Flat Earth Map app on your phone. If you go to your Google Play or iTunes or whatever you have, get the Flat Earth app, and it will answer all your questions. It has like 20. And
I can't believe that app is still up.
Wait, so I'm looking at a flat Earth map right now, and so is Antarctica? Is it like on the edge, just Antarctica, or nothing?
Yes. Just
So
look
it's
at Gleason's.
Antarctica.
We don't have a flat Earth model because models are reification fallacies. But in order to have like a physical something that will help you understand better, just look up the AE map or Gleason's map, or like I said, download the Flat Earth app on your phone, and it will answer all your questions and get to all the videos for any. It has like 21 questions, and then like any of the questions that you have regarding Flat Earth, it will take you to Flat Earth videos that will explain it to you instead of going on YouTube, because YouTube will give you the bullshit answers, like the mainstream like shit like that. Like, so download this app, and then you can go on the videos off that, and that will answer everything you have to say. And the more I hear you, and now that I know you're a 15-year-old 14-year-old boy, like I understand it. So like I get it. And so I don't want to offend you, but just check out the Flat Earth app, download that. It will take you to all the videos, all your questions that you have. They have a question, and then it will take you to legit questions, or I'm sorry, legit answers to your questions, not the bullshit that you'll run into if you try and find it on YouTube, because they'll just give you mainstream.
Yeah, so I'm looking on the App Store right now, and the first one that I popped up was Flat Earth OPO projects.
No, it's Flat Earth, Sun, Moon, and something app. What is it? Illegal?
Yeah.
Sun, Moon,
Sun, Moon, and Zodiac Clock app, I believe, is what it's called.
Run Media Groups.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that should be it.
Yeah.
It's small, so why not? And
you might have to pay for it, but it's the best $2
Found the free one.
$3 that you've ever spent in your life. Like if you can buy a coffee, like if you can buy a coffee or whatever, just buy this app, and it will give you all the videos to all your answers. Like it has a whole page on the #1 questions, that like, where's the edge, and why would they lie, and all the like all the questions that we get all the time, like, and it will give you the videos to each of those questions without the bullshit of the YouTube algorithm. It will give the shit. So it's worth it just to sort out the algorithm. Like, even if you don't like the app or whatever, $3 and it's just like the same thing like paying for YouTube Red without the commercials. Like it's worth it. Like this is flat Earth without the bullshit. And get the app, and it will also show you like what you're asking about how it's summertime here and summertime there, and how does the night and day work, and it will show in the stars and the zodiacs, and you'll have a clock and all that stuff. So check that out.
I think he was asking like if the Antarctica is just what surrounds us and that's all that we know. Like think about if the sun just goes in a circle over a flat plane, the sun is warm, right? You go out on a cold day in the shade and it's cold, and then your face hits the sun, or the sun hits your face and you feel really warm. So think about if the sun's going in a circle and the North Pole is cold and there's a bunch of ice, and then the Antarctica is ice. It just makes sense that the sun, the reason we're able to inhabit North America, South America, Africa, and all these continents is because the sun is keeping the ice from forming here. So naturally, the ice will stay on the outside.
The heliocentric model is counterintuitive because it says when the sun is closest, it's the coldest, and when it's farthest, it's the warmest, which is counterintuitive, right? But that's what they tell us. That's what they tell us, right?
Can I ask you about my biggest problem with the flat Earth map? Because how would I say? Well, that would be one of the things why I can't like choose one of the sides, and like I like to hear from both sides. And obviously there is like a lot of stuff going on with the globe, and like few you named, but there is also something that I actually did it this morning. I will just look for it. Yeah, because I heard a claim and I wanted to check it, and I did like a small research in 20 minutes, and I found it. I will post the picture. And probably one other thing that I noticed here on the server. So usually people, they come here, like people who want to, how do you say, want to convince everyone that the Earth is globe, and they think that they come up with some arguments that were never heard here before. But usually that's the same thing, and you like have this answer.
There's nothing we haven't heard before.
Yes.
Any argument.
Last night.
So probably I will ask you this, and you will like immediately have like you will know how to answer me that. So that would be appreciated.
Absolutely, yeah. We've heard it all before, so there's no question we haven't heard.
So one thing is just a small thing that I don't really like about this. It's not like something that is wrong. It's like just when I look at this map, I don't like this black circle, like the big black circle, because that will kind of give you the impression that that's the end. But in fact, that's something that we don't know what is behind. So, but that's not like...
Just know that there is no flat Earth model, and the AE map is just a globe projection onto a flat surface. So it's like the globe projected, and so like we don't subscribe to the AE Gleason's map. Like we don't say that's the flat Earth map. It's just to help people.
It gives the idea how.
Right. So, but that's not what we claim. So we don't know what it is. That's the whole thing. Is we know it's not a ball. We know it's not spinning. We know it's stationary. We know it's not a globe. We know about the vacuum in space and gas pressure and all that stuff. But we don't know what it is, but we know what it isn't. And so we don't claim to have all the answers. We just know that it's not what they tell it.
Yeah, but I want to hear what his contention is about these black spots on the AE map. What's your question?
Yes. So my biggest problem with that, and usually when we when we try to explain why there is like a sunrise and sunset, we explain that by the sun that is going far away enough, so it will eventually merge like with the horizon, and we wouldn't see it anymore. And my biggest problem for what I heard, it was, I guess, on some video. So I took the date, it was 16th of December of 2020. And during this day, there were like a period of 2 hours between 7 and 9 GMT. And you can see the red spots it was like a daytime, like it was a time of the day where you can see the sun. And exactly at the same 2 hours, you wouldn't be able, it would be night on the black spots. So I can't imagine the position of the sun that would be close enough to these red spots to make it a day. But at the same time, it wouldn't be a day on these black spots.
Yeah, I think that goes back to what Illegal was sort of highlighting there, is that this map is nowhere close to being accurate representation of what the Earth truly is. So like those red spots could be a lot closer than what they're represented as on this map you're seeing right here. So yeah, this is just a projection. Like, we don't know if this is truly where they are. The only way we'd be able to get this perspective is if we either put a rocket really high up or if we're God. And I don't think either of us have done that. So,
but you see, if you like, I understand what you're saying. So basically, we might say that if we keep the South America at the same spot, probably the Australia might be close. Like, there is no such big gap between the South America and Australia. That's what you're saying, because we don't know it. We just like a projection. But if we try to move Australia closer to there, there would be exactly the same problem, but between Africa and Australia. Because if you move Australia closer to the South America, you will move it like further from the Africa. So like that's kind of problem.
Yeah, I mean, those red spots, at least according to this map, are on completely opposite sides almost of this circular plane. So I can see that, but I mean, really, this is a tertiary concern to the main concern, which is why the fuck do we see things too far?
Yeah. Yeah, we can talk about the things, the luminaries in the sky and how they move and where they are and all that stuff that we don't understand and can't confirm. So we like to stick to things on the ground like curvature and earth spin and gas pressure and things like that. Like those are the three, because those are the things that are here on Earth, the plane that we can confirm.
Yeah, we can confirm that. The only way we'd be able to confirm these distances would be to actually go on a boat, see how far it is from South Africa to Australia, see how far it is from Australia to South America. And I don't think you or I are ever going to do that in our lifetime. So you either trust that these maps are accurate, which is your choice, or you trust what you can verify for yourself, which is you get a camera that's, you know, if you have $1,000 to spend, you can get a camera. You can zoom in on something that should be hidden, which you can calculate, and then you can make a decision from there. And that's really what we're limited by. You know, what's the most practical thing we can use to either verify or falsify these claims that we live on a spinning ball. And I'm gonna always go with the ones that are actually achievable by, you know, doing myself, which is not going to be taking a boat and going from Africa to Australia.
Yeah.
So there's some trust in that this map is an accurate representation.
Yeah. And, you know, another thing that I noticed, once again, it's not something that is wrong, but like it might be misleading for someone who just started to hearing it. So usually when people talk about the flat or versus globes, they will talk about the shape of the Earth, while actually it's not about the shape, it's about the flatness of the surface. Because when you say like shape, someone would immediately imagine either it's like a globe or either it's like a circle or something like this. But actually, everything that we're talking here, it's about the surface. Either it's flat or not. And even if you look at this map, we don't know what is behind it. Like we don't know what is way down there. So it's not kind of like a shape, but it might be misleading for some people.
Yeah, flat isn't a shape, it's an attribute. Like it's obviously, observably, and measurably flat. It's an attribute, it's not a shape. So we don't claim a shape. So we just know it's not a sphere. We don't say what the shape is. It's not a shape. It's just perceivably like what we live in, our day-to-day lives. Like when we go out and live our regular lives, it's flat. It's stationary. That's what we observe. That's what we experience. That's what we have always experienced our whole lives, even though most of us have grown up for 30 years thinking that it was a spinning ball, but it's not.
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest thing that gets misconstrued is that the discussions that we're having on the Earth, like, is the Earth a globe or is the Earth flat? That's not a scientific conversation. That's more of a philosophical one. And so when you try to use these scientific methods to say, oh, does this confirm or deny it? It doesn't really work the same way as when you're like dealing with something that you can hold in your hand, like, oh, can we do the slit experiment and figure out why is this light showing up here when we view it through a camera, and then doing something different when we're not, or however that experiment goes. I did that a long ass time ago. But if you're trying to talk about the shape of the Earth, if it's round or if it's flat, that's a way different scale. That's more than like, I don't even know what to call that. That it's just not something that science can do unless you're a giant, you know? If you can hold the
because
Earth
that's
in
a
your
what
hand,
is,
you can
that's a
maybe do a
what is
scientific.
question, and science is only cause and effect. So anything science is, we can use science for curvature, 8 inches per mile squared. We can use it for the curvature or spin, and second law, third
Science is a
and
double-edged sword, though, because if you say there's no curvature because we see stuff too far, then people come up with the other edge of the sword, the pseudoscience, as we would call it, and say, oh, it's because there's
refraction.
And
Right.
so that's what I just gotta, like, yeah, it's
yeah,
it's a mind fuck. So
yeah,
Very
so the in totality, you can't science what is the shape of the Earth. That's not a scientific question. But there are aspects of the globe that we're told curvature, spin, gas pressure, or whatever, that we can apply science to. So, and you take all those things together, and we can't scientifically prove that the Earth is flat, but we can scientifically prove that it's not the heliocentric model that we're taught.
I don't even like the word science. Science is like a religious term. I like using logic and reason. We use logic and reason to determine whether these claims that NASA is making is true or false. And anyone can interpret the results of the experiments we make based on logic and reason. And just like people will interpret the Bible different ways, atheists will say, oh, the Bible is false because there's discrepancies in here and here. People can say, oh, this doesn't disprove that the Earth is a globe because refraction. You know what I mean? So science is like something that brainwashes people into presupposing things that they just sort of believe it on faith before even testing, and then they test to verify rather than test to find truth.
Yeah, well, it's like you have to go through a whole thing to explain what science is before you even get into science. Like, people have this like white coat, beakers, and Bunsen burners, and yeah, like you have to yeah, that's why, like, yeah, I understand you like logic and all that stuff is good, but then also you have to understand what science is and what science is not. And science is very limited, and you have to go through a whole long conversation to explain to somebody what it is and what it isn't, and if they're open-minded to it and understand it or whatever, it takes a whole bunch of time and energy, and that's like half the battle is getting them to that. So if you can like avoid that, then it will save you a bunch of time. But sometimes you have to take them through that and you know, we do it on a day-to-day basis. That's why this is 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, is because new people coming in, and we have to explain to you, you know, people have misunderstandings of what science is, and or don't know what the scientific method is, and we have to explain it to them.
Yeah, and like with the current events that are going on, I know we're not supposed to say it by name for whatever reason. I still don't know why, but that has sort of hijacked the term science. And you know, if you ever watch TV and that propaganda, you're like, trust the science. Get your, you know, get jabbed. It's science. So
Science is science.
yeah,
That's but that's what but that's what we were all meant to do. That's what the government wanted us to do, to not question it. Because the government wants to keep control.
yeah, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. I like to think of the government as a machine, not. I know some people will like to. I don't want to say. I'll just say they like to highlight the fact that there's a group of people manning all this stuff. I like to just call it the machine. Like the machine is full of a bunch of people that have their different roles. And sure, there may be
Yeah.
some roles that have more power than others to make certain things happen because of their influence. But it's overall, like, there's not one person making this happen. It's a bunch of people
Right.
with lots of different influences that
Right.
are creating this. So
Yeah, you have to understand where the instructions are coming down from. So it's like a whole structure. So it's like a pyramid structure, or like a corporation where everything from the corporate, the CEOs or whatever in the corporation context, and then everything trickles down from there. And so the same thing with government, or even the president, whether we like to think of it or not, there are instructions coming down, and they you know, influence and imply those things that are going down. And it's the structure, it's the how do you say it? Yeah, it's just everything coming down through the blueprint. Like, it's not any one person or anybody that has any superior control. They're just in a different position. It's just like a corporation. Like KRS once said about the Obama and the president of Burger King. Like you go to Burger King, you complain to the manager. Or whatever, you complain to the cashier, and the cashier takes it to the manager, but the manager ultimately doesn't run shit, and then it's the guy that is the owner, and then takes it higher than that, and then higher than that, and then higher than that. It's everything comes down. And the president, which we think is the person that like makes these decisions or whatever, but things are coming down to him, from him, you know, to implement. Like, there's a whole nother thing that we're not aware of that dictates, you know, what we do and what we say, and the policies that get approved, and this and that. You know, I don't want to get too much into politics, but
Yeah. So I also do have another question. So in South Africa, let's say you're draining your sink, right? The way the water goes clockwise. But
oh god,
in America and places like those, the water goes counterclockwise. Is there any particular reason for that?
have you tested that
no.
yourself?
The
Yes,
reason
actually.
is that's false. It
Yep.
is because of the shape of your sink.
Yep.
Yep. Just move the whatever the what is it, the main thing that your water's coming out of. Just move it to the side, or move it to the left, or move it to the right. It's gonna go different ways depending on where the water's coming from, and the angle, and this and that. This is like a you know, it doesn't have anything to do with southern hemisphere, northern hemisphere,
Basic physics.
water. Yeah, like what is it? Earth.
They say it's the magnetic pole of different, like, you know how
Yeah.
water is polarized. They say it's the magnetic poles of the northern hemisphere that influence it to go one way, and then the southern hemisphere influences it to go the other. When really all it is just the direction that the water is squirting out initially.
Right.
That
But
makes the most difference.
let's say it's still water and it's sitting right above the drain. Then what?
Okay.
Again,
Would it
this
just
is
go straight
claim.
down?
This is basically a claim of Coriolis, right? So
Yeah,
the Earth,
Coriolis
the
effect.
Earth turns
That's
underneath the water, so it makes it makes an actual deviation, an
right.
actual direction. But if the Earth would turn underneath the water, it would turn underneath balloons, airplanes, helicopters, bees, flies, drones, and it doesn't. Right?
Helicopters,
Oh, yeah.
hot air balloons.
So even
I just wanted to
staunch,
know that.
even staunch globers will tell you that flushing your toilet or your sink is not proof of Coriolis or rotation.
That's not Coriolis. Yeah, that's not Coriolis effect. If you understand Coriolis effect and having the separate reference frames and things like that, and you really get into it, you'll understand that that's not Coriolis effect at all.
Well, technically it's Coriolis force. What they are invoking. The effect would be you standing on a non-inertial reference frame called the rotating Earth, and you're looking at something that is not attached, so the inertial reference frame. And if the Earth was moving, then the observer on the non-inertial reference frame would look at the object in the inertial reference frame, and it would seem to deviate, right? But it is not actually deviating. The airplane would be traveling in its own vector, and you as observer would turn underneath it, making it look like it is deviating. It's going into an arc, but it's not. It's going in a straight line, right? But this is something we do not observe. Earth-based Coriolis is non-existent, right? The Coriolis effect exists. So when you and I are on a merry-go-round and we sit in front of each other, and somebody spins the merry-go-round, and I have a ball in my hand and I throw it to you, from our perspective, the ball should looks like it's deviating, right? It makes an arc, and you will not be able to catch it because the ball is leaving the non-inertial reference frame and entering its own reference frame. It goes into a straight line. So when we look from above, you would see the person's turning around, but the ball is actually going straight. But for us, it looks like it's deviating. It's making an arc. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And a apparent curve.
Even if we were to say that, like, yeah, you have a perfect funnel and the water is standing still, and then you can like do it a million times and it produces the same result on the southern hemisphere as opposed to the northern. Does that prove that it's a globe? Does that prove that it's a ball, or does that prove that there's a different magnetic field in that hemisphere?
Influence. Yeah, there's a different influence. Yeah. It doesn't mean it's a globe. It just means there's a different influence. Yeah.
So I've posted the representation of the Coriolis effect. So when you're standing outside of the merry-go-round, you would see the ball go straight, but when you're inside of the merry-go-round, you would see the ball arcing.
No.
It's not actually arcing, but it is you observing the ball, which has a different vector as that you have. This is something we do not observe, right? This is non-existent on Earth, right? With Earth, it does exist, right? You can do this in a merry-go-round. You can test this, but on Earth it doesn't exist when we look at airplanes or helicopters or drones or whatever.
But is this the explanation that globers give to the different flush directions Do they give this explanation that it's the Coriolis effect, Roger?
It's the Coriolis force. It's the actual deviation. So they claim that the Earth actually makes the water deviate.
Yeah.
Okay.
The Earth's
The same as
curvature
they would claim hurricanes or storms. They have a tendency of rotating a certain way on their presupposed hemispheres, but then you have anti-cyclones, anti-clockwise cyclones that demolishes that, right?
Same thing. Yeah, same thing they claim with sniper bullets or whatever, like long range sniper shooters, they have to account for earth spin when it might be in the manual and they might mention it, but when any active shooter, and we have lots of flat earthers that were in the military and have testified that they never took any kind of earth spin, earth Coriolis into effect when they're shooting a long range target. They don't shoot like way in front of the target or way behind because the earth is going to spin and then it will spin and hit the target. No, they just shoot.
And it's affirming the consequence, right? So the toilet flushes a certain way. Does the earth moves? The earth moves. Does the toilet moves a certain way? So it cannot be validated in any way because you cannot stop the earth from moving to exclude that it was the earth doing this. Okay.
Right. You can't. It's not a viable independent variable because you can't vary and manipulate the current. If the Earth was turning, you can't vary and manipulate it to establish that that's the cause of the effect.
Good question, though.
All right. God bless. Peace and good night. I gotta go to bed. It's like 5 a.m.
Have a good night.
Where I am. So.
Damn, I thought I was hardcore at 2:30.
Right. God bless. Peace and good night. So all y'all keep it flat.
Good night.
All right. Peace.
Yes, yeah. How?
Yeah, this is kind of when the server goes dead. When all of
Yeah.
us.
I'm so high up. Oh my god.
What time is it where you are?
Hmm?
What's the time where you are?
Let me check. It's 11:32. I use Central European time.
Yeah, I'm supposed to be having a meeting with some people in Europe at 7 a.m. my time. So that's going to be fun, getting 4 hours of
7
sleep. So I should probably go to bed now too.
7 a.m. at night. So
7 a.m. my time, which is like 2 p.m. their time.
Yeah. Well, you better go.
Yeah, this is good here on the discussions tonight. I wish you the best of luck on your journey, Blabio.
Yeah. Thanks.
All right, take care, everyone. Bye.
Have a good night.
Right. Okay, which way? Which way does the monkey go? Oh no, my monkey's gonna die. Okay, never
Oh
mind.
no.
Oh.
Have you heard some flat Earth music?
No.
We can play a good song. 1 second. Let me see. Where is it?
Oh, I got scared. Find a way, find a way.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna play a song made
All
by
right.
members from this server. So here we go.
Sån groovy det med.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
I know you've been hating this, but how about that radius, huh? What is he saying though? Broken geometry. I just pointed out, now you're at hominy. Went to your mommy be trucking and driving, Globers be wildin'. They went out of style. 8 inches per mile squared, never been measured out in the wild. Why would they lie? That's what they cry when it just can't be denied. Defending the government, slave till you die. You ain't got no reply.
That stuff is flat.
Who told you that? Like I can't trust my eyes? There ain't no curvature, and the swan is black. But nice try.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Once you go flat, matter of fact, you never go back, you never go back.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would you ask such a question? Coming here crying to ask why they're lying? Dude, may I make a suggestion? It seems to me in your mind that you could use some introspection. Instead of advancing your thinking, you're headed straight to a sad state of regression. People keep thinking it's our job to find them the model that they've been requesting. Meanwhile, they're walking around every day and the world never ever suspecting that the very own senses a human possesses have never attested. Something that's absolutely and completely reversed to the world manifested. How can you think that a person like me could take someone like you even serious? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Bro, are you fucking delirious? How can we even engage in a true conversation if we can't surpass this? I'm gonna need you and your little fundy friends to pull their heads out their asses. Why would they lie? Are you fucking high? You really gotta be kidding me. The world that you've known, all on its own, has been nice and flat since the beginning, see? No 8 inch per mile square, that's why y'all scared to have this become mainstream. So as a result, we transform into nightmares, waking folks from the daydream. So proceed to ask why they are lying without verifying your story. And at the end of the day, maybe all I can say is that y'all fucking bore me. Why would they lie? Can't even deny. You're sounding just like a baby. Maybe a hero is all that you need. Maybe else somebody save me.
Global abortion, all applauded. Cheers, big heads, small, enormous. From cradle to grave shall be like tortoise. NASA Tower lies every day is exhausting. Nothing more boring than the stream they recorded. Yeah, that looks real, is that a joker talking? Composite my nuts is not a bore you foreskin. Ignoring, distorting the facts with their stories. Entering your mind irrespective of a warrant. To say levels curve we expect from a zealot. Spherical excess, now we don't want it. Delusional puppet digesting the stomach. Without any warning, hick on the shoremen. Are you a moron who's not that important? Similar to Karen, always reporting. Endorsing the fraud and effects without cause. Manifest force from a pseudo source. Reversing the curse of what you've been taught. They've been rehearsed in the dirt, but they still fall short. Imaginary planetary like me coincide with space warp. At astronauts, monetary paid for. Submerging the water while they claim that they orb. It's a circus show, clown circle in the globe. Why would they lie? Obvious the creator. If the glove don't fit and the earth don't turn, that's a whole lot of that they have to learn with the horizon. Swan, we eliminate the curve. All our eyes are on only what we can observe. Global lies are wrong, what they're hiding flatter. Keep my spies like on hide for the research. You rely upon priest and power like a bird. With your lying glove, preach religion like a church. How should they die? How should they die? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? Why would they try? I got the math and science on my side. I'm running circles, it's easy as pie. Your reification is all falsified. The education is all just a lie. Don't need to replace it. All I need is you to face it. All I got is time and you just waste it. This is a gift staring you in the faces. Where you gonna get the truth from if not from us? Then who you dum-dum? Made the bed at your demise and chose to sleep to count the sheep since 9 to 1-1. Never been a the fact of life, a choice of wrong and right that I would never run from. State the truth, defend the youth and stop the coup. It's just a job that got to get done. Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Santa was real, the fairy was real. Why mama lie? My brother died, healthcare was bad. Why mama cried? The system is broke, your son is woke. I'm setting mission on fire.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Why would they not? The and arrive by watching the sky and they know it's a clock. They picking both sides and listen with lies. The people pretend that they pick who they got. The people divide and then they disguise, and now they devising a plot. You ask why they lying from behind closed eyelids. You disguising an iris that's lifeless. You're denialist, but this lie is why you're a nihilist. Guess you're lying for the pride then. They enticing the brightest to get deprived in contrived confinement. Lie about what the meaning of life is. Get a degree in a 9-to-5 shift. Only way that you'll survive this. What's that mean? They have to bribe them. Yeah, it's tragic. Their only tactic when the model under attack is asking where a map is. If they lied about the earth, what you even asking? Weaving past them, leaving blasting. Everything you believe is backwards. Occult belief is practice. That's what they achieve in masses. Yeah, it matters. You believe what masses. Massive incoherent magnets have a weak attraction. That's electrostatics. They always invert it backwards. Wonder what's the verdict, pastors? Religious zealots preaching, talking past us. Sent a blitz right up the middle. Who can block the fastest? Falsify the radius. You cannot walk right past it. Yeah, they truly think they got the masses, but God's got the backing, so they can't stop what happens.
Why would they lie? 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 OG. Why would they lie? I'll tell you why. They don't want to see you survive. They don't want to see you get live. Love on your queen till you have you some kids and provide. They don't want to see you revive. Take an L, then come back harder than ever besides. Packing that hammer on side. I cannot help it, bro. Second Amendment on mine. They won't label you a felon. That way you can't get your hands on protection. That way they come in and fake an election. If they want Caesar assets, you can't stop or arrest them. That way the hood is simply a reflection of the design that they predestined. If you don't like it, they pop off your top like your last name was Kennedy in Dallas, Texas.
Interesting. Hello.
Yeah, we can play another one.
Yeah, I guess so.
Let me see what we have. Yeah, this one is also made by Chocolate Sane.
Oh,
yeah.
Nice.
Go.
What is gravity?
I have no idea. Okay, next question.
Hey, yo. It's Chocolate saying. It's 2021. Told y'all it's a wrap for this globe. Check it out. Way too many reifications of privation. Secular thermodynamics violations. Fuck with all these fake as apparent deviations. Globals always flapping their gums, no demonstrations. The black swan murdered the ball with simplicity. Pretend the clowns aren't they all, no specificity. Get with me, get that geometry. Your model needs nowadays. Mostly I sound like your army needs copper bleeds. For no wall to ever show for, nevermore. Been a rap for your multi-line core. Scientific, well it's thicker that they're prolific. Crumble at the thought of flat earth, that's just terrific. My hypothesis, you know, paleo genius. You thought you had it all sewn up like a seamstress. You never see this, you ain't chillin' peeping the Gleasons. The globe model so fucking dead, so many reasons. Mad at me, cause your fairy tale of gravity is rapidly becoming a motherfucking fatality. Independent variable, no physicality. Factually, you're dealing with no type of reality. A tragedy, all of the pseudoscience of fallacy. Sad to see that was surrounded by such banality. Globe charts step in the court for their arraignment. Gas fucking off all day and no containment. It's automatic, you sound like a fanatic. Your heart's beating out of your chest, no need to panic. Problematic, anytime there was Socratic. Defining terms for you was like dust to an asthmatic or a crack addict, all tuned up like a mechanic. State you're leaving in when you're done, it's so tragic. You end the sneezing, all snotty nose the wheezing. You globe charts wind up like sub-zero freezing. Ain't no reason for you not to remain calm. As my nigga make it hit you with the 3-point palm. Instant exploding paradigm technique. Backslapping your beliefs into enigmatic sweep. Your points obliterated, finished, unable to speak. Have you looking like Tom Petty catching a leak? Your whole squad left sounding comatose. I hear Michelle Dollar keeps rocks on the head, she keeps her family close. Some of y'all think y'all the best team since butter toast. When it comes to FE, prepare to catch an overdose of intellectual honesty. The clear lack of thinking of you ballers never cease to astonish me. I gotta keep it real and be honest, B. It's quite possibly the dumbest thing I heard since the cosmology is often seen as a philosophy, mythology, but actually it's a prophecy of religiosity. Get all your skills and your weight up, this crunch time. Your whack model getting it ate up like lunchtime. How in the hell could we establish a baseline? Most of y'all trolls are just here to waste time. I'm not aware of what I hearing through the grapevine, but you must be out your mind selling space-time. A mathematical construct of imagination with absolutely no experimental validation. Before the story begins, you need a foundation. Curvature of the earth, that's the conversation. And since the shit up and disappeared without a trace, I'd say it's also time for you to say goodbye to space. Tall tales about vacuums and empty place, all the while breathing air, that's just not the case. You best get out my face, cause I can guarantee you that the very air you breathe immediately fuck off the space. We understand there's no requirement for your compliance. You understand that you are standing in a room of giants. I admire that you're usual in your defiance, but won't you join us in this funeral of pseudoscience? You in the mood to try us? Go ahead and test your mic. These motherfuckers think they're moving at the speed of light. How about the speed of sound? 250 miles above the ground to see the ISS is going round and round. Please don't even try, son. It's been a wrap since you gave up hope on your geometric horizon. In the trenches hoping and praying we don't get wise and realize you're smoking more of the grass than Neil Tyson. Oh, speaking of that clown, I wonder how much longer he can keep a push of this in the background. Never debating, always up for the back down. Playing in fear of the gravitational smackdown. This little circus won't last long. I'm betting you the type of clown that sits at home alone with a mask on. Thinking you debunked an argument like the Black Swan. Never knowing that your radius could be that wrong. Oops, I really meant to say dead wrong. Implicitly, we've been falsified the globe empirically. Need you to listen, G. It's not logical to postulate you live in a sphere in no sphericity. It's the epitome. It's not a mystery. The globe model's all wrapped up in stupidity. It's quite simple, see. It's probably not the move for you to spew your rhetoric here or religiously. Maybe officially. One day you might find yourself vividly in the middle of an epiphany. Lyrical symphony. It's been a pleasure, but our times have both come to an end. Synchronicity.
Ooh.
That's cranking out some words there.
That was
Oh,
real good.
yeah, that's our own person on this server.
Damn.
Yep. Good old Chocolate Sand.
Insanely good.
Yeah, he does very well, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Yep. He probably did that whole thing himself. I'm not sure, but he probably did all of it, arranged it, everything, I think. Not sure. Somebody knows, but he may have had a little help from
Yeah,
some
I
guys
think
here.
somebody mixed it, but I think MIDI mixed it, the end mix, but yeah, I think he recorded it himself and wrote the lyrics himself. So
Yeah.
Well, I don't know how many he's got. He's got more than that. He's got a few. And then there's a few other guys on this server that'll make them too. There's probably about, what is there, about half a dozen guys that have done it by now?
Yes.
Girls too.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, play us another one. Somebody,
Okay.
whoever played that.
yeah, I
Another
did.
From
We can play
another one
Dre's.
from our own
Dre's?
people. Sure.
This is my favorite from Dre's. The hole in the donut. So funny. Okay, let's go.
Drace 24/7 Flat Earth Discord dedicated to all the new people who have yet to fully turn into a glow pad. There's still hope for you.
You know the hole in
Shut
a
up,
donut?
Brenda.
That's
I'm trying to
space
sing
time.
here. Bro, don't you even know how much we love the ball once like you? We heard it all before, it's not new to us anymore. Bro, don't you even know half the things the ball makes claims to? And there's a lot for us to get through. For you, anyway. Bro, can't you even see? We've broken it down oh so clearly. It's a joke, it always has been. For those to see, anyway. Tripping, he's falling, he's tripping, he's balling. They blow by, he's all in. They glow burst, they don't win. Be honest, that works best. Any evidence of the curve earth crest? Any evidence that it's not at rest? Any vacuum next to oppress your test? There's no precedence, no evidence that the globe defense. Don't take offense, just don't be this dense. It's your preference, with some common sense. You can sit on the fence. For a glober, it's tragic. He believes it like it's magic.
You know the hole in a donut? That's space time.
You're a moron.
No, that's true.
You're
the
a moron.
hole
Shut up.
in a donut.
Shut up. Don't
is
say anything
space-time.
else. Don't make me remove you. Shut up. You've got nothing more to add. You're a
Hole
moron.
in the donut,
I couldn't
Brenda.
care less.
Wow.
You're a moron. Don't
The
add
hole
anything
in
more.
the hole in a donut.
Shut
The
up.
hole
I don't
is
want to
Swiss
have to
cheese.
eject you.
Space
If
time.
you want to continue spouting shite about holes in donuts, I'm going to kick you out. Last chance. Shut up.
Bro, don't you even know how much we love the ball once like you? We heard it all before, it's not new to us anymore. Bro, don't you even know half the things the ball makes claims to? And there's a lot for us to get through. For you, anyway. Bro, can't you even see? You've broken it down oh so clearly. It's a joke, it always has been. For those to see, anyway. Don't follow the agenda. Put your logic in a blender, or you'll end up just like Brenda, forgetting your actual gender. Think your dog bones are clocks, and that people are rocks. Stuck in a closet, mental box. This space side will Brian Cox. Just learn the essence, the basics. Without that, you won't make it. Your freedom is right there, take it. You don't have to fake it. Just say, I don't know, and your wisdom will grow. Don't blindly go with the flow. Just put it down, bro. Let the lie go.
Any evidence?
I thought you were about debate. I thought you were about fair
Fuck off right
debates.
now, you fuck off. I was asking a new question. Now you don't get to take part. It's your problem. Stupid donut idiot. Donut hole in space time. What a complete moron.
I think that was my most favorite one out of the ones you've shown me. I enjoyed that one the most.
Yeah, it's fun. Yeah, and Dre's made this. The beat he got, but yeah. So you hear the high and the low voice. That was all him.
Yeah,
that's awesome, man. Yeah,
really good.
I'm gonna play. Also one of my favorites. Here comes.
Crushing new laws on things as simple as stopping to have a coffee or sitting in a park caught a lot of people by surprise.
Oh yeah, oh boy, this shit banging.
Some guy ate a bat in China, so now he can't go out at night. Some guy ate a bat in China, so now he got no human rights. Someone ate a bat in China in a cave, now you're a human slave. Some guy ate a bat in China, so now the pharmaceutical company's getting paid. Some bat in China, lock off the whole world, change things, rearrange it, or so we're told. Like the world's under a spell. Like this is the beginning of hell. Yo, yeah. Any sci-fi movie that's seen.
A new world order.
Seen
Presidential
it.
decrees cascading
Running
on
it.
President Trump's pen.
Any horror movie that I've been.
And the rest of the world now figuring out what it means for
Running
them.
it.
Oh boy, this
Oh
shit
boy.
banging.
Cause things change, rearrange. I'm getting strange. Some guy ate a bat in China, so now I can't get any toilet paper. Yeah.
Crushing new laws on things as simple as stopping to have a coffee or
Better stay home, watch the TV. Better stay home. Don't visit the family. Some guy ate a bat in China, so now my girlfriend don't want to give me vagina. Everything's changed, rearranged. A whole world gone strange. Yeah, some guy ate a bat in China. Yeah. Someone from China ate a bat, and now you can't leave your house or go out the
New
back.
South Wales Police are patrolling Sydney streets
if you
as
believe
residents try to
that-
understand changing social distancing rules.
But I don't know,
Oh
bro.
yeah, oh boy, this shit banging.
Oh boy, what another one. Big fat shit from the side again. Freestyling with a microphone, beer in my left hand. I'm in lockdown. What are the sounds? A little bit sad. Shit. Someone ate a bat in China. Can't go and get any toilet paper. The TV telling me that. Yeah.
Oh boy, you went dumb on this one.
Police are receiving some backlash for their aggressive approach.
Yeah, somebody ate
Yeah.
a bat in China.
Ching chong ching.
Might as well play another one. I think I'm having fun with this.
Sure. I like Conspiracy Guru. So let
A
me
bat
find
in
him.
China.
Sorry?
Somebody ate a bat in China. Not gonna give my girl vagina.
Yeah, it's funny and also confronting, right? Because it's
Yeah.
we can't have any toilet paper now.
No, 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 no.
When that
Toilet
when
paper
that
wrap
happened, I
taken
mean,
away.
it was ridiculous that they claimed it came from a bat, but then the toilet paper thing came, and I was like, this is just the epiphany of humanity now, right?
It's insanity. Insanity, humanity. Good God.
Okay, I got it.
Nice.
Alrighty.
Okay,
Oh,
here we
no.
go. This is Conspiracy Music Guru. I told you so. A little bit of guitar.
3, 4. I told you so. I told you. I told you so.
Gaan zo boodschappen doen, ja?
I told you. Remember when I told you about 9/11? Remember when I told you about Building 7? Remember when I told you about the fluoride in the water? Yes, I did. Remember when I told you about the New World Order? Remember that? Remember when I told you about the chemtrails in the sky? Remember when I told you that NASA was full of lies? Remember when I told you about the ultra mind control? Well, I just want to say that I told you so, yeah. Remember when I told you about 432 hertz, that is, and what 440 can do to you? It hurts my ears. Remember when I told you about the vaccine agenda? Yes, I did. And that Michelle Obama is a transgender. Yes, he is. The dinosaur fraud, the climate change scam, and yes, Sandra Bullock is also a man. Remember when I told you that there ain't no globe? Well, I just want to say that I told you so. 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 Yeah. Remember when I told you about the TV flicker rate? And how it puts your brain in an alpha state? Remember when I told you about germ theory? Remember when I told you about gravity? Remember that? Remember when I told you about Paul McCartney? Remember when I told you about direct energy? Remember when I told you about Monsanto? Well, I just want to say that I told you so. 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 Yeah. Remember when I told you about the mainstream media? Your so-called celebrities and pedophilia. Remember that child trafficking and that Arena Corona. Remember when I told you about the Georgia Guidestone? Remember when I told you about the false flag operation? Remember when I told you about 5G radiation? Remember that I told you that? Well, I just want to say that I told you so. 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 Yeah.
Awesome riffs there.
Yeah, I'm going to do some groceries, so catch you guys
Alright.
later.
Yeah, see ya.
Okay, bye.
Bye. Feels a bit dead. Yeah. Also,
Wait a second. Yeah, New Perspective had another song, so I'm gonna play it for him. So- Okay.
Oh. Yes, guys.
Yeah.
Wake up, you need to wake up, you need to wake up, you need to wake
We
up.
used to play pretend,
Wake
We
up.
would build a rocket ship and then we fly far away.
Wake up.
We used to play pretend, We used to dream of outer space, but now they're laughing at the face saying,
Wake up, you need to wake up, you need to
we
wake
would build a rocket ship and then we fly far away. Saying,
Wake up, you need to wake up, you need to wake
we used to play pretend,
Wake up.
Used to dream of outer space, but now they're laughing at the face saying,
Wake up, you need to wake up.
Yeah.
Wake up.
Land of the thieves, home of the slaves. 19 billion, that's 50 million a day. That's what NASA gets, just to lie to the human race. Pretending to go to space, but they fake it right to our face. And they say they moonwalk, but that just wasn't the case. Trying to tell us there's a robot on Mars, but it's a fake. Ay, CGI satellites, but I don't see a trace. People everywhere waking up, we're shaking up the place. So if you let me, I can shake up the thoughts that you tend to think of. Cause I fell in love with truth and I don't ever wanna break up. Let's take a look what's underneath the Hollywood makeup. So much that gets put in our face is straight made up. This place they call a planet that they lied about the shape of. They can play pretend, but me, I'm calling for
Wake up.
Freemasons and Zionists, the ones that put the eye on it. Try to say they scientists, but I can't say I'm buying it. Do you know what science is and how that they decided it? They just keep rewriting it to keep us from enlightenment. Knowing that they lie in it, stay promoting violence. Knowing that we're gullible products of our environment. No, I can't be silent and nor will I be compliant. Not reliant on the tyrants to fall if we're not defiant. I can't seem to find the curvature. Total social overture. The sun is small and local to the earth as it encircles her. Nothing like the lies of elite sun worshippers. But up against the Bible, I don't even need interpreters. Earth is flat and motionless. Open up a scope and see a boat across the ocean mist. Chemtrails clogging up what used to be an openness. And fluoridated water coming concentrated doses. I'm conscious of the brokenness. People all over the place deceived. I hate to see. Space is not a place you see. It's fake. It's only make-believe. Constellations prove that the earth doesn't move. But the liars on wires want to take away the truth. I'm screaming.
Wake up, you need to wake up, you need to wake up, you need to wake
we used to play pretend,
Wake up.
We would build a rocket ship and then we fly far away.
Wake up.
We used to play pretend,
Wake up.
Used to dream of outer space, but now they're laughing at the face saying,
Wake up, you need to wake up, you need to wake up, you need to wake up.
Wherefore he saith, Awake thou that sleepest, and arise from the dead. Christ shall give thee light. See then that ye walk circumspectly, not as fools, but as wise.
Have you ever wondered why, when you looked up in the sky, exactly how the sun and moon ended up the same size? It's 90 million miles and 250,000. Y'all can beat my poker face, cause that defies some odds. Yeah, I'll tell you this is gambling with a free dose of Ambien. You're managing to transfer in, so let me be your wake-up call. Let me be your wake-up call. You ever been to space at all? Who's above us? One that loves us or aliens and hate us all? Man, I used to catch some Z's on this flat plane. Then the alarm clock rang and all that changed. Like, motionless. Please tell me you see how flat this ocean is. The devil lied to us, lied to you, lied to me. Tried to hide my creator, made me play some hide and seek. But he speaks that if I seek him that he won't hide from me. If I knock that he will open it and show me what I need. That greed is the enemy. Forked tongue of the serpent as he dangles from the trees and trying to keep us living for the sun, not the S-O-N. So good morning, beautiful. Time to rise and shine. Time to breathe this morning air. Open those sleepy eyes. Yeah, good morning, wonder. Time to shake them dreams. Feel the Savior's love for you. This world ain't what you think, man. Good morning, beautiful. Time to rise and shine. Time to breathe this morning air. Open those sleepy eyes. Yeah, good morning, wonder. Time to shake them dreams. Feel the Savior's love for you. This world ain't what you think. This world ain't what you think. It's time to
wake up. You need to wake up. You need to wake up. You need to wake up.
Used to play pretend, used to play pretend. We would build a rocket ship and then we fly far away. We used to play pretend, used to play pretend. Used to dream of outer space, but now they're laughing at the face saying,
wake up, you need to wake up, you need to
we would build a rocket ship and then we fly far away. Saying,
wake up, you need to wake up, you need to wake.
We used to play pretend, used to play pretend. Used to dream of outer space, but now they're laughing at the face saying,
wake up, you need to wake up.
Yeah.
Wake up.
Yeah. Awesome stuff.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm about to go. So have a good one, guys. Talk to you
Yeah,
later.
you too.
Okay, bye.
Thank you.
Oof. Oh. That's when you 12. Wake up, you need to wake up. Oh, you joined. Alright, I'll go. I'll be back in a bit. See you guys later. Bye.
I'll still awake, muchacho.
So I'm not supposed to actually shoot the trailer for the Suicide Squad, and I'm definitely not supposed to. He's embracing the fact that he has the things to return in September. So I think that is very important to box. I'm going to say that we're looking at September. It's possible. It's very open to take. Diaz calls out all of these. Who this guy already? Stephen Thompson on his podcast discusses 300 circles. Be sure to go subscribe to his YouTube channel. Link in the description. Francis Ngannou versus 3 simple goals. I'm in 3 hit Yeah. One person, okay. What I'm saying is that obviously it was 70, but we'll look at my last instrument. But last instrument code. It was part of the training. Not a whole lot of people to see. It was me versus 70. And what's one nice song? They had 3 of them nice songs. They powered up me. For a second, I tried to push off. That all I low key got really the weight started getting heavier and heavier. Oh my god. Really see it? I mean, yeah. There was a few kids that used some extra. Yeah, they got a couple of pieces. Like I wouldn't actually hit him back. But yeah, we're going to see it. Yeah. You know, best guys on the best. One. Come on, you know what it. What did I do? I mean, they are coming from every. What they surround? You know, we've done. And then doing going cringy stuff like that. So, you know what I mean? Big shot of CD. See, so they CDs. So yeah, I love what about them. They just keep going. Ariel, how long you do this for me? The last 2 weeks, it's been a secret. I'm gonna play toy with the reason for that is because I was trying to lead you astray because I just couldn't say anything because not just yet. But last week, I realized that I was going to show about the sincerely thank you for everything they came to me and said to me, which was since the show is that leaving ESPN, the words can't even describe how they make me feel. I've always felt like I've had a special connection with the audience and the MMA community. It's just been very humbling and very touching the past 4 weeks and weeks because you all know how much working is being maintained for sports once again. And just someone in the production team, and I just believe that no one decided to turn that proper and move our feelings. And I would be a fan from afar, and I would be still part of the MMA scene. So let me explain. The first thing that I'll be doing is I will be testing your YouTube channel. I'll start with this YouTube channel. Several results. 1 weeks ago, when I first started, I really touched it for 10 years. It's just out on YouTube. And I wanted to resurrect that, so to speak, because I wanted to do interviews with everyone outside at the MMA tournament. So I'll be doing the shows and practice that we get with my YouTube channel, video comedy series, and then also the global. The second component of it is I'll be launching a Substack. The Substack is tremendous. These guys and Substack for the opportunity. Again, personal saying, MMA, as many times that I want the newsletter to inbox when something is published, and that tool is for Substack. And I again, email, sign up, we do link is working with ET School. I'm so excited about this. Long ET School is, in terms of information, they are at the very top of the list. Almost like it's not the sure said that it's almost like a bit. It's unbelievable. It's great, social media is great, and always has really strong connection with European fans. And I'm so excited to be part of this European outlet, but I consider them global as well. We sit down interviews, long many stuff that I used to do back in the day. I'll be doing that with DT Sport. Is what the translate a good on last questions I've been about trying to figure out what I want to what I want to be all about, who I want to surround myself with, and what truly needs me. And then just go back. And just go back and do the show that I love so much. That was part of my life for 9 months. I remember part of that show. I was 19, 2018. Because we just launched this new era, built a new studio, set, and it truly broke my emotional feedback. And so I think to myself, I don't just do that. And so I'm extremely proud, I'm extremely honored, I feel privileged, very kind, the end of the day out, trying to be here later. It's back to the beginning of August 16th. I was here for a little less than 2 months. Everyone will be back. Under the books, we will be with them in the public. The old logo, new podcast, by the way. Twice.
No one in here, huh?
Mhm. Hello. Hello, Scaria. Hello. Max cutting out there. Cutting out there. Microphone still messed up.
Hello, Blobby. I was here. I just got disconnected. Sorry.
Yeah, hello.
Hello, Blobbio.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear. Yeah,
Yeah,
you
I'm
said
on
you wanted
mobile.
to talk. Oh, what did you want to talk about?
No, just about everything, because I'm bored.
Oh,
No,
are
I
you
forgot.
are you interested in the flat Earth then?
Hmm?
Are you interested in the flat Earth?
Was I a what?
Were you interested in the flat Earth? Are you interested in the flat Earth?
Yeah, I've been in this like pool for like 5 hours since like 7 a.m. this morning.
Oh, right. So, what did you find interesting?
The fact how the globers couldn't come back at the flat earthers.
Yeah, there's
Like they just couldn't
they generally
they couldn't find more proof.
no, they don't generally. Yeah.
Yeah.
If they did find proof, I think this place would be closed down.
Yeah.
Nobody would be here. Could be wrong.
If there was actual proof.
What brought you here in the first place then?
What?
What brought you here in the first place? How did you find the server?
On Discord I found it through one of the friends have sent me the Discord to go check it out.
Oh, right. Did you think it was going to be any sensible arguments, or what did you think was going to?
Nope, I didn't think there was going to be any sensible arguments.
No.
But then when I did try to argue about it, I got slapped and chopped up.
Well, you've got to learn the arguments. You've got to understand what you're talking about. Most people don't. Most people will say photographs from space. Did you say that at all?
Yep.
And what did you find out about photographs from space?
It's most likely faked.
Oh. Does NASA claim any photographs from space, like the Blue Marble? Does NASA claim that's a photograph from space, apart from the 1972 one?
I don't think so.
So what are the pictures that when you see pictures of the Earth and things like that? What are they?
Satellites. When I think of pictures, I think of satellites. Satellites and the Voyager.
No. What are the actual pictures themselves? How did they get the pictures?
From satellites.
No.
Which is what they told the public, that they got all these pictures from satellites.
No, they told the public they got the pictures, that they made the pictures in Photoshop.
I've never heard of that.
Haven't you? Let me see if I'm not very good. Lots of people have got other memes and stuff, but there's a meme of a guy who works for NASA who made the Blue Marble, and he said it's Photoshop because it has to be. Robert Simmons, I think his name is. You can Google him. YouTube.
No, I've never heard of that.
Yeah, I'll give you a link. I'll see if I can find it. there you go. You see where I've posted in the stream.
Yeah,
Text.
opening it up.
Yeah, that's basically where he was interviewed about the blue marble image. I haven't seen that one for a while, so I'll have a look at it myself.
Afternoon, everyone. How you all doing?
Yeah, just looking about the Robert Simon Big Blue Marble interview.
Oh, and another Safa. I'll give you the Briar roll. Don't tell me you're Rhodesian. I just said you sound South African.
Yeah, I'm South African.
Okay. I'll have to give you the South African roll then.
I don't know. What's I given it?
Have a look at your rolls.
Odd. I don't know. Someone should give it to you.
No, I'm saying have a look at your rolls.
Yeah, I know. I saw it. I don't know how I got it.
Yeah, I gave it to you.
Oh.
Hey, Crypto.
Hey, Chad, how you doing, mate? You
I'm alright. Should we sing the song about killing the boar with Nelson Mandela?
good? Yeah, sure. That sounds very progressive of you.
Yeah, it's written by Papa Joe. Papa Joe. Joe Slovo. Can you guess where Joe Slovo's from?
Like a,
Yeah, slogos.
Noseland.
We call them slush puppies.
Yeah, Papa Joe Slovo wrote a song about killing the boar for Nelson to sing.
Extremely progressive of it.
It is, isn't it? Yeah, men of peace.
Yeah, I mean, you're only peaceful if you sing about killing white people.
Yeah. I mean, what's going to happen? I asked my kids, I said, what would happen if you killed all the farmers in the country? And they said, just starve to death. So, what's happening in South Africa and the other place, Rhodesia? Yep. You kill all the farmers and you just starve to death.
You know, I actually haven't had a bra in like 2 months.
That's because it's winter.
God, that steak. Yeah. We used to go to my mom's friend's house where they had a proper bra and they had a pool. Rich Afrikaans people. They had their own estate. Paying off the mortgage, I think. But it's cold. This morning gets extremely cold.
Chad, are you still there, mate? Oh, Chad's left.
Oh, rip. Oh.
Rip. So, hello, Blobbio. You're new to the server then, I assume?
Hmm?
Are you new to the server?
Yeah, I joined last night.
Oh, cool. Okay. Yeah, there's quite a few South Africans here. I'm half South African myself as well. So,
Alright.
you sound like half my family. What's your impression of the shape of the Earth? Oh, hello.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. What's your idea about the shape of the Earth?
Well, when I first joined the server, it was globe because it all made sense. It was indoctrinated. Grew up with it my entire life. And then flat earthers gave me all of these mathematical equations to do about the radius of the Earth. And they told me the answer was, and then I did look it up, and they were right. So they either the Earth is flat, or all the calculations we have ever been given are wrong. Everything based off is wrong.
Yeah, that sounds about right to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't need to go through too much. It's amazing how what you've understood in about 12 hours, or maybe even less, I don't know. There are people still 5-6 years deep into this who don't understand that. It's a bit sad, to be honest.
Yeah, but the thing is, we don't know. Like,
Yeah,
even like math is just a number. It's not actual reality. We can use it to try and prove realities, but that does not mean it's correct.
That's another very fundamental, obvious, basic fact that a lot of these globe believers who have been in this for a while don't understand. Some of them will actually say that maths is reality, just so that they can then stand by their mathematical models. But yeah, I don't know what else to say really. You're obviously new to this, but it blows my mind how some people, they will say the most retarded stuff just to kind of keep this paradigm in their head.
Yeah. But and then everything, all the facts about the Earth, poof. Everything I've learned over the years, poof.
Yeah. Well, not necessarily everything. I mean, you still know that, South Africa is warmer in the summer than it is in the winter, and you still know that, everything that you've experienced for yourself is still more or less the same. It's just all of the stuff that you can't experience is different.
Yeah. And so is also about the Earth being a globe or flat. And I actually used to think flat earthers were just like, no actual proof of the Earth being flat. I'm like, okay. And then as soon as I come into the server, everything I've known has been proven wrong.
Oh yeah, that's all we want to do, is just show people our evidence. This is one of the things that really frustrates me when people come in. Do you know what a straw man is?
Say that again?
Do you know what a straw man is? Straw man fallacy.
An astronomer?
Sorry, a straw man?
You mean that festival that they go in like Nevada or something?
No, not quite. But yeah. So
yeah,
there's a type of fallacy called a straw man fallacy, right? And it's where you basically deliberately misrepresent your opponent's comment to us, and they'll just say, "Oh, well, if the Earth's flat, then and then they'll just present something that's correct. Did I cut out then? Yeah, anyway, it was just a little bit of a frustration for me. Instead of actually asking for our evidence, they'll just kind of present us some stupid straw man.
Yeah.
It doesn't really matter.
Yeah. But like the way, like there can't be a vacuum, and there just can't be a vacuum in space because of the second law of thermodynamics. And I've been
You went through that as well.
trying to
Cool.
yeah, because that's based off the law that we the humans made, and it's got
It's a law
cat.
that exists. It exists independent of humans.
Yeah.
We just notice. Yeah.
Yeah, the server's dead. Earlier this morning and last night, it was about 80 people. And I honestly didn't know, is this like streamed to other Discord servers or like YouTube or what?
Yeah, normally YouTube. We've got a YouTube channel.
Ah. I don't know, I thought it was also being streamed on a YouTube channel. But I never knew for sure, because as far as I can see, there aren't any YouTube links to the stream. Yeah, now that I look at it, websites. Yeah, didn't see any.
Right, well, I'm gonna hop out, but it's good to meet you.
Yeah. Hey, what? Never mind. So I found the YouTube channel. Oh, wow.
This is no one talking, eh?
Yo, what's happening, saucy imposter? You new to the server?
Yes, I am, man. I'm quite new to the server. I just came in like 2 minutes ago.
Oh, okay. So, what brings you along today?
Nothing, just checking around.
Okay. Okay.
I heard this live stream thing has quite a lot of debates and like arguments inside of it, you know? I like
Yeah,
to see that.
well, the live stream's here mostly to answer questions on people who are inquiring as to the shape of the Earth. That's the main purpose of the server.
So you tell us about, you educate us on flat Earth.
Yeah, if you want to know some things, if you want to know the reasons we know the Earth is flat and not a flying spinning ball,
Oh
yeah.
yes, I've been had this question back in my head like the entire time I've been at Earth. Like, why is the sun like floating? I don't
Well,
like.
who said the sun is floating? Who
Well,
said who
Well,
said
it's not attached to a stick, is it? It's floating.
No, it might be attached to an outside firmament. How do we know?
Oh yes.
So
Why
someone
did not
holding
see
it?
Well, put it like this, right? You and me cannot fly to the sun. We cannot verify it. We only can take on face value what we're told about the sun. But what they tell us about the Earth and the sun and all the planets and the solar system is not true. When you look into things, you can see clearly that they're telling a pack of lies.
Oh, makes sense, brother. Makes sense, brother. But what about gravity? Because gravity, you know,
Gravity was made up to fool you into believing you live in a
me,
flying
I'm not fooled.
ball.
I do not believe in it. I'm not fooled.
Well,
Don't tell me that, please.
every man, woman, and child who grows up is given one alternative to what we live on, and are not given any other alternatives, and that's called
Yes,
brainwashing. So from a
I
very
never
young
believe it.
age,
I always knew Isaac Newton was a fraud. I always knew it.
Yes, he's
An
virgin.
apple
How can
falls
you
in his
believe
head.
him? No, but how does gravity work then? I mean, if
well,
there's no
gravity is
gravity, how it work?
non-existent. Listen. Say you're stood on a flat surface, okay? And
Yes.
you throw up. Let's deal with the simplicity of things. Did you study physics and chemistry in school?
No, brother, because I don't believe in it.
Oh, so you don't believe in science?
Physics
Not
has
the one they tell
gravity in
us.
like
Not the one they
yes.
tell us.
The one that
Right.
tells us is all
Okay.
fraud and false.
Okay. So if you jump up, why should you stay floating in the air? See, when you jump off the floor, why would it be intelligent to believe that
According
you
to
should stay
Isaac
floating?
Newton, if an object in motion stays in motion, an object in rest stays in rest. That's Isaac Newton.
Yeah,
That's what he said.
that to me is absolute nonsense, because at the end of the day, you need a infinitive amount of energy to keep something in motion. That's not true. So
Yes.
if they fool you into believing the very first part, like if I roll a ball along the floor, that ball is not going to keep moving. It's going to stop when the kinetic energy that I just put into rolling it gives up. It's not
Yes.
going to, yeah.
Oh.
Because we have,
So
yeah, go on.
So what is the reason we come down for?
Well, listen, if you jump up, let's deal with the opposite of what you're asking first, and that helps explain better than what you're asking. So if you jump up off the floor, why should you stay suspended in midair?
Because nothing is pulling me down.
You don't need a force to pull you down for you to come back down, because you're the I mean, you'd need to jump up, you'd need to be lighter than your surrounding media.
Okay, but I am
That's why, like, if you release a feather or a ball a metallic bowl or something, they're not going to come down at the same. A feather will float about
Due to
with
the mass of the feather.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt you, but yes.
Yeah, the truth of it is, an iron ball will hit the floor way before a feather will come back down, and that's straightforward. That's normal.
Yes, that is true.
Yes.
But that's because it weighs more?
It is absolutely 100% to me that it weighs more. Yes, it's to do with the media that it's in also. It's like, so if you drop hold on, if you drop an iron bowl, a metal bowl into water, will it float or will it sink?
It will sink.
Yeah. If you drop an apple into water, will it float or will it sink?
It will still sink.
Well, in actual fact, some apples come back to the surface, and it's all to do with buoyancy. It's to do with air inside the apple and surface area. It's the same as if you can put a flat piece of board, as long as it has enough surface area, it'll float on top of the water. But if you condense that solid object into a small object and drop it in the water, it won't float, it'll sink. It's to do with surface area and weight.
Can this also be humans? Like a corpse? If a corpse is like dead, it will just
it will
float.
float.
But
Yeah, of
normal
course.
human will just sink down and still die as well, you know?
Yeah, but the other thing as well is if you jump into the water and you obviously have air in your lungs, you will come back to the surface. But obviously, if you didn't have that air in your body, you would sink.
Yes.
But how do you have weight without gravity, my brother?
You don't
That's
need.
what I'm confused.
Okay. Let me ask you a question. So, a bucket of water. If you have a bucket of water, why do you need a force to make it heavy when that water is heavy itself?
What?
It doesn't. Gravity gives weight. It adds.
No, gravity. No, that's the illusion. Gravity does not give weight. Gravity is not even proven. There is no scientific experiment that has ever been carried out.
The bucket in space will be heavy?
Well, why are we talking about space when we don't even know if space exists?
Well, what is Earth in then?
That's correct. We don't know.
Earth isn't in a vacuum, that's for sure. Because due to the second law of thermodynamics, you can't have a solid gas inside a vacuum. The gas particles are spread out.
No, brother, no.
I have another question here. The flat side of the Earth, like the underside of the Earth, how doesn't it fall onto itself? You know what I'm saying? Why doesn't it fall onto itself?
Yeah,
It's getting all the weight of all the humans and all the oceans, but doesn't collapse on itself.
We don't know. I cannot tell you what we're resting upon. That's like what came before God. That's like the question, what came before God. It's out with our comprehension.
Bedrock.
It's
Interesting.
Minecraft Bedrock, I think.
It's unbreakable.
Yes.
Essentially,
only God can, because he is creative mode.
Yeah, there are some things that are out with our comprehension because we don't have the knowledge to answer it. If we had the answer, we would not find it hard to believe or hard to understand because we would know the truth. But we honestly don't know what we're resting upon. I mean, they've only ever dug down 8 miles into the Earth's core.
But that is fake. That is fake too. I think they're saying that. Yes, they are. That is fake. How do you believe that?
Okay.
How do you know they dug it? You seen it? No.
Oh no,
You seen
I've
it with your eyes?
not measured
You've
it.
seen
But
photos?
there's a borehole apparently in Russia.
Well, I've seen photos of the sun, of Earth.
Wait,
That
I have a
doesn't mean
question
it's
here.
right.
The ice wall around the Earth that's like holds water together. It's like Game of Thrones ice wall, like you know. How tall is
Yes,
it?
I think yes.
No, that's That's what people say. But can I ask you another question? Let's look at how we think about things. They tell us there's an ice wall in Antarctica that surrounds the water and keeps it all in. Okay, but let me ask you another question. And look how our thinking is defective. So when you go down to the beachfront, have you ever been to the beach?
Yes, a lot of times.
Yes. So where's the ice wall to keep the water in?
The water. I don't see a wall in the ocean.
It's on the edge,
Correct.
brother.
There is no wall. There is no wall.
So what keeps the water in?
That's the point that's the point I'm making to you. We don't need a wall in Antarctica to hold any water in. Yes, Antarctica is the highest point above sea level in the world that we know. Antarctica is the highest.
Wait, but that means the water is spilling. We have to help. We have to save the water.
No, what? Well, where is the water spilling at the beach?
Whatever it is resting upon, like at the end of the world.
But who said that's the end of the world? The world may be much
rising. Rising.
Really? What if the world's bigger than we thought it was? There's more like another continent out there. We're surrounding the whole Earth.
Correct. Yes. Correct.
Yes.
Ooh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Yes.
You don't know, brother. You don't know.
That's right. That's the point I'm making. Let's face it. How many of us are allowed to go to Antarctica? We're not. You're not allowed to go there.
Yeah.
It's a militarized zone.
Yes, and you know what they say? They say it's too cold. Brother, I can wear jacket. Brother, I can wear jacket. Cold. Take heater with me. I can go there, brother. What's the problem?
Let us advance in human technology, and us four here, we got past the wall and pass into other continents of the world. Adventure for all of us.
Yes.
Yeah.
That will be fun.
Did you know?
We adventure into the nothingness.
Yeah.
Hopefully we don't come back to the same spot because that means it's round.
Did you know that a film crew went down to Antarctica and they went missing, never to be found?
Oh
no, I think that's
Maybe
fake. How do you? No. I think that's fake. You know why? Because they don't want us to go there. They want us to go. Like they spread this rumor.
Same thing with aliens. It's all
No. No. They spread this rumor so we can get scared and not go to Antarctica.
Yeah.
Here's something. Don't believe it, brother. Don't believe it.
Yes, here's something that's not a rumor. Have you ever heard of the ship, the Berserk?
No.
Yes, we have.
Unfortunately, I have not.
Well, that gentleman went with a few of his friends. He's tried to go to Antarctica without permission. He's been disallowed from getting permission to go there. He's lost a few of his friends, never to be found, dead. Obviously, they've never showed up. There's no explanation to where his friends have disappeared to. That was on the way to Antarctica.
Can I talk? Have you guys heard of the Malaysian Airlines Flight 370? That's a plane that went missing. I reckon that plane went past, the oceans and went to the outside of the things we know.
Parallel line 60.
Yes, that one.
There is a rumor, I've heard the rumor,
Parallel what?
The 60th parallel.
What the fuck is that?
It's basically the border of the world. That we've come to know as.
Well, there is stories that people have been beyond the 80th parallel.
Wow.
Stories. That's stories. There's no reported evidence.
Of old. Explorers of old.
But what if I
there's no restrictions.
What if I tell you guys I have been there? What if I
you're capping.
Don't believe you.
Don't believe you. Prove it.
How can I prove it?
Give us actual
bring something
evidence.
back from there.
I took some technology with me, but it all got ruined. As soon as I passed the border, gone. Everything gone.
Don't believe you. Then you have no proof. You have no evidence to stand up on.
Yes,
so therefore, we cannot believe you.
But I am entrusting my story to you. So you do
Well,
with it
we
what
ain't
you
gonna
will.
pass it on unless it's true.
Can I change
not
the
saying
can I change the subject a little bit and tell you one fact of why I know the Earth is not a flying spinning ball and
Okay,
why
go,
I
go.
know that it's flat? Yeah, okay. So they gave us the measurements to the Earth, okay? They gave us the radius and the circumference. So the radius is 3959 miles and the circumference is over 29,000 miles. If you work out that if you stand at point A and look to point B as far as the eye can see, and better over C, because we know that C, water finds its level, so it's flat. So if you look out, it should dip away. If we're living on a bowl, it should dip away. 2 seconds.
Your
You should
alarm
probably go
going
get that.
Your alarm going
But
off.
also, there's the 1 foot observer hut that was taken in California, because physically
please?
your eyes should not be able to see past 9.2 miles. But yet someone took a photo and they're able to see past 9.2 miles.
Oh, yes. Can I talk?
Yeah.
So basically, my theory of why the Earth is flat instead of round is that if it's round, things under it will all fall, you know?
Yes, exactly. That's
But
why I
The water will fall, the humans will fall, the buildings will fall, the continent itself will fall.
we all slip and fall to space or
Well,
whatever.
the continents wouldn't fall because it's attached to the actual Earth itself.
Doesn't matter.
So the
But it weighs
water,
too much.
Eventually, they will peel off.
yeah, eventually, but not as soon as possible, like e.g. the humans
Dude,
and
the
the water.
continent is the greatest thing. They have the
Earth-
whole
the
weight
Earth-
of Earth pulling onto them. It will fall.
Exactly.
It will legit.
It'll roll around, depending on how strong it is.
It
It'll
can't
roll
roll.
around.
It can't. It's not round. It can't roll. It's flat.
Yeah, so getting back to that, there's they've given us the measurements of the radius and the circumference, okay? So there are many people that have went out there and done their observations. One of them is the Black Swan, which the picture of there. And that's a straightforward one. We can see the horizon beyond 10 miles away, okay? So
Yep, one of the two rigs.
Yeah. So the
That's
horizon is behind the rigs, and it's got the measurement of the rigs from the shoreline. That is a simple modus tollens. And the equation is there if you want to have a look at that. Just blow the picture up. Are you in the live stream voice text? Can you all see that?
Voice text.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
you're in
29
the live
miles.
stream, but you need to join the live stream voice text and you'll see the
Yeah, I
pictures
see
that
it.
people are posting. Yeah, okay. So see
Yeah.
that there? That says clearly that the Earth cannot be a ball, okay? Because if P then Q, not Q, therefore not P, if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of observer's height in feet, which is Q. Geometric horizon, and this is under the geometric horizon curve calculations, not Q. Horizon distance greater than 9.41 miles, therefore not P. Earth cannot be a sphere. But let me tell you further than that. There are many observations.
But if you know,
Also,
but look, bottom right. It's drawn as a sphere. That is interesting too.
Yeah, it's drawn as a bowl.
This is
They've
good,
given us the
okay.
measurements of a bowl.
Also, guys. Also, either so there's either one of two options. Either the Earth is not flat, well, the Earth is flat, or all the calculations they've given to us is wrong.
Yeah, but
that's the only
yeah.
two options. There can't be any in between.
No, but look. Bottom right, it shows it as a ball.
Yes, bro. That's a good evidence.
It's either wrong or it isn't.
But you are using their program. What if they're trying to trick you? I think this is fake too.
Well,
question.
see that picture that's there. What is logical and what is not?
The right is fake.
Well, the
You will
other
fall.
one, the one on the left is crazy because there's glass around the world. That
Yeah,
would be
well,
hot. If the sun dropping us in
That
here,
is not
it will get
glass.
very
You
hot.
are retarded. That is the atmosphere of the Earth.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
And the reason for the dome, is because of the vacuum surrounding. Because it can only they can only be a vacuum surrounding a gas if there's a barrier in between.
But
Yes.
There has to be something preventing.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point you've made there, right? So it's 14.7 psi at ground level.
The right
Okay,
one. The right is
pressure.
pissing me off. It's not
That's-
normal at all. You will fall.
Yes. You fall
That's
off.
pressure.
How can you stay on it?
Yeah, exactly. How can you stay on a flying spinning ball? But that's why you know how the question was asked earlier about gravity. Gravity, they made up gravity and gave the illusion of gravity because human beings would ask the question straight away, how comes we are able to stay on a flying spinning ball? The ball itself is spinning at 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, meant to be.
Yeah, I know. It's
You-
like so dumb.
yeah. Then you have it meant to be orbiting the sun at 66,000 miles per hour, and our solar system, together with the planets, so-called planets, is meant to be flying through the solar system or the universe at a ridiculous 2 million kilometers per hour.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
God damn
So
it.
that
Fast, very
ridiculousness in itself should be enough for us to ask the question.
So right
how
now,
can this be possible?
So right now they're saying we are moving 2 million miles.
2 million kilometers per
Such
hour.
bullshit. How do they believe this? How do they
Yeah.
believe this?
Yeah.
Because it was indoctrinated. It was
Yeah, it was
indoctrinated from
bullshit.
birth.
Absolutely
So I
right.
believed it.
Correct.
This is such
I believed
bullshit.
it. 'Cause
You believe it?
I
You
used
believed
to-
it?
So fast and you
Okay,
don't
yes.
feel it.
it was indoctrinated from birth. I didn't think there was anything
Can't
else
believe
to
you believe
believe.
it. Can't believe
That's
that
right.
you believe
If you look up the definition, this is quite interesting, right? Because no one ever really thinks of this. If you look up the definition of brainwashing is simply where you are given no alternative to think anything else. Now, if you think about what we've been taught since we were children,
But what
That's
like
brainwashing.
brainwashing,
It's
like
brainwashing, yeah.
they so you think they wash our brain when we don't know?
Absolutely, from children.
With soap.
From children.
They wash it with soap.
It's all for power. The government wants control, so they tell us lies.
So for
But
power,
we
Okay,
are
I think
awoke.
you're
We are
mocking.
awoke.
You're mocking
We are woke.
here the term brainwashing.
Hi, Get. Good to see you, bro.
Yeah, hello, Breaking.
Yeah, how you doing?
Hello, bro.
Yeah,
No,
join in.
Good, thank you.
Join in the conversation, brother.
Yeah.
English,
gonna
my
step back
English, my
and,
third
listen.
language. That's why I am not very good.
Yeah, when we say brainwashing, it means that you are being taken away and you are given a religion, a belief system.
Oh, okay.
AKA school systems.
I thought
Yeah.
he meant government. They washing our brain.
Yeah,
Also, the government
by
cleaning NASA.
educational system, yeah, they are brainwashing you by
Oh,
teaching you a
brainwashing.
religion. Yeah, all you
Okay.
need is belief. You don't need to know.
Okay.
They
So
tell
how do
you
they wash the brain?
what they want you to believe. They
But
tell you
wait, I
all
have
these
question.
magic stories, and they tell you to regurgitate them.
Yes, but I don't regurgitate them.
Everyone was once a glober.
No,
Yes.
not me. Never. I never was.
Well, then you must not have grown up with what's it called? The teaching of the globe.
No, because for me, I was homeschooled. My father, he schooled me. He tell me, Earth flat. Don't believe bullshit. Look at TV. I looked at the TV. Bullshit on the TV. I did not want
Yeah, which country did this happen?
in north of Iraq.
Oh, North Iraq. Okay.
Yes.
Iraq.
We don't believe this
And
bullshit back there.
you don't
When I
believe
came
the
here,
globe model.
when I came here, we
Yeah.
went in school. Everyone saying Earth ball, Earth ball. I was like, what? What is this bullshit? The sun
Indoctrinated,
bigger
that's
than
why.
Earth. Yeah, they try to
They're all
trick me.
brainwashed, bro. They're all brainwashed. They don't
And
understand.
even listen. Even if they calculated the Earth correctly with the current system, the Earth would be bigger than the sun.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. But you know what I'm thinking? Why the sun not falling on the Earth?
Well, like Breaking Down Wall said, there's like a mysterious force holding the sun, like a stick or something.
A stick. A fishing pole will be like,
Oh, let me re-emphasize what I was saying. Right, who's to say that the sun is actually suspended in midair? Because they tell us that the sun is floating in the vacuum of space. Now, it would be more
Can't be a
sensible. Yeah, it would be more sensible to understand that that is a light that is being projected down towards Earth,
Like a
towards
lamp.
us.
So it's a
Yeah,
lamp?
like a lamp. Yes, on it from a solid
But
object. Yes.
yes, but
What
but
is that
but
solid
the thing is,
object?
the lamp the lamp gives off so much energy that it's able to continue on with life. It's able to give animals life.
Yeah. Yes.
It's that
Yes.
powerful.
But
That is
how it doesn't
that is
run
a
out of
possibility. Yeah.
how much is the electric bill if it's a lamp?
$20 million.
Yes.
أبخل أبخل أكخك.
Oh, it's getting big.
So
Hopefully
what's
it gets
the
as big as-
sun energy output?
I
I
don't
don't
know,
know.
brother. You'll have to
Don't
tell
trust
me.
in Google because
Lots
like
of
the sun
energy.
Yeah.
the sun
Don't
image is like a million
do it
times
on
bigger
Google.
than
Google
Earth.
is fake.
100 petawatts.
That
Is
is
that
fake
on
because
Google?
like
That's a lot.
the sun
If
they
that's
believe
on
in is like a
Google,
million
it's
times
fake.
bigger than Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
100
fake. Don't forget Google.
petawatts
Google
is
fake.
enough to have the energy output which is being cast on the world.
Brother, don't use Google. Google fake.
Google is a god, actually.
No,
The Google
Google
answers
is liar.
Yes.
Google is devil.
Yes.
Yeah,
Shaitan.
he's a god.
Google is Shaitan.
Yeah.
Google is a system made by the government to brainwash us even more.
Google, so you go on Google and you look at news and everything. Google lying to you, brother. Don't believe him.
They don't
He's
believe
not good
him.
guy. Google's
You
not
could,
good
you
guy.
could, you could believe the rest of the stuff, except aside from the Earth stuff.
Yeah, I don't think we can generalize anything. That's like saying that one man, because one man has told lies, that every man is a liar. You know, Google is good for some things. Yeah, we need to be able to read between the lines and see what is truth. You know.
But when I try to read between the lines, it's white. I can't read anything.
There's no words to read.
So are we going to have a? I mean, jokes are all fine, but you did understand what Breaking told you, right?
I did not. I don't know about any joke.
So you can't say that
I'm sorry.
Google
look.
is fake.
Look,
Okay.
English, my third language.
Okay,
So
that's cool.
if I say anything that sounds bad, excuse me for my language.
It's not a. You're doing fine, bro. I mean, I've been
Yes,
here
I am.
for a few minutes.
You are
You're
a
doing
flat
fine.
earther? Are you a
Me?
flat earther? Yeah.
Yes, I would like to think so.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. We appreciate that and we support, but we don't want you to believe it. We want you to actually prove it to yourself.
Of course.
So, yeah, when we conduct science, you know, natural science, when we learn natural sciences and try to do like scientific experiments and stuff like this, these things, they do not work with beliefs. The word belief for science is blasphemy.
Really?
Yeah, because science, natural science, is the study of reality. For us to understand our physical reality, and we cannot deny it. I mean, actually, in our mind, we can deny it, but that will not mean that if you believe that fire is not burning you, it doesn't mean that when you throw yourself in the fire, you will not be burning and feeling all that pain. Nothing, no belief will change that.
Yes.
Yeah.
So,
So,
Daddy, was it?
Yes, brother.
So why would you think that the Earth is flat?
Well, I don't know. Round Earth just does not make sense to me. It just does not click in my head. I don't know. It's
Okay.
just how can everything stay like that, perfect, in round Earth? Come on, brother. Think.
Okay.
yeah, it's a good point.
Very good. Like,
Yeah.
look at the world, bro. You see anything around? Nothing.
True.
How you gonna prove it? How you gonna prove it?
My balls are round.
How am I going to prove it? With my eyes, brother. Look around you. Anything around? No.
How you gonna prove it to anybody else?
Well, look. I believe what I know the truth.
Yeah,
People
yeah,
don't
but
want
that's
the
the thing.
truth.
You
Fuck
just
them.
said the trick word. Believe. We don't use that word around here. We want proof. We want facts. We don't use believe, right? So when
Look,
you come in here,
look,
you got to know you got to know what you know, right? So in order to do that,
look,
you have to have facts, right?
look. If people don't want the truth, I am not going to talk to them. They are sheep. They are locked. There's no saving them.
Well, but you can learn these arguments, scientific and natural science arguments, and then you can expose this problem to them, and you will capture their minds much easier with truth.
Brother, I talk to them. They call me crazy. What can I do?
But what do you say
Yes,
to
because
them?
you see, for your claims. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, what do you say to them, right?
I say, brother, look at the world. You see anything around? Look, to explain to me how this works, how the earth spinning fast, how is that? They don't know how to answer it, but they don't want to believe, or they don't want to find anything for themselves.
You see, Iraqi people are very knowledgeable in mathematics and geometry, like they have it in their history, in their culture,
Indeed,
study of
indeed,
mathematics, right? Yeah.
indeed.
So, yeah. So you have to approach them with the geometry of the ball. A ball has a overall curvature rate, and because of this curvature, our horizon must be a fixed uh, distance. Be- because it will be like you're looking at a hill, and beyond the curvature of that hill, you cannot see anymore because it's behind it. So you have to climb up the hill so you can see the other side of the hill. Correct?
Sorry?
Mic check. Yeah. So the horizon on a ball is a physical geometrical
Oh, yes,
obstruction
yes, yes, yes.
of the line of sight. Yeah. And actually, when you go to the sea or a very large body of water, a big lake,
You see everything. There's no curvature.
You will find that you see 10 times, 20 times further than what we should be capable.
Of course,
see.
because it's bullshit. It's bullshit.
Yeah. And they will try to invoke refraction, light refraction, to say that that's how you see it flat, which is actually a curved surface, But you also feel it's flat, because if I give you, if I ask you to close your eyes, yeah, and I give you a soccer ball in your hands, yeah, you feel it, it's round, but I'm telling you, I gave you a cube inside your hand, in your hands. And when you open your eyes to see a cube, I mean, that will be something impossible, right? To feel it in your hands, it's round, but it's a cube when you open your eyes. It doesn't
That's what
work
I
like
do.
that. That's what
I
they
put
are
my hand on the
doing
earth.
with
I'm
us.
like, I am like, this earth is not round. I cannot feel the roundness. I feel flatness on my hands.
It's not even moving.
I know.
When you put your ear next to a watch, yeah, you can hear it ticking. It means
Yes.
it's moving
But
inside.
I put my ear to the earth. No sound, nothing. Silence.
Bring that was up to decided.
Yeah.
Yes, very good point. I put my ear, nothing's moving. I'm like, what is this bullshit? Where's the engine?
Yeah.
How's this moving?
When you lean next to a truck, and the driver starts the truck and move away, you will feel the truck will be moving,
But this giant earth,
But,
for some reason,
yeah.
I cannot feel it.
Yeah. And they say we are spinning, and
What's
if
spinning,
you
brother?
spin,
I would be dizzy right now.
if you,
I would be dizzy.
yeah,
Brother, I would be
I'm
dizzy if it
sure.
was spinning.
Exactly, yeah. Like crazy dizzy. Yeah. Vast majority of people are falling down when they are coming off of a merry-go-round.
Of course.
And at the equator, they tell us that our angular velocity is 1,000 miles per hour, like supersonic speed. So people are at the equator, they are moving with supersonic speed and they don't feel it. And this magic force of gravity is holding this air that we breathe in this moving frame, like it's a frame which is not moving. I mean, it's super crazy.
Total insanity. Yes, brother,
Yeah.
look.
Yeah.
Wait, what is this? If you think this is small stack of any, you have been successful. Wallahi al-azim. You are right, brother.
Yeah. And another funny thing, if you look at MIT University in USA, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, is one of the most prominent universities in the world and in the United States. It's the most expensive education you can get, I mean, it's between the most expensive, correct?
Sorry, what was that?
I mean, when you go to MIT to study, it's not a cheap university. It's not for
What is
any
MIT?
poor man. MIT, yeah, Massachusetts Institute of Technology.
Oh, so they make technology there?
Yeah, yeah. It's one of the most famous universities in USA.
Oh, not heard of it.
Yeah. MIT. MIT.
MIT, okay.
Yeah. Search it, Google it, you will find it's just like Oxford, Harvard, you know.
Oh. So
Yeah.
Oxford, MIT and MIT, you say?
Yeah. MIT. Yeah.
So I say MIT or I say MIT?
Search MIT University.
Okay.
That's how they abbreviate the name of this university in USA.
Here.
Yeah.
University, okay.
So, yeah. This university is not cheap. Is very expensive.
Of course, brother. Cost a lot to
Yeah.
brainwash.
Yeah. But you see, when you go to this university, they have physics classes. They teach physics classes to students. I mean, they teach physics in
You
the
mean
classes.
bullshit. You mean they teach bullshit.
Well, you see, in the cheap school, which me and you have been to, we learn about gravity. But when you go to MIT, at physics, the teacher, they tell you, oh, gravity, bullshit. Put it aside.
Yes.
And they tell you, the physics teacher is telling you that the cause for the down vector, which we call gravity, is actually incoherent electrostatic acceleration. That's what they call it at MIT. And the teacher, the physics teacher, is saying that gravity belongs to astrophysics, not to physics.
Wow.
Physics is the science which study like reality, our physicality, you know.
Yes.
But astrophysics is the study of the stars. You look at lights in the sky at the nighttime, and then you make fortune tellings and palm readings, wild
No,
guesses.
brother, that's astrology. That's astrology, brother.
Astronomy also is the same. I mean, astrology actually, if a man can prove that there is a spiritual connection between people, horoscope signs, and the stars, yeah, then it's a real science. But astronomy is telling us that we have these giant gaseous planets, gas being attracted with itself, forming a sphere inside a infinite vacuum of space. So astronomy is much wilder than astrology.
Okay, yes. Well, brother,
Yeah.
it was pleasure talking to you. I must leave now. I have
Yeah.
learned a lot, and
A
I feel
pleasure
that I know more.
also. It's not much that you got, but you
Hey, brother,
can
the more you know, brother, the more you know.
search. Yes.
Okay, well,
Truth
take
is
care.
important in a man's life. Yeah.
Yes,
So
of course. Well, take care,
always
brother.
pursue truth.
Stay
You
flat.
too.
Stay flat.
You too. And do come back.
I check.
Went quiet.
Yeah. Is he gone?
Hey, Roger.
And his friend, is he
Yeah,
gone?
he went away. Yeah.
Okay.
He's a flat earther, but from Iraq. I hope he was real. Man, I had this talk in Gem Panda about light refraction. They all, even Google, not just Google, but Wikipedia and many sources, they say that the refraction is the bending of light. And that's stupid to say it, because light is not bending. It is only changing the angle of propagation. It's changing direction. That's not bending.
Hello?
And they were showing me, hello.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Welcome. Who is this?
Oh, this is Matthew. I was just hearing what you were saying about bending light.
Oh, hey, Matthew. Yeah. So I was saying that light is not bending. It's only changing the angle which it propagates, the direction.
What if it constantly changes in some medium? It's like constantly changing direction. Would that be considered bending?
Well, constant changing the vector is not bending. I mean, you can bend a steel pipe or, something physical, with plastic properties. But
oh, I got it. I see what you're saying. Yeah, that makes sense.
I mean, when you walk on a path and then you take a right turn, you don't say that you bent to the right. Yeah. So, am I wrong?
No, yeah, that makes sense. It's just the definitions of those words I was getting clear.
Mhm.
It makes sense what you're saying.
Yeah, and when they use this term, when they define refraction, like light bends, I mean, it's fallacious term to use. Because you give a physical attribute to the light,
Can I button get beget?
Sorry?
Can
Yes.
I ask Matthew a couple of questions?
Sure.
Thank you. Matthew, how are you doing there?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Yeah, not bad, thank you. Yeah, just a couple of questions. You've been here a while, probably X amount of months. So you still believe we're on a flying spinning ball, and you believe all the stuff that comes from NASA that they're telling the truth. You think that all the planets are real, that the solar system is real, that the vacuum of space is real. So you're a grown guy. You've got to be in your 40s anyway. So it's like, what's your profession?
Oh, I work in teaching mathematics, and I also do computer stuff. So.
Okay, so you would think that a grown guy, okay, that is working in teaching of mathematics and these things, just a personal question: why do you keep coming here to argue with us about the world that we are saying is not what you're saying? What is the benefit of that to you? Why do you feel the need to keep coming back and arguing your case over our case?
I don't want to be stuck in an echo chamber of people who just think like I do. I think it's healthy for people to expose themselves to other ideas. And so I hang out with people sometimes that disagree with me, like you guys. And also, I think it's an interesting topic that has to do with epistemology, knowledge, science, all these things. So I find it interesting.
But for all that you've heard us tell you, okay, you still have stuck. You've not even considered anything that we've said.
No, I've considered it all. What do you mean? Like, yeah, that's why I'm here to kind of learn what the arguments are and see.
Your mic keeps cutting out there, Matthew.
Oh, sorry. I was saying, yeah, I have been learning, and my goal is to understand all the arguments and see if I agree with them or not.
Okay, so can we deal with one issue at a time then? So we've told you that we have the mathematics for the globe, which is the radius and the circumference. And do you agree that if you look from point A to point B that it should be a curvature of 8 inches per mile squared?
Generally, yeah, that's generally true. That's more of a guideline. It depends on the atmosphere and how high you are and all those things. But that's a good rule of thumb, sure.
So have you taken a look at all the observations that disprove that we're living on a globe?
I have. Like, for example, the black swan, I think, is due to light changing directions just slightly, and so that you can see a horizon 10 miles away from 1 foot high sometimes, especially over water when there's weird humidity and things happening.
Okay, so have you looked at the video that I took that's longer than 10 miles away, and it shows an island off the coast of Ayrshire, and it's 30 miles away, and it should be hidden behind, the bottom of the island should be missing, it should be hidden behind 300 foot of curvature, and you can clearly see the bottom of the island. Have you ever took a look at that video? I've posted it countless times.
Yeah, I think I've seen the one you're talking about where you can see the beach even though it's 30 miles away.
So why is there no curvature?
I think there is curvature, but the light is, as long as it refracts 0.01 miles or 0.01 degrees per mile, then it can look flat even if it's not flat. It's hard to tell the difference between 0.00 degrees and 0.01 degrees over the space of a mile.
Okay, so what about the guy that's up in a plane that can see 1,200 miles away from a height of 30,000 feet? He took a picture of the distance, and he has also shown that these mountain ranges are 1,200 miles away. How could that happen on a boat? Again,
it depends on atmospheric
light refraction again.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if it were in a vacuum, I don't think you could see that far. And furthermore, I'm not 100% sure he's got all the mountains labeled correctly.
Okay. So you deny that there is any curvature. You think that, you deny that we're on a flat plane. You think that we live on a flying, spinning ball. So can you tell us why we can't feel any motion at all, even although we're traveling at 1,000 miles per hour on the ball, then 66,000 miles round the sun, then through the universe like a shooting star or a shooting ball? I mean, the speeds are ridiculous. And yeah, if you sit in a car and you go round a bend with your eyes closed, you can feel that tiny little bit of movement or acceleration either way. Did we just lose? Oh no, Matthew's still there. Yeah, can you tell us how we can feel the slightest bit of movement and yet we can't feel the speeds or anything close to what they're telling us?
Yeah, sure. To be precise, in physics, it's acceleration that you feel. Like you said, if you're going around the bend, you can feel it. But human beings actually cannot feel like motion. If you're just going in a straight line motion, you can't feel it. You only can feel change in motion. And our claim is that the change in motion is not that.
Sorry, I have to stop you there. I'll have to stop you there.
Jen, stop. Jen, let him go.
he's being Roger. I mean, breaking balls is doing something. So breaking down the walls, let him finish. So
I'm just trying to. I want to hear, because I've not spoke to Matthew in a while. Sorry, Jen. Hi, how you doing, brother? Hi, Fraud. I just want to hear Matthew out, and it's good to allow someone to get to the end of the statement, so as that we can talk about what they've just said. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, fair enough. Sorry for the interruption. Then.
No, not at all, Jen. Not at all, Jen. Yeah, no, you're
yeah, and Jen and Fraud, good to see you, and I'd be happy to answer your questions later too.
Yeah, so you were saying, Matthew, about going round a bend, because I was about to provide a model of what they say we are living on. So here's the model, and you were on about bending. So there you can see where we're bending constantly, and yet we don't feel the motion, yet we feel a motion or a change in direction at 5 miles per hour, let alone these ridiculous speeds. So carry on if you would.
Yeah, you're right. We would feel change in motion. We would feel a circular acceleration. And what I say is that this video you posted is way sped up because the actual motion that I claim is that it's 0.00696 RPM. 1 revolution per day, and that's not changing speed that much.
So at the equator, so on the ball itself at the equator, they say that we're doing 1,000 miles per hour. Would you agree with that?
Yes, 1,040 about, yes.
Okay, so that's faster than supersonic.
That's correct.
Yeah. So do you not find a problem logically with that claim?
No, I don't, because again, human beings don't feel speed, we feel acceleration. So the speed is slightly changing throughout the day. In fact, in 12 hours, it's going exactly the opposite direction. But over the space of 12 hours, that's a long time to accelerate.
So when we're spinning at that speed, what do you say to why we don't fly off the so-called ball?
Because the centripetal force is not that high compared to our weight. In fact, we do measure and experience a difference in weight depending on latitude. People at the equator weigh less than people at the North Pole.
So you're saying that it's to do, wait a minute here, on a roundabout, okay? So we can set in a roundabout, and you're saying if we speed that roundabout up to 1,000 miles per hour and keep it at a constant speed, that no one would fly off of that?
It depends on the size of the roundabout. It doesn't, and also the speed is not as important as the RPM, the revolutions, like how many angles, or the angle per minute that you're changing. That's what's important.
You've just brought down the speed there. I'm sorry, we need to keep the speed constant velocity at 1,000 miles per hour. So let's say you have to remember we're not inside the ball, we're outside the ball. So we're on the ball. So 1,000 miles per hour. Yeah, thanks, Roger. That's exactly what the point I was making there. 1,000 miles per hour stays at 1,000 miles per hour. It doesn't change. So let's say we So what you're trying to discard there is the speed as if it's lowered, so as it wouldn't affect us or it wouldn't fly us off the ball. Now, can you do you know how ridiculous that sounds? You're telling us that we're standing on the outside of a ball. Doesn't matter whether we're up or down, because I know the arguments. So, and we wouldn't fly off of that because of centrifugal force?
Yeah, that's right, because it depends on the size of the roundabout. If you go at the same speed through a roundabout that's 100 meters wide versus one that's 500 meters wide, it's going to make a big difference.
So have you got a mathematical equation to show how the size of a ball alters the centrifugal force?
I don't have it off the top of my head, but it involves the radius of the turn. So the radius is important.
Because I wouldn't, to me, it wouldn't matter if the ball was a centimeter by a centimeter, or if it was 100 meters by 100 meters. Surely the speed, if it's constant and it's the same effect would happen on a small ball compared to a giant ball. You're telling me that doesn't happen?
I'm saying that the size of the ball determines the force. The size, speed, and the radius and the speed are all related.
Yeah. Guys, if anybody else wants to come in and ask Matthew some questions, feel free. I'm yielding. Yeah, go ahead.
Finish the 3 points. You're basically doing the 3 points. You might as well just finish it, breaking. I mean, because it's good for people to hear someone who's educated explain it, and it still sound absurd. So it would be nice if you just finish it off with the last point and see what his response is to that, breaking.
For
if
the
you would, please.
vacuum in space, that one. I think we didn't do that one yet.
You want about how can we have a vacuum in space next to, obviously, you on about gas pressure without a container?
That's right, yeah. By the way, I'm thinking about making a video about these 3 points to explain my answers to all of them. If I do, I'll post the link in here.
Yeah, so Matthew, how can we have gas pressure on Earth without a container? How can there be a vacuum of space? How can that exist?
Yeah, there are two ways to make pressure. One is to put something in a container and squeeze it. Another way to make pressure is to pile up a bunch of air, and the weight of the air also makes pressure, which we can see by the pressure gradient.
And why does that gas not escape into the vacuum?
Because it has a slight preference for down rather than up when it's like bouncing in all directions because of its weight. And so some of it goes higher and higher, but on the whole, it stays closer to the ground than to the higher elevation.
And would you put that down to the unproven force of gravity?
No, we don't need to get into that. I was just talking about the weight. I believe air has weight to it.
Okay, so you're mentioning weight. I'm just interested about what you've just said there. You're mentioning weight holding air down on Earth, okay? So if it's to do with weight and not gravity, because you've not invoked gravity there, so why do we need a force to hold us on a flat surface?
Well, I mean, I would call that weight also. The reason I don't fly off into the sky is because I weigh something. Now, we don't need to argue about why we weigh something. That's a separate topic as to why. Weight is the simplest way to describe it.
So you aren't going to argue the fact of why things fall back down to Earth. Like if we jump up off the floor, you're not going to say that gravity forces us back down.
That would be a separate topic. I would, to keep it simpler, I'll just say something we both agree on, that it's due to weight. We disagree about where weight comes from.
Would you agree with density?
Yeah, density is a way to explain things too. Sure.
Okay, that'll do, guys, for my question. And you can, I know there's lots of people want to talk to Matthew further, so carry on, guys. Thank you.
No, not really. We've already talked to him.
I could talk to him on plenty more things, but
I would like to.
Yes, go ahead, Get.
I would like to ask him. You mentioned about motion, like that part where we do not feel motion. Can you provide us any such experiment, a man to be in motion with supersonic speed and not to be able to feel that motion? Other than
Yeah.
The globe world.
So in general, physics describes that we can feel acceleration or a change in motion, but not we can't tell how fast we're moving. If we're just moving in a straight line, we can't tell how fast we're moving. So for example, if you're in an airplane, it's hard for you to determine if you're going 250 knots or 400 knots without looking at a...
Yeah, but you can tell that you are in motion.
Generally because there's a little bit of vibration and you can hear the engines and all those kinds of things. But if it's really smooth, it's hard to tell.
Yeah.
Well, we have a smooth motion on these merry-go-rounds.
That's without a doubt. Close your eyes, you can feel.
Hey, who's talking? Let Get Beget talk. Whoever's trying to interrupt, let's let Get Beget, please.
But centrifugal force.
Actually, where I want to go is to the understanding of motion in fields.
Okay, motion in fields, you said?
Yeah, like the way we tell how an electron or charged particle is moving into an electric field.
Sorry, was that a question? Like, how do we tell an electron is moving?
Yeah.
I think it change, like if you have an electron moving in a field, it generates magnetism, electrical, or it changes the field. I'm not sure what you're asking. I'm sorry.
Yes, I mean, you observe stuff which happens when you have a particle moving through a field, in an electrical field. And you see, you cannot have a kind of particle moving through an electric field without generating anything or feeling anything, you know?
Yeah, that sounds right. If you're the charged particle moving, that's how we generate, that's how electric motors work, that's how generators work.
And it so happens that the ground is negative and the air above us and around us is positive charge. And the higher you go, the positive charge potential increases. Correct?
I know that the ground is ground. That's why they call it ground in a three-pronged plug. I don't know
it's
about
also negative. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know about the air being charged.
It is. It is. This is fact. Known fact. Yeah. And
it seems if that were true, you could just generate electricity by putting an electrode in the air and one in the ground.
Oh, they do. Yeah, they do.
I guess I'm having trouble believing that, but carry on. I mean, I don't know enough to say why.
Well, who was that? Benjamin Franklin harvested energy from a lightning with a kite.
Nikola Tesla, I think.
Yes.
Oh,
Tesla
never mind.
Yeah.
That was Benjamin.
What about Faraday? Wasn't it Faraday as well? I think. I'm not sure.
Faraday, yeah. So whenever you have motion in an electric field, it means you have energies.
If you finish, Beget.
Right. Energies and forces. Yeah. And you see, this thing we call distance between 2 points A and B is actually a field. And the basic constructs of a field, you need binary charges or polarity, like north, south, plus, minus. So you can have a attraction force and repulsion. And in this, you have established a field. And when we are moving through an electric field. So any motion we can detect. We have like very, very precise instruments of motion measurement. I don't know, 6-axis suspended atoms of rubidium, and yeah, it's crazy how small distances of motion they can measure, like very, very small. And these instruments show that once you put them fixed to the ground, yeah, they show there is no motion. But if you put them on a train, they will tell you the speed of the train.
Okay, so yeah, I don't have any response to that because I'm not familiar with those experiments, and I'm still surprised with the idea that you could generate free electricity just by putting electrodes in the ground.
It's not actually free electricity, you know. It's either you are tapping in the world's dynamic system, either you are tapping into the world's radio grid network.
Okay.
So you can use.
Okay, Big Ed, do you mind if I come in?
Sure, go ahead, Jen.
Yeah, because I just want to go back to Matthew and move him back to the baseless claims he made that the human being is unable to discern any slight motion, which I think is completely and utterly wrong about, and that's unacceptable. Those claims that he made, saying that physics determines that. No, physics does not determine whether you can feel motion or not in the way you've described it. The human body is a magnificent creation that we are, and we are able to feel any slight motion. Now, you're talking about an Earth that's supposed to be a ball of 24,901 miles with a radius of 3,959 miles, okay, spinning at the equator at 1,038 miles per hour, right? The linear force and the centrifugal force of that, even at your one revolution, 24 hours, at the faster than the speed of sound, would throw you off. You would not be able to be on a moving object of said size. The bigger the ball, the bigger the linear speed, the more you're going to feel the force. And as for being in an aircraft and not being able to notice how fast you're going, well, you only need to look out the window and you can see the ground moving. But your senses are fired up. You will notice when the aircraft banks left or right, gains altitude or decrease in altitude. You'll notice those motions, even when it's smooth. And it's never that smooth. It's never that smooth.
So yeah, that's well said. I agree that you will notice when the airplane gains altitude or goes down or banks. But all of those things are a change in motion, not just the raw motion itself. And I'm saying
that's correct. That's correct. But I'm saying to you, I come out of my mother's womb, okay, and the Earth is spinning at 1,038 miles per hour. I'm just going to fly off. There is no way I'm going to be able to stay on a moving object like that. That would be impossible. Faster than the speed of sound. Faster than. Sound is 700 and odd miles per hour. So we're well over speed plus. Yeah, it's impossible. It's just impossible. You know, and if you're trying to say that's true, you're going to have to bring me the scientific citation and evidence of this. Because I can show you on a merry-go-round, only doing like 10 miles an hour and kids are flying off.
Yes, because it depends.
15 miles an hour.
It's because R is on the bottom of that equation. So the bigger R is, the smaller that force is.
What are you talking about there? R is what?
I'm saying the force, the centrifugal
force. What is the value of R? R represents what? What does R represent?
On the merry-go-round, it would probably be like 2 or 3 meters. So, but if the bigger the merry-go-round is, the less you notice that centripetal force.
We're not talking about you see, you got it right. It's centrifugal. not centripetal. It's centrifugal. That's the one that throws. That's the one that I posted it in the live stream voice text for you to look at as well. That's the force that throws you away from center. Okay, because that's what we're talking about. We're on a ball that is spinning. Okay, and there's nothing to keep me on at that speed. I'd be thrown off. Okay, that's fast. Have you ever ridden? Have you ever traveled at? Do you know the feeling of the wind hitting you at 200 miles an hour? Do you know? You don't. You've never. Have you ever experienced that? 200 miles an hour, the wind hitting you, and you're hanging onto a motorbike.
Only about 80 miles an hour is the most.
Right. I've done 200 miles an hour on my motorbike, yeah, and I'm hanging on for dear life. No room for error, and we're talking 1,036. That's 5 times that speed. There is no way I'm going to be able to stand up. No way. Not at those speeds. I'm going to be flung off.
You're correct. If the wind were 1,040 miles an hour, you wouldn't even survive that.
That's why such a speed is impossible to say that we wouldn't notice it.
Yes, but Jen, and people are able to justify that because of gravity. They say they can justify it because of gravity.
But gravity is an unproven theory, right? That and we haven't established the Earth being a spherical ball of said dimensions. And the only reason why gravity was clearly evoked, because whenever you spin a ball, whatever you throw onto it flies off. You throw water, it flows off. You throw sand, it flies off. And then if the ball is stationary, the water just rolls off. So obviously they needed that gravity to keep things on it. But we need to prove that. And it's been superseded by Einstein, Newtonian's master attraction mass. So gravity is an unproven theory. No scientific evidence for gravity. Zero.
Jin, have you done the calculation?
For example,
the maths is not going to help you. Yeah, the maths is not going to help you because we're talking about the physicality of the reality that we live. So your maths is not going to help you. The calculations are not going to help.
I'm saying you're right that there is a centrifugal force throwing us off at the equator, but the question is how much is that force? And so we'd need to calculate to see how much force we would expect.
It's a lot. It's a great deal. I'm sure you've been on a merry-go-round, and you know.
The answer is about 3 newtons. The answer is 3 newtons, which is about 2
We're talking numbers. We're talking numbers that you've never experienced. So you can't talk about it. You've never experienced 1,038 miles an hour. You haven't experienced that in your life. So don't talk like you can.
And that's why we need to do the calculation.
Matthew.
Now, the calculation still doesn't help because you have to feel it physically. In the physical reality.
How much? And that's all I'm asking is how much. You say there's a force, I agree, and then the question is how much.
Well, you do the maths because I already know that.
It's 3 newtons.
Impossible.
It's 3 newtons, which is about 2 ounces. You weigh 2 ounces less at the equator because
that's rubbish. That would be rubbish because when you are in a racing car, the G's you're subjected to are quite powerful. The weight pushing you down when you're turning corners. Yeah?
You're right.
So
the corners. The R is on the bottom of the equation, and those corners have a much smaller R. And
and we are spinning in a curve. We are spinning in a curve. We are
That's right, and the R is much bigger.
Right. So we're going to be thrown off. There's no 2 ways about it. There's just no 2 ways about it. There's nothing you can say that's going to convince me or anybody with any logic that you're not going to feel or notice 1,036 miles per hour. 38 miles per hour, sorry, and then suddenly you go to the UK, and suddenly you take an aircraft and you leave the equator, you go to the UK where it's only like 500 miles an hour. You're going to notice these speed differences, and if so-called body weight as well. You weigh less when you're at the equator. Oh, sorry, near the North Pole. You're going to notice all these things. I've traveled. I've never noticed anything. Never noticed anything at all. Never noticed the weight difference. Never noticed any speed difference at all.
Jen, can I also add in for Matthew to look at the video that I just posted to show clearly that if the Earth were spinning at 1,000 miles per hour, they say that the atmosphere is traveling at that same speed. So there's a video there provided that shows different direction in clouds that shows it's not spinning in the same direction, and also they're going at different speeds.
I like that video. That's a beautiful video. And yes, it shows that there are different layers going different directions.
Yeah, and so if the Earth were spinning at 1,000 miles per hour in the direction that they tell us, and the atmosphere is traveling at the same speed, then those clouds should be traveling all in the same direction.
Well, so yeah, you're right. Yeah, but I don't say it's traveling at exactly the same speed. I just say it's close. Maybe some of those clouds are at 1,045 and others are 1,030. So some a little bit plus, a little bit minus in different directions, but on average about 1,040 miles per hour.
Well, I'd like to know what evidence you have for such movement, because you believe in it strongly. So who measured the actual rotation of this speed? What method did they use? And what evidence do you have that we're moving?
Oh, sure. The stars are so far away that they seem to be generally mostly fixed. And so the fact that the stars move and the sun move and the moon move, I think, is evidence that the Earth is moving.
That does not prove the Earth is moving at 1,036 miles per hour. Sorry.
At night, the stars rotate. So
yeah, this is insanity.
The stars rotate or the Earth rotates.
Sorry, that does not prove the Earth is moving, my friend. I want to know how we got that speed, 1,038 miles per hour. What did they use method? Let's have it.
They noticed
we got a much bigger problem than that, Jen.
Yeah, I know. Go on.
Yeah, the issue here is that we're not allowing the heliocentric model to express itself, as the Earth isn't just moving 1,000 miles an hour, it's moving almost 2 million miles an hour, and it has about 5 different speed vectors and changes, as there's 3 different spinning motions, right? So Matthew, what are the speed differentials and variations of the Earth as it travels around the great attractor in the Milky Way galaxy?
Yeah.
It adds up to be about 3.4 miles per hour change per minute.
Where did you get that calculation?
By dividing the 220 kilometers per second speed going around the galactic core and the speed of the revolution around the sun, the standard numbers.
Okay, and you're saying that at what was the top speed that the Earth is moving in static space?
1.5 million kilometers per hour.
Okay, and how often is there a speed differential change?
It's
a constant change. It's allegedly, I don't know if I believe this, but allegedly it's 220 million years to go around the galactic core.
Okay, and the differential between if I'm on a certain spot, if you're on the equator and you're moving 1,000 miles an hour, and then you're moving how fast around the sun?
Let's see, 214
666,000 miles per hour. 66,000 miles per hour, I think it is.
Right, and then the sun is moving how fast? So we have to magnify this. That's the issue, is that there's a significant whipping situation here. Like when you're on the teacups and when you're inside, there's a speed. Then when you're outside, the speed is magnified much greater. And we have 3 different magnifications here. And I'm just trying to figure out how you could possibly say that it's not possible to feel all these magnifications when they're literally over millions of miles an hour in this certain direction, in this movement, and at this tilt, and then it's wobbling, and then the sun's moving, and then the Milky Way is moving, and then the great attractor is supposedly just magically this magical black hole thing that just they tell us in these cartoon books, Matthew. Well,
no, you're right. You need to calculate that, and I did. It turns out that due to the revolution of the Earth, it's a 0.506 miles per hour change per minute, and then around the galactic core, it's 0.008 0.95 miles per hour per year change.
Okay, so here's the issue. Why do they say that the Earth is an oblate spheroid?
Because it's close to being spherical, but like a little bulged in the middle. What do you mean?
Right. So what caused that bulge?
The spinning of the rotation of the Earth.
Oh, so you're saying the Earth has physical elements of this movement, but we can't feel it.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, you can. It's very slight, but it's slight enough to make a few percentage change in the radius. Not much, though.
So that's what I'm saying, is that you're saying it can move trillions upon trillions of tons of Earth, but we can't feel it.
Yeah, that's right. That's what I'm saying.
Wow, that is amazing. And this is why, Jen, this is why I tell people there's no point in ever moving away from the Earth curvature, because as soon as you let them get away from Earth curvature, this is what happens. And they're going to take you down this fairy tale of where the Earth starts expanding and the Earth feels it, but you don't feel it. Thanks.
Unfortunately, I've got my flat earth ground hooks on the ground on the flat earth. I ain't going nowhere. So he's on his own with this. I'm just questioning his logic.
And this is my last thing.
I have a problem too.
Hey, Gabby, this is my last thing. This is my last thing. Watch this. This is my last thing. I was going to say this, that when we say we look at the stars and that's how we know that we're moving, the problem, though, is that we see the stars converge and diverge from a single point on Earth. People used to say, well, when you're in the southern hemisphere, presupposing, the stars move in a different direction. Well, that's not true. From the same point on Earth, from the equatorial point, from any point on Earth, you can see stars diverging and converging over a period of time with these time-lapse cameras. The issue with that, and this is why I always just skip to this, is that the Earth could not be spinning in two different directions at the same time. And that's why as soon as you show them how the celestial bodies move, I'd like to know, Matthew, how do we account for the fact that the stars diverge and converge from the same point on Earth? I can look up and I can see the stars going in and out.
Do you mean rotating around Polaris, or what do you mean by converge and diverge? I'm not sure 100% sure what you mean there.
Huh.
Hello?
All right,
Mic
Matthew,
check?
the pictures are loading right now. I can't explain it for you, so I'm going to. Okay, Roger, hold on. I'm going to explain this.
Cutting.
You hear me?
Yeah, I wanna talk to Flying Scotsman.
Try to reconnect.
Am I on?
Yeah.
Okay, I see the picture. Yeah. So those pictures show rotation. Yeah, they show
that stars are converging and diverging from the same point on Earth. So there's two different the sky literally has gears. The sky moves as gears. The stars converge and diverge from the same point on Earth. Not when I move to a different location. It's from the same point on Earth. You can see stars going in and out of each other. How could you explain that?
I can't. If the stars do change their distances between each other, then the heliocentric model is completely debunked.
There you go. I rest my case.
Those pictures do not show that.
Well, that's a lie. I'm sorry, you just lied. It clearly shows that there's like gears. The sky is showing that the stars are going in and out of each other like gears, like literally. How can I explain it? You ever seen two gears in a clock or in your wristwatch or Big Ben? The gears come together and then they spread apart. They come together and spread apart. That's what the sky does. And that's what you've already admitted to, but you said that you have to go to the southern hemisphere to see that. We don't have to go to the southern hemisphere to see that. Roger, you're hot mic. It's not a big deal though. So we don't have to move locations. They're doing it right there. The sky looks like wheels turning. And now you're saying that it doesn't look like it's doing that. And that's the point. You have to deny what's right in front of you.
So just to be clear, you're saying that the constellations change shape throughout the night? They kind of like squeeze, like diverge and converge?
No, they don't change shape. They don't change shape. They just become closer and then they get farther away. They turn like gears in a clock. The picture's right there. The picture's right there, Matthew. The picture's right there, Matthew. It shows them turning into each other and then out of each other. It's right there.
I don't think that stars get closer and farther apart at night.
It shows it right. So you're saying the picture is fake?
No, I'm saying that the picture is an artifact. That's what happens when you take a picture of, sort of.
Yeah. Okay. Let's look at the top. See the top picture. Okay. So in the upper left-hand corner of the top picture, you can see that the circles are more circular than in the middle. See how it has more curve on the left. The star rotations are really curved on the left. Then as it goes to the right, they start to straighten out. And then there's kind of a middle point right about I'd say about 55-60% to the right of the picture, and then they start going to the right. They start then converging to the right. Now we have these gears turning into each other. Both pictures show that the stars are converging and diverging, which is absolutely impossible. It's plain as day. Anybody with two brain cells to rub together can see this. And I've heard many people tell me that these pictures aren't real, and now you're telling me that they're not doing what the pictures are showing they are doing, Matthew.
Yeah, so I get what you're saying, and I see what you mean by the pictures. I think that when you look in the sky, the stars do not converge and diverge that way. It's an artifact.
Okay, then how do you explain these pictures then? I think you're cutting in and out.
Sorry,
this is time lapsed.
Yeah, it's because these pictures are taking, sort of a dome-shaped view and putting it onto a two-dimensional picture that's you just lied.
Lens. No, you just lied. This isn't a wide angle lens. This is a normal lens. So that would be a lie, Matthew. You don't have to lie. If you don't want to believe it, it's okay. But if you lie, remember, these 6 things doth the Lord hate. God hates lies so much he named it twice and he turned 6 into 7. Matthew. So you really got to find out what you're trying to accomplish here, as we have a normal picture lens photography showing us a time-lapse view. I mean, Matthew, have you ever seen a wide angle lens time-lapse camera shot? It doesn't look like this.
So I'm not trying to lie. It looked to me like a wide angle lens, but
what part of this looks like a wide angle? How could this be a wide angle lens?
Because it's showing a huge part of the sky, all the way from Polaris, all the way to the south. Is what it looks like.
No, I'm not. There is no Polaris in these pictures, Matthew.
In the top picture, it looks like Polaris might be up to the top left near there.
We're not looking at Polaris. If we had a wide angle lens, maybe we could see Polaris, but we're looking dead ahead. It's actually a very centered picture. This view right here would be the equivalent of me closing one of my eyes and looking through a toilet paper roll. So I don't know if you have much experience with cameras, but this is not a wide angle lens. This is a normal lens with a shutter that continues to open and close over a long period of time. As we can see, literally, I'm looking at a road. Here's a mountain to my left, the ocean to my right. It's right out in front of me. It's not like I have to look around to see this picture. Everything is right here in the center, Matthew. So the excuses are changing. First, you're telling me that the sky isn't doing what we see. And now you're telling me, it just looks like that because it's a wide angle lens, Matthew. And that's because you have some serious issues spiritually. That's why I have to point this out.
No, I'm spiritually fine. I'm just saying, I'm just trying to explain. I don't know much about this.
But if you were spiritually fine, you wouldn't have to lie, make a new excuse change your story. Sorry, Matthew. It's
actually,
not working.
That's up to God to say that you're spiritually fine, not
thank you
to us.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm not.
No, it says judge. No, I'm sorry. Actually, God's children, it says to judge righteously. And right now, because you're lying to people in public, I have to point that out. It's my job. I'm sorry. Thanks.
Yeah.
Lying implies intention. I'm not intending to deceive anybody.
Oh, you just lied again, Matthew. You do this all the time. You have a serious intent. I'm sorry. You do. You make it very obvious, Matthew.
How do you know my intentions?
Because you habitually make up excuses to hide from what we show you, and then you lie about it, making up excuses because your first excuse didn't work. And you constantly do this, and you go around in a circle, and then we'll ask you, how do you measure something on Earth? You'll say, well, you look in the sky. That's also deceit. Yeah. So you're constantly lying to us, Matthew. And it's okay, because I actually like people like you, because it shows how dangerous this heliocentric religion is, because even people that proclaim to be Bible believers absolutely are complete turncoats, and they actually completely despise the word of God and the creation, and they lie about it to justify their man-made religion. And that's why I actually like people like you, because it proves my point more than anything.
Obviously, I have no response to that.
That's wise.
Well, we hope that you come sooner or later to the understanding of truth and accepting truth, world's facts. But Matthew, I have a question for you in regards to the centrifugal clutch.
Okay, so like a clutch in a car?
Do you know this, the principle of this mechanism, how a centrifugal clutch works?
I have a stick shift manual transmission in my car, and so I have a vague idea of how it works, but go ahead.
Also, centrifugal brakes are pretty much the same kind of mechanism, you know. This clutch has a spring, and when a disc is spinning at a certain RPM, the centrifugal force increases, and a weight on that connected to that spring will stretch or compress that spring. I mean, it's a matter of how you install it to extend itself or to compress. So, according to that centrifugal force, that spring will get compressed, and that weight is moving outwards and is going to reach an area where it's coming in physical contact with non-rotating system. So it's braking, or it's actually transmitting this rotation motion, because it makes physical contact, creates friction, and starts spinning that object.
Sure, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. Now, what happens when you take the same spring and you install it at half of the radius, but you're going to use the same weight?
I think because R is on the bottom of the equation, half the radius would make the force twice as much.
It will make it twice as much?
Yeah, that's what the equation seems to imply, sure.
So the force increases exponentially when you halve the radius from the axis of spin?
Not half, it's linear.
What do you mean linear?
It's not the square of the distance, it's the just the distance. So F equals mv squared over r, and r is on the bottom. So if you have twice the radius, then the force is half as much. If you have half the radius, the force is twice as much.
Oh, half as much. So you're saying the force is smaller, weaker, correct?
Yeah, the force is weaker if the radius is larger. Yes.
So that means that spring is not going to be compressed.
Dr. LA, you've been hot micing for a little bit. We heard you flush earlier.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so sorry, guys. Thanks.
Yeah. So to get back on this, how do you explain that you're weighing something in Europe, like a ball of steel of 1 kilogram, you weigh it on that scale, and you take the scale and the ball and go to the equator and you weigh it again, and yes, you do have a very small gradient difference because you are at a different altitude location in the world, but approximately pretty much the same from the sea level. And you will find that ball still weighs 1 kilogram.
I would say that it weighs 0.001 kilogram less at the equator.
Yeah, I told you it's negligible. We know that.
Yeah. So we agree. So,
but
what are you asking?
in centrifugal force, I mean, at the equator, you have the highest centrifugal force manifesting. Correct?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah. And when you move from the equator towards the north, you climb up on the ball, yeah? That means you reduce your radius from the axis of spin of that ball.
Again, you're correct. That's right.
Yeah. And the centrifugal forces decrease exponentially.
Yes. Uh-huh.
Yeah. So why don't we observe this? I mean, if we try to reposition, if you take a centrifugal clutch, yeah, designed to operate on a radius of 1 meter, yeah, at
Yes,
1000 rpm. When it reaches 1000 rpm, that clutch is reach its limit and it makes contact with what it's supposed to make contact with. But now, if I take that system and install it on a half-meter radius, yeah?
Yes.
And spin it with 1000 RPM, it will not make contact. I will have
That's right,
to
because
actually
the force
spin
is
it with 2000 RPM to achieve that.
Yes.
So where is difference in mass? I mean, this gradient, we don't see it. I know there is this gradient which is given by the electric field.
Okay, so you have a good analogy.
It means that if you measure a weight on the top of a mountain, you will see it's 1 gram, and when you come below at the bottom of the mountain and you weigh it, it will be 1.001 gram. It will be a little heavier.
And why do you think that is?
Than at the top of the mountain. And this is very well explained by the electric field that we live in.
What if you put it in a Faraday cage that cancels out all the electric field? Would you not notice the difference then?
You can't say that a Faraday cage is isolating you from the electric field, from the world's electric field. You still have matter in that Faraday cage, yeah, because it's not the Faraday cage is a grid of steel wire, yeah, metal wire, yeah, enclosed.
Yeah, that's what they're made out of, and
Yeah,
they
but
cancel out all
between
external
those
field.
holes, you still have holes which you can poke your finger through inside. Correct?
Yes, that's right.
And inside, you can have a mobile which does not receive signal from outside the cage, but it perfectly works inside the cage. It does all its functions. I mean, the micro, you can turn it on, yeah, you can power it on, and you can see all the information. You have it stored on your phone, yeah. So are you isolated from electric fields?
I guess. I'm sorry, I don't know much about electric fields, so yeah, I don't know.
I'm not expert either, you know, but I did search into this on my own. Yeah. I find that there are many black holes, you know. In the narrative story which they are teaching us, and also, for example,
Blind Scotsman or something.
the way they teach us
Blind
gas
Scotsman
pressure.
wanted to talk. I think Roger.
Yeah.
Hello, I'm Flying Scotsman.
Hello.
Yeah, I think Roger wanted to talk to the Flying
Yeah,
Scotsman.
I want to
didn't he?
talk to Flying Scotsman, man.
Hey,
So, how you doing, man?
Hello.
So you think you're on a spinning, flying water ball hurling through
Yeah,
space?
pretty much. Yeah.
So, this ball has dimensions, right?
Yeah.
And do you know these dimensions?
No, yeah, I just believe all the official figures.
Well-
What's it? How many thousand miles radius or whatever?
How many thousand miles? You have an exact number?
12,700 kilometers diameter.
Okay. The radius, right? 6,371 kilometers?
Yeah.
These are these are dimensions they gave us?
Yeah, that's what I believe. Yeah.
Okay. Keyword is believe, yes?
Yeah. Well, I've never measured it myself.
No. Have you ever seen it? Have you ever experienced the globe?
When I've been in an airplane, it looks like I can almost see a slight curve.
Almost. Oh.
Yeah, almost.
So
I'd say it's not close enough to prove.
No. Yeah. So I've been in an airplane and I saw a straight horizontal line. And the priest Neil deGrasse Tyson will tell you that you wouldn't see curvature from 128,000 feet up.
Really?
Yeah, not even from ISS.
So what's up with that, right? So the only way, if you can't experience it, right? Nobody has ever experienced the globe. Whenever anybody walks out his front door, he only experiences a flat, level, non-rotating plane, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I can see it. I've never seen the globe.
No, well, why would you think it is a globe? Because somebody told you?
The moon looks round.
Sorry?
The moon is round.
Yeah, round, but a table can be round.
Yeah.
Looking at something wouldn't determine its shape, right?
Do you believe the moon is flat or like?
I'm not making I don't make any claims about the moon, right? I see the moon and it's beautiful, right? It emits light, right? So
yeah, and it is true. We only see one side of it, so it could actually be a disc.
Yeah,
it doesn't rotate. Yeah,
right. So you and I could never determine the shape of the moon because we only see one side. We only see it moving across the sky, so same as the sun, right?
Enough. Yeah,
yeah. We only see stuff moving above our heads. We experience a flat, non-rotating plane, yet you believe it's a ball, right? Then comes the question: what makes it that you believe it's a ball?
Well, I was taught it at school, so.
Okay.
But, I mean,
fair enough.
It seems plausible. Yeah.
Plausible, right? I can show you a model of anything, right? And then tell you, well, this is what happening in the seventh dimension, right? It can model it out. It can show you equations about the seventh dimension, right? You wouldn't see it, you wouldn't experience it, but it makes it true, right? If it can model it out.
Yeah, I agree. I have no proof that it's round.
Okay, cool. So, but then it comes to how can we determine it's a ball? How can we figure out that it is actually a ball curving at 8 inches per mile squared and rotating at 1,000 miles per hour, right? Because all I've seen in the chat from you is explanations why we wouldn't see it, why we wouldn't experience, why we have to deny our senses, because this equation tells us we have to, right? Which is, in my eyes, ridiculous. My senses are perfectly fine. I need them, right? When I drive a car at 60 miles per hour on a freeway, I need my senses to be correct. So why would I discard my senses when it comes to the Earth? Have you?
So if is Neil deGrasse Tyson's, is his calculations correct that if the Earth really was a ball with a diameter of 12,000 kilometers, would we only be able to see the curve from 120,000 feet or whatever?
Yeah, you should. Yeah. So 128,000 feet up, right? I can show you the video.
Oh, yeah, they went up with a balloon, didn't they?
Yeah.
Skydive almost that high, didn't they?
Yeah. So
but
there
they
was
use the fisheye lens, don't they? So you can't tell.
Yeah. So, so we have this observation called the black swan. Are you?
Yeah, I think is that the one with the oil rigs?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I've seen that, and then I've seen the globe Earth's argument is that it's refraction.
Refraction, yeah.
Yeah. So what do you say to that?
They claim that, well, it's begging the question of a presupposed globe where light bends over, right? So they claim refraction, yet they haven't validated that the Earth is a ball to make light change angles over, right? And then they claim it's light bending over over the curvature in an exact way through air, which is one medium. So Snell's law is about two mediums. Going from
I
one.
agree. Yeah, this is the reason I joined this server, because those videos like that, it does seem weird. Like
Right.
where's the 40 foot of water or whatever.
Yeah.
But like, I can see how the mirage and the refraction could do it. But like, yeah.
Right, and a mirage or a fata morgana or that kind of stuff is about objects themselves, right? It's not about the horizon, right? So when you claim that the horizon is an apparent location, and in the globe model it has to be a physical location, right? The same as you would be an ant on a basketball walking away. Walking away, or your friend is you have a friend. My doorbell is so yeah.
Do you have
1
the
second.
picture of is it Chicago skyline that you can see it from the other side of the lake or something? You know the one I'm talking about?
Oh yeah, you've seen it, right? What do you think?
Yeah. Okay, if the Earth is flat, how come you can't see the bottom of the buildings? You can only see the top half.
The diffraction limit in perspective. The ceiling merges with the floor ramps up, the ceiling ramps down. You get an unresolvable horizon line in the middle between the two zones over a flat plane.
Then shouldn't the top of the buildings be smaller?
Welcome to 2015 again, right? Also,
Pretty
that
much.
was correct what he said, but that's a 2015 argument. Sure, you want to go with that one?
I understand the perspective lines, things going away, getting smaller, but like when the sun sets, you can still clearly see half the ball, and
Who
the other
cares?
half below the horizon.
Who
How do you
cares?
explain that?
Black Swan kills that.
Well, is the sun dipping into the ocean or what? Shouldn't it be a tiny dot? Then you just see a tiny dot.
Can you hear me, son?
Yeah. Well, you're not
Yeah.
answering my question.
Yeah.
Well, I'm
we
new to
don't.
flat Earth, so I don't know
2015
the
called
other
it once. It's 2015 called it once. It's disheveled argument back.
We
We got the black.
I found the Chicago
You heard of
one.
the Black Swan?
Yeah, I've seen the video. Yeah.
Yeah. There you go. Over.
Is there video of ship disappearing bottom first over the horizon?
Over. Black Swan. That's not disappearing.
How come you can't see stuff forever then?
You know
Shouldn't
the
there
Black
not be a
Swan argument?
horizon at all?
How come you
Yeah.
can't see stuff forever? Are you friggin' kidding me?
Well, shouldn't the
Bro-
horizon be a blur? I mean, shouldn't there be no horizon line? It should just
Go
be
back
a
to
blur into the
2015.
distance.
Come up with some arguments, man. This is childlike. Black Swan. What is the Black Swan argument? We're going to destroy it right now. Your whole entire
Yeah, there
globe.
should be 40 foot of water or whatever between it, yeah?
That's not the Black Swan argument.
Oh, sorry,
No.
which?
No. Wrong argument.
I've only been in the server for Yeah, basically, I just went to the server because I just want to hear the other side's argument instead of dismissing.
Well, do you know the Black Swan argument?
No, I've just seen that oil rig video.
Well, there you go. That's not a video.
Yeah.
Picture.
Oh, what do you see on the video? What video are you talking about?
Is that the oil rig one?
Yeah, the 2 oil rigs.
Yeah.
Rigs. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
No, I agree.
Where's
It looks like you can see below the 40.
Below what? That's not the argument.
Where there should. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I don't know the argument.
Yep. You need to get up to speed with the argument. You want to know it?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
All right. Yep. 1 second. You in live stream?
Yeah.
Of course, I got to go one at a time because I can't post them both at the same. All right. That's the argument. And the evidence is coming at you. There you go. So there's the argument. You ready?
Yeah. I think.
So you familiar with modus tollens?
No.
It's just a simple deductive argument. It's if P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, P, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Q, not Q. Yeah. We'll get to that in a second. Horizon distance is greater than 9.41 miles, therefore not P. Earth's not a sphere. Simple.
Okay, so do they have any more proof for their argument of refraction? That's
refraction? No, they don't. Who are they?
Okay. Well, yeah, just a random YouTube video I saw that claimed to debunk it.
The refraction, when you say refraction, what exactly do you mean?
Basically, the light is bouncing and refracting through the air as it
That's
comes.
incorrect.
And then
nope, that's incorrect. When you say refraction, you're invoking terrestrial refraction. What are the 2 necessary antecedents that are needed before you can invoke terrestrial refraction? Do you know?
Are there different air densities?
Nope.
I don't understand half the words you said. No. What's antecedents?
I'll tell you what, you're a good sport about it, man.
Yeah.
I'll give you that. Would you like to know?
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Or
yeah, terrestrial, because you got different types. Light refracts. Well, everyone knows that. Right?
Yeah.
But you got different types of refraction. Are we talking about prism refraction? Are we talking about magnifying glass refraction? Yeah. What type are we talking about? Right? Because there's different types.
I mean, the video claimed like different temperatures in the air or something, or different.
Yeah, that's just rhetorical. I wasn't asking you for an answer.
Sorry.
Yeah. But when you say atmospheric refraction, you got a big problem. Because that has 2 necessary conditions that have to exist. The first one is a paradox. The atmosphere. Atmo means air. Air is a gas. Sphere is a shape. Gases have no inherent shape. That's that's a paradox. And then you got to beg into question fallacy. You need to know the radius of the Earth. So those 2 necessary conditions must be known before you can even say refraction.
Okay.
Yep.
Can I ask you about gravity?
Oh, goodness. Right. We're bouncing all over the place.
What is, we call it gravity. You believe it's something else or whatever.
No,
when I hold
I don't
an
believe.
object.
Nope. I don't, straw man. Nope.
Okay, so as in like I won't use the word gravity. I'll use analogies or whatever. When I hold an object, I let go of it. It goes straight down to the ground. Why does it do that?
Really? When I hold an object like a helium balloon, it goes straight fucking up.
Yeah, and when I hold a TV remote, it goes down.
And then when I hold water vapor, it goes straight the fuck up. What's your point?
Yeah, so why do some things go up and some things go down?
That's the question. Yeah. With gravity.
What's your answer to it?
Yeah, with gravity. Okay, what are you talking about exactly? Which gravity are you talking about?
Well, I believe it's the mass of the whole Earth is attracting all the
mass
towards
so the mass. Let's get to the gravity. We'll get back to mass here in a second. Which gravity are you speaking about specifically?
Earth gravity.
No, there's no such type.
What do you mean?
There's 2 versions of gravity in secular literature.
Okay. What's the second version?
Yeah. What you want the second version?
Well, I didn't know there's two. Oh, like yeah.
Yeah, there's Newton and Einsteinian.
Okay.
Which one are you rolling with?
I don't know what either means. Just whichever the most common one is.
Newton is the old one.
I haven't looked that much into it.
Oh goodness gracious, man. Maybe somebody else could take over because this is it's going to end really bad.
I heard someone else saying it's the air density that causes things to go down.
Density of matter. Well, that's what most people say, from what I've heard.
Well,
Yeah,
the Newtonian gravity has been superseded by Einstein's gravity, which is the relative bending of space-time. So bending of non-physical things, like bending of light, which is another example of fallacy. You know, light is not bending. Light is a moving thing, and it's changing direction, and that is not bending when it's changing its direction.
Can it bend
angle.
in mediums?
Yeah. Refraction, when they try to explain you what refraction is, refraction of light, they will tell you that refraction is the bending of light.
Yeah.
But actually, it is the changing of the vector angle of propagation. And that is not bending. I mean, when you walk on the street and you take a right turn or left turn, you don't say that you are bending to the right or to the left.
Yeah.
You say you take a turn, correct? Because you're moving. You're talking about a motion. Yeah. So bending, you can bend steel, solid, plastic properties. You know, we can bend them. Yeah, that's true. That's correct to say. But bending light and bending space-time, and time is an invention of mankind to better understand what motion is, the speed, velocity.
Yeah.
That's why we invented. So it's a concept. It doesn't actually exist, something physical.
Okay. I just want to understand the basics of gravity. Or
there's
how
no
do you
gravity.
Well,
the force? Okay, if there's
the
no
problem
Yeah,
gravity,
sorry.
why?
Go ahead.
Okay, Roger.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
yeah. So yeah, let's because gravity is not validated, right? It's just a theory based in maths. So when people say when I drop my remote control to the floor, that's an effect, right? We all see it's falling, but then Globe Earth claims it is the bending and warping of space-time causes this effect, right? So even in your model, the gravity now is not a force. It's not a force anymore. It's an effect of the bending and warping of space-time, which is all theoretical, right? There's no validation of this. It's just a story. So when I replace the word bendy space-time with invisible unicorns, then it's just the same, right? It's exactly the same. So the whole notion of gravity being the effect of bendy space-time is just all theoretical,
right? But I want to hear your explanation.
Okay, so we have
why doesn't the remote go sideways into the wall? Why does it
well,
go down?
stuff does go up, right? Helium balloons do go up.
Why doesn't it go sideways?
Why would it?
Why would it? Yeah.
I can explain you why.
Why is up different than left to right?
You see, you asked us about gravity, and
hold on.
to ordinary school systems.
He asked a question, and I want to find out why would it go sideways.
Yeah, well, I'm asking you why it doesn't go sideways. Why does
But you're
the light
asking
go
me
straight
a
down?
reason why it wouldn't. I won't have to present you a reason why it would if I don't have a reason why it should.
Yeah, so what's your reason?
Why should it though? That's my question. Why should it go sideways?
Well, if you're saying why should it, then you're saying it shouldn't, and it
I
should
think
go straight down like it does.
right. So I mean that's what we see. That's what happens. So why should it go to the left or to the right? I mean, left or right is sideways or whatever. Is in the direction of the floor, right? So
Yeah. So what
the
is causing
floor?
it to go straight down?
Who knows?
Well,
yeah,
okay,
I mean,
so
I can answer that.
There,
Quite easily.
there isn't a cause.
Well, something makes it happen. Well, I mean,
why does gas disperse for no reason into different mediums? I mean, why does entropy happen?
It's pushing off each other, and it has less resistance.
So you have a cause for entropy?
No, you're just describing what's happening, not saying why it's happening.
Yeah.
All we can do is, unless you've got a method of finding out why something does something, all we can do is just observe what happens.
So do you believe you don't know why things go straight down?
I don't believe I don't know.
No, I don't.
Some
For
things
me,
go
it's
straight
not.
down, some things go up. You know, I mean, what?
For
I
me,
don't know what.
it's not a matter of belief.
So you don't have a theory why things go straight down?
You're talking about a story?
I have a very straight answer for you, man. Let me answer this guy scientifically, may I? Real fast. Won't take long, I promise you.
Scientific.
All right,
Okay,
because the space-time curvature on the remote is greater than, or is less than the space-time curvature on Earth. Thus, you have a downward acceleration from the remote to Earth, according to your high priest of science.
Well, I just thought it was
Do you
math.
agree with that?
No,
You
I
agree?
just thought it was math. But yeah, if he says it, yes.
Oh
Math.
no, this is reality according to your priest. So,
Okay.
do you agree or disagree with that?
Well, I probably agree with it, but I agree I can't.
Agree with it, yeah, because you have to agree with it, because you have to.
Can you define? Can you define mass? Hold on.
Because
he said mass. He said mass. Can you define mass?
Well, the whole mass of objects, the Earth, all the dirt. and rocks,
Massive
the Earth
object.
and
Yeah, that's not the definition. I asked you for the definition
Things.
of mass.
What are things? Wait, things that are dense or whatever.
No, you're
See, that's what space-time curvature does to you. See? Yeah, right. Exactly. It's like, you don't know much about it, but you agree with it. It's like because Einstein said it. It's like, all right, I rest my case.
I agree. I can't prove why things go straight down. But are you also saying you have no idea why things go straight down?
Yeah, we can show you.
Yeah.
For instance, like when you have
things go up.
I mean, things don't go straight down. I mean, all the time. I mean, because you have helium, you have oxygen, you have water vapor, you have all kinds of stuff that go up. So you can't.
Why
say things
does a
go-
helium balloon go up?
Because it's less dense than the medium that it's in.
Well, yeah, but what's up got to do with it? Why not sideways or?
Well, there's a density gradient.
Equilibrium.
What makes things?
And that's okay. That's the
that's the thing.
directionality. That's the set directionality of the system. Now we found it this way.
But
like when electricity, like like the right-hand rule. Are you familiar with it? With like magnetism?
Yeah, I think.
Well, okay, why isn't it the other way around when current flows through a wire?
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah, but
because we found it this way, kind of, right? Yeah. Or not?
But if I'm a Glavehead, I have a theory why helium balloons.
You have a story. Hold on. No. You have a story that has no validation, right? So that's what we don't get into. We want to. Yeah. No, you have a story. I mean, you can have a story of Superman. I mean, you can actually calculate the force that Superman would need to, have to jump over the Empire State Building. But does that make Superman real?
No.
Exactly. So why do you want a story?
We can observe it. We can observe helium balloons go up.
You can.
Heavy objects.
Yes. No doubt. But why?
That's real.
Right. Why? Don't know. It's like we were arguing earlier with some other guy that if you jump up, you're pulled back down. No, you're not. I mean, you're not buoyant. You're not less dense in the air. Jump up, go to the bottom of the pool and jump up. What will happen? Will you go back down?
Yeah.
You
Things
wouldn't,
are
right?
trying to
You
reach
wouldn't, right? Because
Well,
of the
if you're
medium
breathing
that
like
you're
the air.
in.
Yeah.
Right. Exactly. So it isn't. It's just the medium kind of determines directionality. I guess I want to say.
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah.
But it
does.
doesn't cause
Equilibrium, man.
why.
Equilibrium.
Yeah.
If
Right,
you
so-
have.
One second.
I still don't get why you think
I want to give one example, right? You have a
Okay.
beach ball, you throw it up in the air, and it falls down because it's denser than the medium, right? It's denser
But why
than air.
down? I agree, it's denser.
Yeah,
but
That's the thing. Why entropy? Why? What's there's not an answer because we could just observe something that happens in nature. We cannot determine the cause of what's going on. You might have a story, but you don't have validation of that story.
Okay.
The same with gravity, right? They tell you it is because of the bending and warping of space-time, but this is just a story. Nobody has ever bended some space-time to validate that it is really the cause of stuff falling down, right? It is unknowable.
With your helium balloon, you have a displaced. I'm going to use the term mass, guys. Don't jump on mass right now. But you have a displaced mass, and Archimedes' principle is the buoyant force is directly proportional to the volume of the displaced mass. All right. So when you have a helium balloon, you have mass of air that's displaced by helium. So that system now has to reach equilibrium. Now, why do things try to seek equilibrium? Right? No clue. Why does heat flow from hot to cold and not cold to hot? That's your question. Why does heat flow always from hot to cold and not from cold to hot? Why?
Yeah.
It was built this way. We just found it this way, man. Like that's a legitimate question. It's like if you're gonna say why do things like go up and down, I'm like, all right, why does heat always like go from hot to cold? This gradient, this slope, always never breaks the rule.
Yeah.
No clue. No one knows. It just like
That's
that.
the way the
Now,
fair enough.
creator intended it to be.
Correct. That's
The
how
way
we
the
found
Earth
it,
was
man.
created for us to. Okay, made by the creator. So if you've got any problem,
Yeah, every human being experienced this in the history of man, right? Why? That's unknowable. So they gave you this story about bendy space-time doing it. They gave you this story and told you, well, this is it. This is it.
Hold on,
It's
Jen. I
only-
think you're hot, Mike.
It's only a story based on math.
Yeah. Fair enough. Well, I only believe the story about mass. That made more sense to me.
There are different stories, you know.
I mean, yeah,
You
I
got
agree,
you got the Einstein. Yeah, so it's the how we don't know. No one knows.
Okay, fair
Like
enough.
the
Excellent. Moderators, real quick, as
internal
soon as you get a
mechanism.
chance, just let me know when
You
I
know
can
what I'm
speak. I'll wait.
Go ahead, man.
Chance right now.
Whenever you
Can I
get a
say something
chance.
real quick?
Yup.
Hey, what's a Flying Scotsman? Just out of curiosity, so if we were able to tell you why things fall down on the flat Earth, would that then you would know the Earth is flat?
Well, no, I was just curious what your explanation was for that.
Right.
But
Okay. So even right. So we could have spent 25 years helping you understand this, and at the end of it, you would have said, "Okay, I don't know the Earth's flat still."
Yeah. Well, if the Earth is flat, I just want to know what the theory of how things work then.
Right. Well, should we first determine what we can prove and measure, or should we speculate on things that are beyond our measurements?
Well, yeah. I mean, yeah, I didn't know flat earthers didn't have a theory for why things go down until right now.
Well, there you go.
Because
I'll
we
let
don't
Meme
need
take
one.
over. Okay, I'll let Meme take over in a second. I just want to say this last thing. That's the point, is that they gave you a story, and we're trying to give you reality. But when we try to give you reality, you want us to give you another story, and that's kind of the big problem that kind of recurs every time. Go ahead, Meme.
Yeah, I was gonna say we don't actually need one.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I didn't know that
I mean,
because I was
you
debating
just-
a flat earth a few weeks
That's
ago,
the thing.
and they said things go down because of density and the pressure pushing on the object.
Oh no. I mean, I think the question is, why do things go down?
Yeah.
But things don't just go down. Things exist in a medium, and there's behaviors within that medium.
Yeah.
Now, if you're asking about why is the universe orientated the way the universe is orientated,
Yeah,
you
I
might as well
agree.
ask me.
Yeah.
You might as well ask what the cause of the second law of thermodynamics is,
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah.
which is it's not even a scientifically qualifiable question.
Fair enough. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, you'd have to know the mechanics of the nature of reality, which means you'd have to be outside reality to understand that level of mechanics of it.
All right,
the way it is.
Well, thank you for answering my questions. It's interesting.
Sure, no problem, man. If you have any more, please ask.
Cool, thank you. Thanks.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to head off soon, but thanks.
No problem, man. Come back. Yeah, if you do want to learn more, we have tons of channels. If you scroll down, all sorted alphabetically. YouTube is skewing search results. I mean, if you want to, if you want to find a good video, it will probably be on page 50. So we sorted it all out so you can find it quicker.
Cool. Okay.
Okay, cool, man.
Cool. See you.
All right,
Has anyone?
It was good talking to you, man.
Has anyone pointed him to the wiki yet?
Oh, yeah, sure. Let me.
Yeah. Send Scotsman the wiki.
Okay.
Cool, I'll take a look.
1 second. I posted in
It's
the live
ours.
stream.
It's not like it's ours. It's just data we've collected and put together.
So here you go. It's the wiki we made. It has tons of observations, laser tests, radio telecommunication tests, infrared observations, all showing the Earth as a flat, non-rotating plane.
Cool. Thanks for that.
Sure. Does anybody has more questions or remarks, complaints, additions?
No, man. I mean, his question about the remote was really good. It's the space-time curvature on the remote is less than the space-time curvature on Earth, and so you have an acceleration. You know? That's what's up, dude.
People, I mean, they get this image from
It's quite interesting that he didn't. He had questions. Oh, sorry, he had questions to us, which he hadn't even got answered from somebody who believes in the globe.
Right.
He had no idea about different ideas of gravity. He didn't have a complete clue, did he?
That's a good point, and I want to point that out to him real quick, Roger, before you continue.
He's gone.
What's his name? Is he still here, or has he already left?
He's gone. He's gone.
No, Flying Scotsman. Okay, real quick, Flying Scotsman. That's the one thing I want to point out to you is that the oddest thing about this conversation is that someone like yourself and all the other globers that always come here, they don't know what their own globe religion teaches. And the one thing I always witness is that the flat earthers always have to teach the globers what they're supposed to believe in. Don't you find that kind of odd?
Yeah, I'd never really heard the gravity time thing before. I mean, I'd heard of time thing stuff, but not in relation to gravity.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, I agree.
Sure, right, and not just that. Then the Earth supposed Earth curvature, you know, the dimensions, the radius, things like that. Most people don't know those things, and we have to explain it, and then we have to explain how far we should be able to see, and then of course, we get the excuses afterwards. But if you really want to dive into this, it's an amazing psychological extrapolation, not only of other people but for yourself to figure out who are you? Do you believe things because you're told to believe things, or is it more important
I do acknowledge.
to experience?
Exactly.
Right? Is it? And it's weird because then we look at ourselves and we go, wait a minute, this is what we actually experience. This is what the military admits they depend on. And then it turns out everything literally in science and engineering never adjusts for curvature or spin. And once you find that out, man, you're gonna come to that fork in the road, whether if you're going to be real with yourself or not. And it's a really good I would say spiritual test for you.
Yeah, fair enough. Cool. Thanks.
Look up spaghettification. That's a scientific term from your pseudoscience religion. Yeah. So you know about it. Yeah, there you go. That's you know why the astronaut will get spaghettified if he's entering a black hole in that model? Because of the curvature of space-time is really it's really high near the so you get spaghettified. So you are familiar with it.
Yeah,
you know a little Einstein.
That's pop science.
Okay.
That's pop science, right? In the movies, they get ripped apart in the black hole.
You get stretched as you're entering the black hole. It's spaghettified, right? It's spaghettification.
even in their model, there are they dispute black holes, right? There are physicists that tell them there's no black hole. What are you talking about? So they don't even agree.
Oh
on
yeah,
that.
Big Bang universes and black hole universes cannot coexist. They're exclusively mutual universes, and there are many types of black hole universes. It's not just black hole universe. You can't say that. You have to define which type in the equation. Yes, there are 3 types. Yeah, it's 3 Narnia types, of course. Yeah, so this is all Narnia, so we can have many types, you know. But this is strictly mathematical. This is high level math. That's why it's 3 types. Very defined.
Yeah, so Tesla said today's scientists have substituted mathematics for experiments, and they wander off through equation after equation and eventually build a structure which has no relation to reality.
But they showed us a picture of a black hole. You guys are crazy.
I know, man. They just never specified which type it was. I know. I'm too scientific for these guys. It's like, yeah, okay, cool. Well, what type is this? Is this a rotating, non-rotating, expanding? Which one is it?
I'll take an extra black hole with gravy and fries on the side.
Extra black just for you, chocolate.
Extra
Coming right up.
black hole with gravy on the side, please. Heavy on the black. What's up, guys?
Side dish of Big
What's
Bang
up, chocolate?
fries, please. That's good, man.
Chilling, man. What's going on?
Same here, just chilling, drinking some coffee, smoking a bit.
Just had my coffee.
I haven't had coffee because we ran out.
Yeah, it's just black. Oh no,
Black
no.
coffee. I
Yeah, just
can't.
Blavio. Wait a
Him?
minute, Blavio. You're old enough to drink coffee?
What do you mean?
Yeah, it's 14,
I'm
man.
sorry.
I used to drink coffee when I was like 12.
That was a joke. Sorry, it went over like a lead. Chocolate's saying you really missed the Matthew Learns conversation with Jen CBR, Roger, and breaking down the wall of lies. Boy, you should have seen that one.
Let me guess. He just continues to affirm his beliefs based on stories.
Oh, it's worse than that.
I didn't miss anything.
Oh, bro, it's worse than that.
It's gotten worse because that's all he does. The guy.
Yeah, my cat was packing his suitcase. He couldn't take it anymore. He wasn't going to make any more memes.
But
so yeah, I showed him real quick. I showed him pictures of the diverging stars in the sky. You know, from the same point on Earth, you can see literally gears in the sky. And then he said, "No, that's not what's in the picture." And then I said, "Well, Matthew, don't you see the stars going in and out?" And he goes, "Well, that's because it's a wide-angle lens." I'm like, "Wow, Matthew! First you said it's not happening. Now it's a wide-angle lens."
In the picture?
Which it was. Yeah, I put him up about 20 minutes ago. It was not a wide angle lens. So he was just lying through his teeth. And you know, the soft spoken liar is the one you got to watch out for.
Yeah. That's why I have a problem with that guy. Very, very nice, but yeah, that very nice, but you're going to continue to assert bullshit very nicely? Nah, I'm good. You can keep that.
No, yeah, it's sick.
He does tell us it's just a belief, right? So
that's fine. Except why do you keep talking? Because we're not here talking about beliefs. Why do you open your mouth?
Well, his argument is that he wants to give the best representation of the globe Earth. If it's false
he's a
or
globe
not.
lawyer.
Yeah, something like that.
He's a globe lawyer. I didn't know the globe needed a lawyer. Why does the globe need a lawyer? I don't understand. It's not. It can't stand up on its own 2 feet. Can't represent itself. That's pretty funny. Any other globe lawyers in here today?
That's because your honor, no curvature was found. That's why.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, and then we
Roll
get
the case out.
Well, we get the accusation that we misrepresent the globe claims. It's something I read in the pseudoscience versus science. Like what? So
Wow,
the
really?
Earth isn't the globe with the radius of 3959? Isn't that a claim?
No, you're lying,
Well,
Roger. It's 39.
according to Ed, that sounds like our claim. According to Ed,
Oh,
that was a direct quote. 10th man asked him if the Earth is a sphere, radius 3959 miles. Is that your claim? Ed, a glober, said no. That sounds like your claim. Oh, okay. All right, delusional guy.
Well, which diameter are you using though? The one, because there are like many
Radius.
different diameters. Well, many
Radius.
different radii because it's slightly chubby under the equator, so it's a little bigger
Oh,
down
yeah.
there. You know what I'm saying? It depends where you're measuring. At the equator or a little below or above. You know what I'm saying?
Bro, he
It's a
didn't
pair,
even want to get that
Which
specific.
part
He
of the
just said
pair
that
are you on?
just sounds like our claim. Like, oh, we can leave it at that. That's fine.
I think it comes to Globers will claim that Coriolis effect is what we say it is. That's why we are misrepresenting their claims.
Funny. I'm told that after reading a citation of the Coriolis effect given to me by a Glober.
I know.
So keep trying that, guys. Oh my god. So sad.
That is because in witchcraft Satanism, there is no absolute. Thanks.
Mhm.
You might be right.
To answer your question real quick earlier, Chocolate, the
Yeah.
globe needs a lawyer because it can't do its own can't do its own mental gymnastics by
And
itself, so it needs a lawyer.
That's why it needs a lawyer. Needs a better lawyer though. Either that or we need a better judge to play this whole case out.
I've been running.
not forget, $20,000 still stands, waiting for anyone to prove such Coriolis effect.
And 2 bitcoins.
Flat Earth Sherman.
And 2 bitcoins for any globe proofs.
And 2 bitcoins for
And 2
Davis.
bitcoins. Nice.
Bomb has been planted. That's what I'm hearing.
A bomb has been planted. You know about that. What game is that from?
CS:GO and CS Source. I played both, by the way.
What was the first one you said?
Source. CS Source.
CS.
Flat Earth.
Yeah, Counter Strike.
Yeah.
Counter-Strike? Okay.
Yep.
Yep,
Counter Strike
Counter-Strike
Half-Life in
Source.
1997.
I just gotta make sure.
And I've also played most of the Half-Life games.
Yeah, Blobio, you were born the year Half-Life, I think, came out.
Yeah,
I don't
those are old
think
school.
so. How
Those
old
are
is?
old school.
Yeah, he's playing the old school stuff.
Half-Life is probably much older than you. It's 1997, so you're way younger.
Definitely.
I mean, the graphics compared to like the games today are, atrocious, man.
But the story, I loved Half-Life. Extreme fun.
I'll rock anybody in GoldenEye right now.
It's
So, Blobio,
1998. 1998.
Yeah, there you go.
Came out.
1998. Blobio, since you're a Half-Life professional, where did Half-Life take place on Earth in the video game, Blobio?
Actually, I don't know that. I didn't tell it's professional. I played most of the games.
Oh man, it's my home state, sir. Arizona, the Grand Canyon.
Yes. Same with what's that myth TV show? Breaking Bad.
Yeah, in Half-Life, it's the only game ever where you scale the walls of the Grand Canyon.
I'm on season 4 of Breaking Bad.
Oh, it's the best. It's Breaking Bad.
Why are we
is
hiding from
number
Half-Life
one.
now? Stop hiding from the question.
Arizona. But man, I've never finished Black Mesa. That game just got me in every way possible. I couldn't get past it.
That's the
Not so
original
much-
remade. That's just the
Yeah.
original.
Yeah, I know.
Checking.
That one, the puzzles were just too much for me. I didn't know where to go.
I was poning people with the 0-point energy gun about 15 years ago, man. It was a lot of good online play back in the day.
You ever played what's it? Kane Blood Omen?
No, I don't play any games really for it. Like, I mean, Half-Life I used to play, and I'll play like the old Call of Duty from 2010, the original Black Ops with John F. Kennedy.
No, Kane Blood Omen is like, I'm pretty sure it's 1988. It's a top-down, very pixelated game. So many puzzles. And then there's Blood Omen 2, there's Legacy of Kain Defiance, Defiance 2, I think, and then Soul Reaver and Soul Reaver 2. Amazing game series. I finished the first one, but not the second one.
Man, I don't even know if your parents were alive when they made those games.
My dad's deals about, I think he's 41 right now. Yeah, he's 41 right now. So he might have been alive.
Yeah, he was. He was born in 1980.
Yeah. Oh, that's my brother.
Now listen, Blob, I'm really, Chocolate doesn't know about this, but you and I have this planned meeting. I got to talk to your dad about this evolutionary religion.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't get cold feet on me. Don't back out.
Yeah.
Because, we had a lot of witnesses last night. We need to talk to your dad about this, find out why he's saying these things, because it's probably going to open his eyes. And then wouldn't that be awesome if you could talk to your dad about this stuff in a more with a better grasp?
Yeah. Yeah, I guess so.
Bring him on.
Yeah.
Bring him on, man.
Hey, MZ, how did that debate go the other day? Did you end up going?
Yeah, it was a walk in the park. That's the thing, Chocolate. It's an atheist community, so it was just the normal. Let me just make stuff up as I go along and hide from my own claim. And by the way, we have pictures from space and this and that. And why would they lie? It was the same old rhetoric.
They
but then they
hit you with the
rage
big
quitting.
guns.
Yeah, but
Big
here's the
guns.
thing. Then
Pictures from
then
space.
G-Man, the host, just let me talk to him. They started rage quitting, so that was easy.
I knew that would happen, bro. So he was going on a panel full of atheists. I was like, ooh, he's gonna go in there like a bull in a china shop. I had to watch that.
It's like having an MG42 with unlimited ammo. What do you know?
You're right. And no silencer.
No. Magnified.
Word. That's how we do it, baby.
Yeah, with silver bullets too.
And finishing off with a grenade. Why not?
You filthy animals.
Filthy animal. Yeah, see? Yeah, copper. Never catch me alive, see?
Every time, bro. We're just like mowing them down, man.
So we have.
I love it.
Okay. So we have
Sorry, brother.
mild cheddar. I like cheese. So mild cheddar. Are you there? Not.
Yeah.
What's up?
Nothing.
Okay. So, are you new here? Are you?
Yeah, I'm new.
Okay, cool. Have you looked into the topic? Flat Earth?
Yeah.
What do you think?
I think it's I don't really know. I just find it interesting.
Okay. You sound like you're not that excited.
You just wake up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is this morning for you?
Mm-hmm.
Good.
Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thanks.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? They told you you're on the ball with the radius of 3959. And wherever we go, wherever we measure, it measures flat. It's not a ball. So that's a problem, right? For the globe Earth.
Yeah.
Okay. Have you looked into some of the proofs, some of the globe claims that has been falsified? No?
What?
Have you looked into the proofs or the claims the globe Earth makes, right? And then how it's been falsified, that it's not a ball?
I've looked into like both sides and saw
Okay. I couldn't quite catch that.
like I've seen both sides and I've made my decision from there.
Okay. Right. So I imagine you saw some pictures from space, right? And you thought, well, of course it's a globe, man. Look at those pictures. It's obvious. They showed me a picture on TV, right?
That and other stuff.
Yeah. What other stuff? I mean, how does the Earth presents itself as a globe to you?
I've personally like been in a plane, and when we're going over Lake Michigan, I can like at one point I can see just all water, and then at other points I can see, like at the start I can see where I started from, and then going to Michigan, and then just the gradual like trip over it and maintaining constant height without
Without following curvature, yeah. Because planes fly over a level plane, right? They don't nose down to follow the ball Earth, right?
That makes more sense. Makes loads of sense. But they don't dip.
Go on.
Yeah, so people tell me, right? I've seen curvature from a plane, but I've been in a plane and no curvature. So Neil deGrasse Tyson will tell you there's no curvature at 128,000 feet up. There have been weather balloons with normal lenses, not a GoPro lens or a fisheye lens, showing a flat plane. We have Gustav Picard going in a balloon. I think it was 60,000 or something like that, 60, 70,000 feet, telling us it was a flat plane with upturned edges. So we have all these visual stuff that shows it's not a ball, but how would you then determine it is not a ball, right? The only way to do this would be measuring, right? You would measure the surface on the Earth where you're standing on, and then if it is curving away from you at the exact rate they tell us, then it is a ball. It's pretty clear then. But if it is not curving away from you, then how can it be a ball?
There is a interesting documentary where it takes I think it's the Flat Earth Society, and it's on Netflix, and it's called
Behind the Curve. Yeah, we saw it.
Yeah.
So yeah,
but they use like a $20,000 laser gyroscope.
Yeah. So yeah, let me hold you right. So the ring laser gyroscope, they say Bob Nodell proved the Earth rotation. So Bob Nodell didn't even touch that thing during the documentary. They made it into a hit piece, right? It showed there's no data of it, right? The only thing we have is the images on TV. They cut it like it was proving that the Earth was rotating, but if the Earth was rotating underneath the ring laser gyroscope, then everything else should rotate underneath this. Then the Earth should rotate underneath everything that is not attached to the Earth, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I wouldn't take my advice from Netflix. They also showed a show with dancing kids. I mean,
I also have another question for you. So you
Sure.
said you've been in a plane, right?
Sorry?
You said you've been in a plane, right?
Yeah, sure.
So, like, at one point on the plane trip, have you seen up at, let's say, like 20,000 feet, you've seen, like, you couldn't see any curvature. You could see, like, where you're at and, like, all the cities and all that. And then eventually, like, at the ending of the trip, when you go past the clouds, it's like, do you think that the clouds are used to, like, hide the flatness?
No.
Well, then,
No. I
well,
don't really
wouldn't
get
you?
what you.
Yeah, I gotta say something about that. I can see the flatness everywhere. Everybody only sees flatness. That's why when we take pictures or video from airplanes, it only shows a flat Earth. So I don't know anybody claiming that clouds could hide anything, since we're actually all claiming that we see the flatness.
Well, if it's if it's all like perfectly flat, then why wouldn't I be able to see to the 500-foot ice wall or something? You guys?
Yeah, good
Because
question.
your eyes can't see that far.
Right. So so.
Well, I mean,
Ooh,
personally, I've
get
seen over
'em.
1,000 miles, but I don't know if that's going to change your mind.
Yeah, man. So we have observations from airplanes showing these are infrared images, 1,200 miles, right? So, but you don't have Superman eyes. The next thing would be stuff gets smaller the further away it gets from you. So you wouldn't. So people come here and say, "Why can't I see London from New York?" Yeah, that would be too small for you to see, right? It's too far. So you wouldn't be able to read a book at 1 mile away. Why would you think that you could see a whole city at thousands of miles away? And you have the attenuation of light. So when you imagine you're in a murky pool, you wouldn't see the other side of the pool because the medium prohibits you from seeing that far, right? It becomes opaque at one point. So yeah, that's just how your eyes work.
What about like when like if you see a cargo ship and it's sailing off into distance and you see it go down from the bottom up, and then the last thing you see.
That's perfectly explainable on a flat plane, right? When you're so if you're in a long warehouse, right, and you're laying down on your belly, and a friend has a brick in front of your eyes, and he pulls it away from you, and he pulls it, and he goes to the other side of the warehouse. At one point, you wouldn't see the brick anymore because the angular resolution is too small for your eyes to see it. So when okay,
wait, you go.
Yeah, so when your friend starts stacking up bricks onto the bottom brick again, you would see the top bricks, but you wouldn't see the bottom brick, right?
But wouldn't they be the same distance and the same height?
No, it's just how your eyes work. The angle of attack is more acute the further away it gets from you, so it will disappear from the bottom up, even on a flat plane. This is demonstratable on a flat surface.
Have you done that?
Have I done that? This is, well, the perfect example would be if you have a coin, right, on the top of a table. I can show you something. Are you in the
Livestream voice chat?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, so here we have a coin, and it's been pulled away, and then You see it
That's,
disappearing
that
bottom up.
camera is below the table.
No, it's not. No, you can do this yourself.
The center of the camera is at the center of the table.
You can do it yourself, bro. So I would advise you, don't trust me, don't believe me. I'm giving you the tools to do it yourself. So if you want to do it, right? So I can.
Well,
I can.
If it was perfectly level, then you'd be able to see the whole surface.
No, you wouldn't be able to see it, not unless it was absolutely clear. That would be nowhere, and you had a big enough equipment to see the other side of the earth. You know, it's not possible, really, in reality.
So I have the second part
it is not.
GIF where he zooms into the coin that just disappeared. Do you have that one? This is a 2-part GIF. There's another one where the guy, after doing what he did with the coin, he walks to the camera and he zooms in right on the coin. Now, if it was like you said, and the camera was below the table, he wouldn't be able to do that.
Yeah, here you go. I've just posted it.
There you go. So that's one argument done.
Yeah, I've also shared Cheddar. I've also shared a video. Light refraction and the illusion of curvature, right? So in this video, it's like 50 minutes long, but it shows you how this works, right? We have multiple observations where stuff disappears below from the bottom up on a flat plane. It's demonstratable.
I have another question for you guys. So you guys are saying NASA lies like government, right?
Yeah.
So don't you think it would be weird for all of these scientists, all these people who are paid hundreds, thousands of dollars a year, all these people studying the Earth, sending trillions of dollars into quote unquote space?
Yeah, I understand. Why would they lie? So the point
now
is
I'm getting at.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
So what I'm getting at is millions and millions of people are faking this, wasting trillions and trillions of dollars.
To explain to you that there's only a few people doing this, just like you. If you work for NASA, you have no idea what they're doing. You're looking at a computer screen and you have a name tag and you feel special, and then they show you a video screen of CGI and then you cheer for it. You have no idea what you're looking at, and that's just like the American population. There isn't millions of people involved. There's like 8 people involved, maybe, or 10 or 12, and that's that's what the government always does. When I enlisted as a 19 kilo, I had to swear to secrecy just as an enlistee, just as an E1. I had to keep my mouth shut, but not only did I have to keep my mouth shut, I had no idea what the people above me were doing. It's called compartmentalization. So as a former member of the government, the Department of Defense, this is how it works, and this is how they hide it, and this is how they lie. And it's not a small lie that people fall for. It's always a very big lie that you fall for. And that's the point. They're just like you, just like you believe them. That's exactly what the employees do. Thanks.
And yes, they're wasting trillions of dollars. That's what they're doing, wasting the taxpayers' money.
Yeah, but what's in it for them? There's really no point in hiding it.
You just said trillions. Yeah, you said trillion. Gen CBR confirmed trillions of dollars, and now you're saying that's not an incentive?
I don't see how. Okay, so if you have flat Earth, and if it's the flat Earth.
So what answer can I give you for your satisfaction? That was your claim. Gen CBR just confirmed, yes, they're stealing trillions of dollars, and that's only part of the reason. Do you need many more reasons? Because there's 1,000 reasons why they're doing this.
I have a question. What about the SpaceX when they launched those missiles?
Same point. Yeah, it's the same point. They're stealing your money and showing you CGI. Here's the point, kid. Listen, they don't even have the ability to show us video of the launch continuously going to space. There isn't a single video of showing the Earth going from flat to curve. So there isn't even a claim. If they were using this billions of dollars correctly, don't you think they could afford to buy an iPhone and put it on the side of a rocket so that we can see when the curvature begins? It does not exist. That's the point. So they don't even have a claim. There isn't even an answer of when Earth curvature begins to be seen. And that's why Neil deGrasse Tyson says you can't see Earth curvature no matter how high you go, because there is none. Not because it's there. It's because they admit it's not there, bro. That's it.
You didn't understand my question. My question is, when you are live, like at the actual scene, let's say it's in San Francisco, and you
Yes,
say
the
a
rocket goes into the
SpaceX
ocean.
rocket go up into space.
Yeah. Rocket goes into the ocean. Yep, it goes into the ocean. It doesn't go to space. That's why we don't have video of it going to space. Do you have a video of the SpaceX rocket continuously going from the deck to space? Let me know when you find that, and then you can have a claim.
Oh, I'm talking about just the launch. Like, why would they put that out?
The launch is just like a giant firework.
It goes horizontally. It doesn't go up. It goes out horizontally out of your view. That's what we're claiming.
Yeah.
I'm claiming to you what we see is true. The rocket goes up, makes a turn, starts headed towards the horizon. It's not going to space. And that's why the cameras never show us what it's doing. There is no camera showing us what the rocket's doing. In fact, it cuts out every time. What a coincidence.
Yeah, always cuts out. And then they go back to mission control. But yeah, you know, it's just like a giant fireworks. An unarmed missile, that's all it is. It goes up, ends up in the ocean. That's it. Okay? Just burning up the money and throwing it into the sea. Finish.
I like that. I like that.
Taxes don't.
Well, that's what it is, really, isn't it?
That's exactly what it is. That's really funny.
You know, here's another thing I want to state for the true skeptics, the real truthers in the chat. If everything NASA told us was real, it would still be the largest group of criminals in history. $65 million a day, as there are millions of people dying from starvation. There's false wars, all these lies going on, but I'm going to go to space. Even if everything they said was true, they would be the largest group of criminals in history. Thanks.
Yeah. Because it's still a waste of money. That's the point we're making there, you know.
Exactly. Correct.
How can we allow all that starvation and unnecessary wars that are going on that we the taxpayer pay for? Your parents, i.e.
Right. Right. I mean, to this young man here, I mean, does he know that these wars have been proven to be fraudulent? Like, you know, the American government admitted there's no weapons of mass destruction. Well, they killed 10 million people. So according to you, you think all the soldiers are in on it, right?
There you go. See? Even the soldiers suffered. Some of them came back with illnesses.
So Jen CBR, are these soldiers part of the conspiracy? According to Globers, they are. But they're not. That's the point. The soldiers don't know what the leaders are. Dude, I mean, did Pat Tillman? What happened to Pat Tillman? He went to Afghanistan.
Pat Tillman, he was shot.
They found out that they were growing poppy seeds. They were producing heroin, and that's why they were guarding the field. And then they killed him. They shot him 250 times to make sure he would never take anything. Yeah, they shot him to death, man. 20 times over.
Yeah, I was looking at his mother. You know his mother, yeah? Pat Tillman's mum. She put on a very, very brave face all these years. And when she was told about it, man, I just felt for her. I thought, you know, and you were proud of your son, but now look what happened. Now you know the America you're living in. Now, it took her son's death for her to wake up. Shame, innit? Isn't that sad?
What about so you guys on your server icon, it's what would you call that, like an accurate representation of the flat earth?
No, that's just a demo of a general representation. It's mimicking actually the United Nations flag. And it's based off something called an azimuthal equidistant projection map, which is what the Air Force and Navy has to use on long distance air travel.
Well, what about so the distance from New York to never mind actually.
Yeah,
Yeah, the distance.
I don't know how to word it.
Right. Yeah, we're gonna go there. Yeah, the distance to New York to France or Japan or Russia is a much smaller map that is used than the AE map. Then it goes to an atlas, which is also based on a flat surface. So the atlas is actually the only accurate Earth model because there are hundreds of maps that have to make up the Earth in an atlas, and guess what? They're all flat. And if it's not flat, the distances are inaccurate. Thanks.
Yeah, and there was a famous female pilot. Her name was Amelia Earhart. Now she was famous for being the first woman to cross the Atlantic solo. Okay, great. The thing is, she was more famous for getting lost, and she said that the maps she had didn't match what she saw because she saw the Earth as flat. She said it in an interview, many times, that the Earth was flat and the maps she had didn't match. She was advised by other pilots, male pilots, to make her maps as if the Earth was flat, and then she never got lost again.
Well, you guys
Amelia
said yourself that you can't get that high in an airplane to see curvature, so it would be plausible someone
Well, the
could say
thing
that.
is, now hang on.
No,
It
that's
doesn't
not
matter
true.
how high you go.
Jen,
You missed the point.
Watch this.
Yeah, go on. Yeah.
No, okay, I'm sorry to interrupt, Jen. I'm really glad he said that. So on the Earth model, you believe in a globe Earth model, correct?
Yeah.
Perfect. So on the globe Earth model, in perfect conditions, how high do we have to go to see the curvature of the Earth?
Me?
No, listen. In perfect conditions, how high off the Earth globe model do you have to be? Does anyone have to be to see the curve start to appear on the globe Earth model?
I think it's like over 120,000 feet or something like that.
Well, the fact that you don't know just proves that that was not a correct statement which you made, since you said you have to go so high, but you don't know
I've
the
never
answer.
been up there.
I know that's the point, is that you can't make a claim if you've never been there and you haven't seen it.
Yeah.
How could somebody say you can't see it unless you do this? And then I ask the person, well, have you done it? Do you know? And then they go, no. I'm not trying to be mean to you, but that's deceitful. And that's the problem we're in, is that people keep doing these deceitful tactics to hide from their own claim. That's the point. There is no curvature, and you're telling us just coincidentally nobody can see it. Well, that's funny. That's called non-falsifiable.
No.
You're admitting that we can't prove it. No, that's what you just said. So the point is,
Even
you've
funnier
never
though,
seen it. So
the
how could you
distance that he
possibly
used.
make a claim?
Even funnier though is the distance.
You
that
guys
he
said
used.
before
120,000.
that no airplane would be able
You
to
might
see
want to have a
curvature.
debate with Neil deGrasse
And
Tyson.
then
No.
you guys said
Wait
that
a
you
second.
guys
No.
pulled the
I'm asking
fact
you. Right.
that
No.
Amelia Earhart couldn't see it from an airplane.
That's my point. Right. That's my point. So you don't know. So why would you say you have to go to a different altitude to see it when you don't know what the altitude is that we can see it at? There's not even an answer.
Yeah.
Go look at it on Google. If the Earth curvature were visible at a certain altitude, why can't we be told what that altitude is? That's the point. There isn't even a claim. So it is an
Right.
imagined religious belief system that you have because you see these things on television and they show you these balls in space, but in reality, not even the government says you can see curvature anywhere. There's no claim. Just Google it and find out. See?
Now Amelia Earhart, okay, she didn't realize what she was saying was true. She just said it looked flat to her. She was getting lost. The maps she had weren't accurate enough to get her to where she was going. She was getting lost. More famous for getting lost than doing all these fantastic feats in her plane, yeah, okay, and much to her embarrassment, okay. And then she's in an interview saying the Earth looks flat. She said it looks flat. And then she is told, make your maps as if the Earth was flat. Make your maps as a flat Earth map. It's what she was told to do. Why would you do that on a spherical board? Why
That's
would
easier to read. And the maps we have to navigate aren't perfect.
No, it doesn't matter. That wouldn't matter at all.
It's not a ball.
Yeah. That wouldn't be a problem, because if it's a spherical ball, then it's a spherical ball. Then you plot your route and you follow your route. Okay?
Yeah, but you can't get a 3D ball on a 2D surface, not like a map.
You can see
on a flat surface.
Well, are you arguing for the flat Earth or are you arguing for the globe Earth?
Yeah, exactly.
Globe. No, so
Good
you
morning.
guys said about the altitude that there's no certain altitude. You can't like all of a sudden it's like curvature. It's like gradual. Like
How
it
do
just
you know
all of a
this?
sudden
How
pops
would
and
you know
sees
this?
that. Oh my gosh, there's
Now
curvature.
you're just making stuff up now because you have a
Yeah.
religious presupposition.
Well, that would be
You don't even
logical because the Earth is so
No, it's not
large.
logical. You're just making it up. No, you were the one that said you can see ships disappear over the curve 3 miles out, but then as I go higher, not only does the ship disappear, the whole curve disappears. Well, that's amazing.
Yeah. Yeah, you see, you can't make your mind up now. Can you see that? You're in a
That's a
dilemma.
total-
You're in a pickle. You're in a pickle
That's
now.
Absolute massive
I never said 3
contradiction.
miles.
No, it's a massive contradiction. The point is, you don't even have a claim. I asked you when I can see curves. You said you can't. Well, case closed. You can't even
said
tell me
that you wouldn't be able to see it at
Yeah, that's your claim
like
too. You're
plane
admitting,
height.
problem you're having is that
you're
you have
admitting
a
yet you
reality.
can't see it. That's our claim. We're saying there's
You're
no
just putting
curvature.
words in my mouth.
It's not there. You're saying, yeah, you can't. Wow,
Let
that's
me
our
let me ask you, man. When do you perceive the Earth as a ball?
Yeah.
When can I see it as a ball?
When do you perceive it as a ball? How when do you experience it as a ball?
Anytime. Just
Anytime.
want a ball.
Can you give me a detail? Can you give me when?
When I fly over Lake Michigan.
Really? So,
Wow.
so Neil deGrasse Tyson says you can't see curvature at over 130,000 feet.
Yeah, you can't. You can't
we
see it.
just, okay, listen. Okay, watch what happened. You just told us we can't see it till 120,000 feet, and now you're telling us you can see it from 35,000
No,
feet.
I never
That would
said I
be
could see
another lie.
curvature.
Yes, you just did. You just told El
No.
Balico when I fly over the Michigan. What are you talking, bro? Do you listen to what you're
I'll
saying?
tell you what I'm talking about.
You
Answer
just
my question.
and now you can see. Unbelievable.
Hold on. So did you understand my question? When do you?
Yes.
Okay. So when you say when I fly over Lake Michigan, what do you mean by that then?
Okay, thank you for letting me explain. What I mean is when I'm at the starting point, like let's say it's a airport, and then I go over, and all I can see is like maybe some part of Wisconsin, and then Lake Michigan. And as I go over at like I don't know how, I think it's like something like 20,000 feet, I can see just Lake Michigan halfway through the trip, something like that. And then that's all I can see. Nothing more, nothing less, just water. And then as I'm approaching Leadington, I can see the what's it called, the light tower thing. And then all I can see is Michigan once I'm there, and a little bit part of the lake.
That's the flat Earth you're describing. You're describing a flat Earth. You're not describing any curvature, are you?
Yeah, where's the part where you just said where you describe seeing the Earth as a ball, perceiving it, or actually using it as a ball? Okay, can you please describe it when? Because I mean, all you just described was you going over places.
Looking at the flat Earth.
Yeah, that's how we experience the flat plane of existence, because we have a limit to our vision. That's why the military uses radar, which is always pointed at the horizon, which can see farther than you. And radar there's some radar systems in Russia that go 5,000 miles over the entire Atlantic Ocean.
Wow.
From Ukraine, Russia, all over to the eastern seaboard of the United States, pointed at the horizon flat.
Look at that. 5,000 miles.
Well, can you prove that then, right? Because I thought this was all about you proving stuff.
Yeah,
Oh,
if I
yeah.
proved it, if I proved it, as it's admitted, because radars are based on something called LOS, which means line of sight. So if I proved it, then you'd know that the Earth is flat, right?
Yeah.
No.
Ah,
There's only one part.
That was easy.
Another variable.
Wow.
It's too easy, guys. Go ahead.
Hardcore staunch global.
Wow. So you asked the question about new information, and then once that information is given to you, you just deny it.
I also need
That's
other proof.
The
'cause that's just one
audacity of the
part.
young man. The audacity.
Oh, so after
Contempt
being
of
given one piece of information, you would need further information. Well, what if we told you we can provide you with that? Would you believe
You
it then?
could provide
Or
me
no?
with a full-blown, hardcore evidence of, all the stuff that you guys say, oh, this isn't true, all this. stuff.
What are you talking about? The only thing
probably
we
I
say
would
is how we
consider it.
experience the world. Or the only thing we're claiming is that the world is what we experience it to be. It's you guys who want to tell us that it's the opposite of what we experience it to be. Do you get that?
And they don't know the models.
That's why you're in a state of cognitive pain right now, a little bit. You know why? Because you told us that you could go up to 120,000 feet to see the curvature. Well, you might want to talk to your man Neil deGrasse Tyson about that, because he specifically says you can't see the curvature from 120,000 feet. You know why? Because there is none.
Well, I give you a range. I didn't say 120 flat. I said 120 and above.
He keeps
Oh,
changing
the
his mind.
range.
Yeah.
So does that range start after 120,000 feet?
Yes. Welcome to Jello Mold Earth.
Yeah, and we also have mathematicians saying that you even see it from the supposed ISS, which is over 250,000 miles, 250 miles.
Yeah, 250 miles. Well done.
Real quick,
Well.
10:36, so 35 minutes after the hour, just north of Mexico, right here under the 32nd parallel. I posted a picture of the Russia-Dugga radar system. It's a very tall structure. In fact, the ladders go several hundred feet high. It's literally hundreds of meters wide, and it's a flat structure, as you can tell. And the flatness is called the array. So the array is used to make the rays of energy pointed at the horizon. And that radar system was designed to detect intercontinental ballistic missile launches from America. That's in Ukraine, Russia. The general distance is 5,000 miles. It's not pointed up. It's pointed straight out and flat. You can see it's straight up structure. It's not tilting because it has to point straight out in order for the line of sight properties to work. Thanks.
The flat Earth, where these kind of weapons can only work on a flat Earth and not on a spherical ball, moving, wobbling, flying through space in the vacuum. All right?
Yes, in order for all optical systems, not just lasers, radars, anything that is an optical or radar detection range system or a laser or infrared has to have a straight line between the device, which is the sending unit, towards the object it is detecting. It has to have a straight line from the literal sending unit to the object. That is what all of these systems depend on. They have to have a line of sight to the target.
We don't see round corners. You see, light travels in straight lines. So lasers, straight line.
Correct.
You see,
yeah. And radar.
In their operations manuals, it states that the Earth has to be assumed to be a level, flat plane. Has to be. So there's no mistake. You start putting in curvature shit, you're missing targets, and you're hitting innocent people having their ice cream and that. Another part of the world, not involved in any nonsense.
Just trying to enjoy their ice cream and they get hit because somebody didn't take the curvature into account. That's a damn shame. That's some good chocolate ice cream, man.
Yeah, man. Chocolate vanilla. Yeah.
With sprinkles.
Yeah.
Yeah, kid. I mean, the problem is that, you live in reality, right? And you're trying to equate that reality with a story that you've been told. And you're trying to pass that story off to us as if it's real, right? Problem is, the people who told you that story never proved it to you as if it's real.
You have no
They
evidence.
just gave you a story. Yeah. So if the people who told you the story don't have evidence for it, they haven't given it to you, then it doesn't really make sense for us to ask you for the evidence of it, does it?
No chance of that. He doesn't even know the model anyway. The audacity of the young man
what
to
model?
come in here and start accusing
Right?
us.
What model?
The audacity.
What model?
You know what's synonymous with belief, right? Do you know?
Wait, what?
Do you know what's
What was the
synonymous
question?
with belief?
Synonymous with belief.
Yeah, faith.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know what faith is.
Yeah, no, that's synonymous with belief. When you believe You have a belief, you have faith that is true.
So
You don't have
strong
knowledge.
belief. That's the key. Knowledge. You've got to say, I know. I know. Not I believe. See? That's
Now
the
realize,
difference.
yeah, that's right, Jen. Now realize about 5-10 minutes ago, I asked how high do we have to go to see the Earth curve, not just in reality, because I don't ask that because there's this magical thing called refraction that doesn't allow us to see anything, I guess, in reality. I guess it's all an illusion. So that's why I ask on the model, how high do we have to go on the globe Earth model to see the curvature? And you can't even give me an answer because there is none.
I did. I gave you a range.
No, you didn't. You didn't give me an answer. You have no answer. No, beginning to see curvature. That is not a range. We would know. We would have the answer. And you made it up. You didn't get the citation for anybody. You just pulled it out of your imagination. So I'm sorry.
Yes.
That's what you've actually
Why?
proven.
Why?
Go ahead.
Well, why would it be a range? Wouldn't it be a
Because it's a
specific
fine
place?
line.
Because wouldn't the curve have to be in a specific place? Like, why would it be a range? That's weird.
It's like it
Where'd you
doesn't
get the
just
claim
all of a
from that
sudden,
it's a
oh my
range?
god, I see
You
curvature.
made it up.
It's a
Yes,
gradual.
you made it up. Now you're saying
You have
you're just making it up now. You haven't seen curvature.
Hmm?
You admitted you didn't see it. Then you changed your mind and said you can see it over Lake Michigan. And now you're going back to it's a range and you still have no answer. You can't even give me an altitude when I can begin to see curvature. That we're waiting for a citation. Your imagination is not reality. Can you cite a source or a citation from the military or somebody that has the claim from the model? Because you're not doing that. You're hiding from your own claim now.
Can somebody put the meme for the curved windows on the plane? I don't know if anybody did that.
He admits he can't see the curve from the plane. So we're trying to get an answer. When can we see the curve? Can anybody tell us when we can see it? On the model, by the way, or in reality? Pick one, please.
But didn't the range start at about 120,000 feet? Like, where do planes fly again? How high?
Not that high.
They
Not even-
35,000 to 40,000 feet. 75
Right. Yeah, I remember that from flying for since I was 7. So yeah, that's a bit out of range, wouldn't you say?
That's 5 miles. That's only 5 miles off the Earth's surface. A regular jet airliner that you ride on to go from A to B. It's 5 miles only. Then if you're talking about 120, then you're talking about another what? About 15 to 20 miles. 120,000 feet or so. So it's not that far.
But that's also weird because, like El Borico said before, there's people on the globe side that claim we can't see curvature from the ISS, whatever that is, from supposedly
International Space
250 miles up. Oh, international. Thank you, because I didn't know what that was. International Space Station, you say? What space?
Surrounds the
What
Earth.
space?
Surrounds the Earth. What do you mean? Like a vacuum? Is that what you mean?
Perfect vacuum.
Oh, but a vacuum.
Almost, yeah.
Oh, yeah. But that's weird because I'm breathing right now. So how can I look up and see a vacuum when I'm breathing?
So I posted the memes about the window.
Aha.
What?
Yeah, go ahead.
The plane window.
What about
The
it?
window that's part of the.
So why you thought you
fuselage.
probably saw curve because it when there's pressure inside the cabin, the way the window is structured, it creates a fisheye lens.
That's my plane, though. I have a plane personally. My dad. So
Yeah.
it's
So
not a commercial.
you're flying the plane. So that's not even.
Yeah.
That's not even. You said a commercial plane though.
It's not commercial.
Is it a jetliner or you thought like a Cessna?
So I don't know.
In other words,
I think it's a Viking or something like that.
So you're not even
You feel like
flying
a Cessna.
35,000 feet high. You're probably flying what 2,000 to maybe 5.
20,000. But I
15,000.
never said I could see curvature.
Yeah, that's the point. Let's not distract. He's admitting he can't see the curvature. We're trying to find out when we can, guys. We really need to get this claim. nailed down.
So what is the? How did you say you perceive the Earth to be a ball? When you're flying that small plane, you're flying on a straight line. You're not deviating from. You're not pointing your nose down to go over a curve. Matter of fact, you're always pointing it a little bit upwards, aren't you?
Maintaining constant width.
Yeah, and you're pointed. You have to
maintaining constant what?
He said West.
Maintaining constant width, so I don't have to keep pointing down, keep pointing up. None of that.
Oh, so a level basically.
Oh, like flat.
Maintaining level.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Thanks. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Kind of odd that they also call it an airplane, right? That's a nice coincidence. Yeah, it's a plane.
How are you maintaining level on a ball? Flying on the outside of a ball. How do you maintain level?
Maintaining constant width. That's how. You don't need to point up, point down. Gravity always pulls you to one spot.
Oh, man. Here we go.
We really need to focus on, guys. We really need to focus on getting a claim. Can you ask your dad how high we have to go to see the curvature?
Right now, he's working.
Put him on the phone.
Hang on, can I ask something?
Sure, Bobby, go ahead.
Does the gravity only pull the nose, or does it pull the tail as well? Why does it only pull the nose?
It doesn't.
But then how are you keeping it level?
Maintaining constant width.
You're saying constant west, like a direction, like from north, south, east, and west.
Is that what he's saying?
Okay.
West?
Real quick. Let's get some direction.
Hold on.
I gotta get a direction here. Elbow, watch this. If I just want to if I want to head west, specifically west, do I have to make adjustments? Watch this. I'm heading west, right? So the northern center is on my right. Do you understand? You call it the North Pole, right? When I'm heading west, let's say I'm going from Arizona to California, west, the North Pole is to my right. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Now, do I have to make adjustments right, left, or no adjustments at all to continue heading directly west continuously?
You might have to make minor adjustments, but all in all, none.
No, left, right, or no adjustments. Left adjustments, right adjustments, or no adjustments.
Go to what was the other state?
Okay, I'm going from Arizona to California. I'm heading perfectly west. To head perfectly west, I don't have a waypoint, so I'm just going to head perfectly west. Do I have to make right-hand adjustments, left-hand adjustments, or no adjustments?
You have to make some left-hand, depending on what airport you fly from.
Absolutely dead wrong. You have to make right-hand adjustments to head continuously west. Thanks for playing.
Well, it also depends on the jet streams.
No, you just crushed yourself. I'm sorry, bro. You have to make constant right-hand adjustments to continuously head west. If I want to head west, go ahead, guys. That's
So how do you go west, my friend? Where does your north bearing has to point towards the north, right? And that's the only way you keep west, right? In other words, you're heading towards where your direction is west, but the north is always pointing towards the north. That's how you know you're going west, right? Right. So your compass always has to point towards the north. So you know that your compass doesn't always point towards the north.
If I'm going west, I'm not going to have the compass pointing north.
Where does the compass point towards?
What?
West.
Where did the compass? Oh my gosh! Wow, El Boricua, you outdid me. What?
Yeah, magnetic west. Haven't you guys ever heard of that?
Where's Creation Bear? Creation Bear. Where's Creation Bear? Creation Bear. You have to get the medic.
Did we just get another magnetic west? What? What just happened?
Yes.
Okay, so let's do 3 for 1. Let's do a 3 for all. Okay, so watch this. Let's do 3 in a row. Watch this. Okay, so if I'm on a flat Earth, okay, no, let's do a flat Earth now. So if I'm headed west on a flat Earth, okay, and I'm headed same exact route, same everything. I'm in Arizona going to California. The northern center's to my right. Do I have to make left-hand corrections, right-hand corrections, or no corrections to continue heading perfectly west on a flat Earth?
On a flat?
Yes.
I don't know about flat because I've never flied in a flat plane.
No, you actually only fly in a flat plane, and that's why it's also right-hand corrections. Thanks.
Well, that's because it's the curvature has to compensate when putting it on a 2D surface.
No, that's what I just said. On a flat Earth, I still have to make right-hand corrections. On a globe model, you still have to make right-hand corrections. You didn't know either one 2 minutes ago, so don't
on
pretend.
a globe you wouldn't have to make.
Don't pretend you got caught. You said left, so stop lying. You don't have to
What are you
lie.
talking
It's okay
about?
to say you said everybody heard you say left, bro. I'm sorry.
Is that
You
that you were
exposed yourself.
talking about?
You don't have to lie. It's okay. Stop lying.
Oh
That's
my
all
God.
I'm asking you. Stop lying. It's okay. Don't lie.
I can say I misunderstand your question.
No.
I thought you said
You should have
going
not
directly
answered. No.
west.
I was very clear and concise. I restated it 3 times.
Well, you
There's
didn't say
no
what
way you're going to
direction
get out of
heading
this.
it.
I'm sorry. I specifically told you west, specifically holding west. Do I have
And
to
you
make
said
right-handed
from
corrections?
Arizona to California. So I mean,
Exactly.
which way are you traveling from Arizona to California?
West. Thanks for playing. It's over, bro. I'm sorry. You're not gonna help yourself, bro. You're in this thing called a spiral when your mind is desperately panicking. It's called like a panic attack you're having, and you're desperately trying to protect this religious belief that you have. And I'm sorry, you're gonna have to get your dad in here to help you out.
So I have a question about the flat Earth model.
No, it's reality.
We don't
There is
have
no
a
flat Earth. No,
model.
this is reality. I'm trying to teach you reality. In reality, we make right-hand corrections because that's how West works on a flat plane. Nothing works on a globe. And the point was that you didn't even know how it was supposed to work on your model. And you still have no answer or claim for Earth curvature, bro. So again, there's no model because models are what confused and abused millions of people to believe in a lie anyway. Why would I want to give you a model when models were the problem from the beginning? The model is the deception. A cartoon doesn't teach you about reality. And that's why we're really curious to why we can't find any globers that want to learn about reality.
And a compass wouldn't work on a globe.
Well, the compass
That's
points
another
west.
Yeah, it only works on a level plane anyway.
Magnetic
It
west.
doesn't work on a board.
What about so if you have where would you say the center of gravity would be on your flat Earth?
Center
There is no
of
gravity. It's
gravity.
down.
Gravity.
Okay,
What's
okay, watch
gravity?
this. Has anybody in science or engineering ever made anything based off of gravity? And if yes, please give the citation.
It'll take a while to get citations, but
You'll
from
never
my
get it.
Yeah, you
Just
won't
like
ever
we won't
find
get
one.
to when we can see
Speak.
Earth curvature. There's no such thing. So we still need you just to give us a citation for Earth curvature, not when we can't see it. Okay, when we can see it. Thank
There isn't any hypothesis or experiments for gravity.
Yeah, zero, nothing. No scientific evidence exists.
Which is
There
great
you
because
go.
which is great because he admitted he doesn't know of any. So again, we're just rolling right along, man.
I do know what
This
gravity is. I just don't have any citations on me.
You know what gravity
Do you
is?
have any
Meanwhile,
Okay, go
citations
ahead,
of
Oblique. Let's start.
Here I
Let's
am
back
walking
it up.
around with my helium balloon.
was it called relative density? Do you have any citations of that?
Oh yes, a lot of them.
This helium balloon I'm walking around with. How about that?
Well, wait a minute. You just said you know what gravity is, but now you're asking me a question. Can you first define gravity?
That was the question, Trish. Can you define it, or are you looking it up?
Wait, what was the question?
Define gravity for us. What is gravity?
Oh, gravity is it's a force between matter.
Whoa.
My calendar. It's 2021. Guys, when was the last time gravity was considered a force? Anybody?
About 106 years ago.
Ouch. What's going on, man? Did you just come in here with a rotary phone trying to pass it off as a smart one? Do you understand?
Understand what?
That gravity is not a force
This is an
hasn't been
ox.
considered one since. That gravity is not a force hasn't been considered one since 1915. It's 2021. So you came in with debunked rhetoric that even your mainstream science today does not consider to be what it is. Do you get that?
From what?
It's not. It's not a force. Gravity. It's not a force.
How
Your
is
own
it not a
side tells
force?
you it's not a force because it's not one. What do you mean? How is it not one? It's not one.
So the current pseudoscience, so the one that replaced gravity as a force is Einstein's space-time, the thing that bends the fabric of space. Which I kind of like contradiction because space and time is conceptual and a fabric establishes actual material.
Oxford Dictionary. The force that attracts objects in space towards each other.
I'll give you citations that has been replaced. Want that?
Oxford, one of the most respected dictionaries.
Yeah, give you more citation than that. Or Sonny, do you have them handy?
Does respect make it accurate?
Mild Cheddar, do you mind if I ask you a question?
Mm-hmm.
How do you maintain a straight and level flight in a plane?
Constant width.
Constant
Sorry?
west, magnetic west.
Just from going in a
say
straight
it's,
line.
Yeah, as in just traveling in a straight line. Is that possible on a plane? How would you do that?
On a plane?
In a plane or an aircraft? I
On a
understand that
globe model?
on your globe model, yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, you just fly straight. You don't have to do
So,
nothing.
but you mentioned that just flying straight, gravity pulls your aircraft constantly towards the Earth, which means
Yeah.
you don't have to dip your nose down to follow the curvature of the Earth. So that's not flying straight. You're flying a curved
Yeah, it
path.
is. Because
Yeah,
you're
he
maintaining
just
constant
conceded.
width.
Yeah, for the record, there's no such thing as flying straight on the ball, so you just conceded.
Because you just said flying straight.
Okay,
That
do you
gravity pulls.
Do you
Go on.
understand that like a globe, if you look at on like a 2D like model of like let's say like a circle and the earth is the circle, right? And you have a plane and let's say you're maintaining an altitude of 20,000 feet and you're maintaining that, you can go in a straight line. You're perceived as going in a straight line. But if you fly enough, it looks like you're curving around. So you're not actually dipping down. You're just maintaining the same width.
Is Earth a 2D circle?
So I think
No, it's just an example.
I think you're coming away from the point. I'm asking if it's possible to fly a straight path.
Yeah.
So it is possible. So how would you fly a straight path in a plane?
You maintain constant width.
But you're saying if you do that you would attune to the curvature of the Earth. That's not a straight path. I'm asking if it's possible to fly a straight path. So let's say on your globe model, we are wherever you are, you're a
Of the
tangent.
Earth or perspective of space?
Sorry?
From a perspective of the flyer or the perspective of the space?
No, of course, from the perspective of the flyer, from whoever's manning and controlling the aircraft. Let's say we want the aircraft to fly in a straight line. How would you achieve that in your model? Because as far as I'm concerned, I believe you'd achieve that by maintaining constant altitude and not doing anything with the joystick or whatever you'd call it. But you're actually saying that when you maintain a constant altitude and fly straight, you're actually flying in a curved path due to gravity. So I'm granting that. So I'm expecting you to say that if you did want to undertake a straight and level path in a plane, you'd have to constantly dip the nose upwards. Is that right? For you to fly in a straight path, a straight line in the globe model, you'd have to constantly dip the nose upwards in a plane. Is that what you do to find a straight path?
No.
So does that
You
not
don't
be
have
bone?
to.
So how would you fly in a straight line then?
You just maintain constant width.
But that's not a straight
You're
line.
just gonna keep saying that.
Yeah, it is.
It's a curved line because you're flying attuned to the curvature of the Earth. That's not a straight line. So
Okay,
within,
well, if you
Is straight
if
curved?
you let if like from the perspective of
Is straight the
space,
same thing as curved, my friend?
what is what?
Is straight the same thing as curved?
Oh, great is what?
is a straight
Is
line the same
straight.
thing as a curved line?
Yeah.
Is a straight line the same as what? Sorry, I'm concentrating on something else.
A curved line.
Just disrespectful, isn't it?
No.
Right. So when you're flying, you are flying in a curved line. Is that correct? Because you are flying attuned to the curvature of the Earth. Is that correct?
If you put it on paper, technically, yeah, on a 2D surface.
On paper and in reality, because if you wasn't flying attuned to the curvature of the Earth, my presumption is, based on your understanding, that you'd end up in space, or conversely, or alternatively, you'd actually continue to raise altitude.
No,
And why is that?
because then you'd have to constantly push your thing up, like your what's it called? The different airplanes have different things. Mine has you can push and pull.
Okay.
It's funny, I
So-
asked you before, is the Earth a 2D circle? And you said no. This is the second time you've gone to a 2D example for what we're talking about is supposed to be a 3D ball. So that's very
Never
weird.
said anything about
Continue.
2D this time.
Yeah, it's supposed to be. Do you not get it? Are you serious, man? The curves of this ball Earth that you live on, is that a 3D thing or is that a 2D? Oh, it is. So then why do you keep bringing up 2D paper?
It's easier to explain.
So not reality. Just have to explain it in a scenario that we don't exist in.
When I was bringing up 2D paper, I was referring to like a map.
Well, even paper is not really 2D, but yeah.
See?
The
You're
flat
relating
map.
it to the flat Earth again.
Yeah,
He's
that's
going back
yeah,
to
my
the flat
atlas.
Earth.
I got the Earth model right here, the Earth model app. Yeah, there's about 500 pages. They're all flat maps. Yeah.
Pilot
Point is, you
perspective, you're
can't
going in a
fly
straight line.
straight.
But
You can't
from
fly
a
straight and level if you are maintaining the outside curvature of a ball.
yeah, you can.
Yeah,
I don't know
that's
if it's
exactly my point.
Correct.
No, you can't.
Yeah, you maintain constant width.
How did you just, bro? You
That's not
keep
a
saying it's
straight
constant west nonsense, bro.
Yeah,
I
it
don't know
is.
what that's supposed to be. What the
From a
fuck?
pilot perspective,
Dude,
it's a straight
try
line.
to understand. Yeah, and I asked you before, is a straight line the same thing as a curved line? What was your answer?
No.
Thanks.
So, back to the gravity part, right? I posted the link at 3 minutes after the hour. A few citations there for you. Did you see them?
Maybe GE Platypus.
Yeah,
I'm
I've
sorry. Go
seen
ahead.
a lot.
Right. So it says Einstein created his general theory of relativity, which provides our modern understanding of gravity with the express purpose of expunging nullification or non-locats from physics. Isaac Newton's gravity acted at a distance if by magic, and general relativity snapped the wand in two by showing that the curvature of space-time and not an invisible force give rise to gravitational attraction. This is from George Muser in Scientific America. From Harvard,
my boy.
EDU. Harvard EDU. In Einstein's new theory of gravitation.
Shout out to George.
So what about it?
Is of a much more fundamental nature. It becomes almost a property of space. Gravitation is thus, properly speaking, not a force. in the new theory. So no force.
Well,
Right?
is this
So
new
you
theory? Einstein died a long time ago.
And Newton, way before Einstein, right?
Oh shit! Newton's alive then. I guess. What the hell, man? He died a long time ago.
Oh
Oh, the
my God.
Eratosthenes and
You know that
Al-Biruni and all these things, they're all dead. We
you
can
know
just throw
that
it all out. Huh?
you know that
Come on.
Einstein Newton described gravity as a force, and Einstein described it as an effect. So they can't be both. So you don't have a force. That they did away with that because it doesn't really work, and this one doesn't even work either. But they keep adding shit to it. Gravity isn't a force. There haven't been any scientific experiment. There's no validation. So it's really just bullshit. A story. Yes, some more from Caltech if you want to read that. Brian Cox. I don't know if you know him. There isn't really a force of gravity at all. You can actually watch. You can actually watch the video.
Okay, well.
Oh, you're about to clean it up for us?
His microphone's evolving. Give him a second.
Come on, man. I missed you guys. I swear.
Come on, come on. Let's get evolution in there and help that microphone get stronger after it died. Come on.
Are you guys gonna answer the question?
Sorry, you broke up.
Oh my!
We didn't hear your question. What was your question?
Oh, okay. If gravity is not a thing, what would be pulling you down to this? What would be pulling you down then?
What's pulling you down?
No,
And what are you
nothing.
talking about?
Well, if there was nothing, wouldn't you just be floating out and about?
Why?
We're off in the weeds.
Why would you think that? What makes you think that? Is there an instance where that's happened? That you would just be floating around if gravity didn't exist? Why would you think that?
Because then you'd have no force acting on you.
But how do you know that?
Have you ever seen the ISS? They have very little gravity.
Oh boy,
Bro.
here we go.
No.
So
How would you be able
Hold
to
on.
recreate the ISS on Earth
Right
without
after the
gravity?
cartoon. Now
Hold
we're
on,
into
hold
the
on.
cartoons. The hype.
Hold on.
We're way off in the weeds.
Hold on. So you think you see something in video, right? And you think it's real? You want me to show you a video of Sasquatch?
I don't need to see that.
All right. So you can say they could fake shit, right?
How would you be able to fake?
Have you seen the movie Gravity?
Wait a minute,
With
Bolinka,
them
there's a
spinning
movie.
out and about.
Excuse me.
Have you
what do
seen the
how do
movie
they fake it?
Gravity?
No.
You haven't seen the movie Gravity? Matter of fact,
Wait a minute.
Let's go
El
back to
Bolinka.
1960s. Have you seen the movie
69, right?
1969? Have you seen
Yes.
the movie
Yep.
Space Odyssey? 2001 Space Odyssey?
2001. Correct. There you
I'll watch those movies.
Wait a minute. Are you going to tell
Have
me
you
you
seen the
don't
movie
watch
Star
Are you
Wars?
getting your
space?
information
Hold
from
on, wait a
movies?
minute.
Is that what you're
Are you
saying?
wait a minute? No,
No,
that's you. Are you going to tell me
you
that? Wait.
This is
Are you
the
saying that
thing.
you don't watch space movies? Hold on. Are you saying that you don't watch outer space movies? You've never seen one?
I have.
Oh well, how did they do that? How did they do that? How did they make outer space in the movie? So you're saying that was real? That it wasn't really a movie though. You're saying they can't fake it, right?
What?
Oh,
Your
gears are
mic-
You're
turning.
saying-
Yeah. So you're
Or
saying
mine.
the movies of outer space, the sci-fi movies, I even admit it's science fiction, right? You're saying that's real, or did they fake it for the movie?
It was mainly CGI.
Oh,
So you're saying CGI does exist, right?
Can I back up my point though?
Okay, the point was that we saw CGI movies. Therefore, you could say, because you can't validate none of the thing that happens in the ISS, quote unquote, that could be CGI. Oh, we know it is, but
But okay, well then how do you explain them spinning out and about with the
have you
like
not
them
seen
just spinning in
movies?
circles?
Have you not seen movies?
What about the liquid sticking just on
Have
something
you not-
just because of surface tension? about that.
Dude,
I've never seen any
we
movie
How
have
do you
CGI that.
explain bubbles in
bloopers.
space, man?
Not with
Quantum
such
bubbles in
realism.
space.
Not with such realism. Wow. Dude,
Because you look at
there's
like all the
bloopers
movies
of
with the
them messing up
CGI, it
with.
looks really
no,
fake. But
relax.
Go ahead.
if you ever see a movie where there's like liquid out and about, and like supposedly space station, it's very, very obvious. If you see, like what's it called? The ISS,
Like
they
I
will
said,
do stuff that people recommend. It's not scripted.
so I could give you something that's not scripted. Let me put something right quick. There you go. Put play to that.
That's a zero-G plane.
Are you saying they're in outer space? Are these people
No,
that are floating?
it's a zero-G plane, and that can
You
only
just
be
said how do they
maintained.
spin? You just said how do they spin? There's them spinning, and you're admitting they're not in space.
That's because they're going down at the same rate. They're basically
Right.
falling.
So then, so you just asked us how would they be spinning, and here's an example of them admitting they're just obviously 35, 40,000 feet in the air doing the exact same thing. This is just one
You
method.
can't do that for hours.
That's
You don't have a
you
video.
watched
No.
them for hours?
Yeah, you don't have a video of ours. Yeah, show me a video of the ISS people inside
No, that
for
would take
hours.
gigabytes.
Oh, so now you just lied.
So,
That's
so
the
they don't
point.
have
You just
YouTube
made a
videos over
baseless
there for
claim.
11
Yeah,
hours.
you just claimed that it's happening for
I've seen
hours.
live
Now you're saying the
streams.
video doesn't exist. And live stream, that's not that's in water. That's
We
completely
see-
different.
there's-
That's not in the ISS. That's outside of it.
Dude,
that's in water.
There's live stream of them actually putting bringing out things out of midair, meaning they could hide shit in your face and then make them appear. So what do you think? They don't have a budget big enough, which $50 million a day is practically how much it costs to make a movie of Gravity. So you think they
What is
can't?
this?
You don't think they can hide wires?
What do you mean? I don't know. It's not.
I guess you don't know anything about movie or video, right? I mean, I could hide my whole background when I stream on Twitch. All I need is a green screen. And that's live.
Yeah, it's also really low quality.
That's your rebuttal? It's really low quality? Really?
So you think that some guy's shirt that's
Yeah, imagine this. Imagine this. I don't have $50 million a day. Could you imagine what I could do with $50 million a day? The quality of my videos.
They're also broadcasting millions of miles.
Can you verify this? Validate this for me. Matter of fact, there's people from UK that watch me stream. Okay.
The Lords guy, that was probably one of the times they were attempting to fake the moon landing.
What? What are you? Where are you going on
Okay,
to?
so the government, they wanted to beat the Russia race to space. So then America, they faked a thing to go to space.
Have you ever seen the first space? The first spacewalk?
It was really high quality stuff, man. Those guys with their $50 million. It's so grainy.
They also had Polaroids back then.
Dude.
Have you seen the first spacewalk?
Excuses.
No, I'm not that old.
Watch, I'll bring you a video. Give me 1 sec. Found it. Check that video out. In right about 40 seconds, I want to ask you a question about that video. Let me know when you get to about 40, 41 seconds.
Wait for this ad.
Man, you don't even have ad blocker. Oh my God.
So it's like 144 FPS, bro. Damn. It's like 3 FPS. You said 40 seconds?
Yeah, about 40 seconds. About when the thing when you see the astronaut kind of, but when he's about to wave, it starts about 30 seconds. 30 seconds.
Oh, okay. All right, so
How does he turn his space helmet like that in his head?
Hello.
Oh, dang. Yeah. Oh, wow. You know, fucking great. That motorized helmet, son. It's like,
that's stop action, man. That is definitely stop.
No
action.
way. I've never seen this. Oh, damn. I've never seen this before, bro. Wow.
You guys never
Greatest
seen
video ever,
claymation?
bro. This is like watching Gumby. It's great.
Literally.
Will you be able to claim your
Space
phone,
Gumby.
though?
Play that
What's
fucking rattly ass
How would you
fucking
be able to
radio in
stop
the
motion
background.
animate someone? That's just their
Believe
movements
it.
are. You can tell pretty quickly if it's stop motion animated.
How did he move his helmet,
The helmet.
my friend?
Yeah, you think you can turn your helmet with your head?
I've never been in a spacesuit.
Oh,
Right. Can you find me a spacesuit which turns the helmet when I turn my head?
This was
Maybe
1960s. They should have way better spacesuit now.
It also could be like connection issues too.
You're just
like
fishing.
It's not
Okay,
just
you're
one
fishing
single
for
thing. I'll
excuses.
fix it.
Yeah, scared to death.
Bro,
Well, I can make excuses
you
too.
are responding, bro. Get your
Connection issues, dog. What helmet? What attachment issues? Like helmet suit connection issues?
No, just
Yeah,
Yo,
exactly.
exactly. You hearing
Exactly
this?
right.
Like,
Yes. Say it again,
what kind
Cyrus.
of
Say it again.
Yeah, what kind of connection issues do you have? Like, is it like helmet to suit connection issues that's causing the helmet to rotate
video
on its
feed.
Do
own?
you know what that would mean? Do you know what? Do you understand what he's implying? That you can't seal it. You understand? If you have a pivoting helmet, it doesn't have a seal, and it's not airtight. Do you understand that?
Connection, like a video feed.
Do you think that I can have a pivoting helmet on my suit and it's holding the air in tight? Do you think I can do
You
that?
guys aren't getting it. I'm saying
he's
like
trying to
you know
say
when your
we're
Wi-Fi
not
dies.
getting
Have
that
a
at all, man.
suit with a pivoting helmet that is airtight.
Exo, you're not getting what he's saying, Exo. He's saying
I know what
his
he.
hold on. I'm gonna explain to Exo what you're saying. Is that his whole body is shifted. It's just that the bottom part capture of the thing hasn't rendered to that section yet. Just the top part did. It's the whole body that
Rendering.
shifted.
This was done with film. This wasn't filmed with a digital camera. This was filmed with actual film. There is no rendering, bro. Did you wait? Hold on. Did you used to play with Ouija boards as a kid?
No.
Fooled me.
Do you see how religious you are, bro? You're making excuses for shit you know is impossible, my friend.
So do you think God created a giant dome around you? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, so now we're gonna hide from our own claims?
So
Now we're
what?
gonna hide from our own
Hold on.
Let
Let me ask him this. What created your universe? You have a creation story.
Do I have a creation story?
So you think yeah, what
Stephen
created?
Hawking.
You will have
Wait,
it will
do
have
you
to
think you're in a simulation?
I don't personally think I'm in a simulation.
So, okay, so that would be the fact then you understand that something created your existence, right?
What?
Oh,
Do you
Yes.
understand
What are you on?
that
Wait.
you
You
believe
just
you
asked.
are you serious?
You just asked us, do you think God created the dome? Now, what created your earth or your universe or whatever you think? What do you think created it?
A Big Bang.
So you think nature is your creator?
No, nothing. That would be nothing can create it, but God can't. That's a great claim.
Well,
How
what?
can
So you
nothing
think the
create
Big Bang was
something?
nothing?
So
No
you know
one
who?
knows
That
what
is
caused the Big Bang. No one knows
Do you know?
anything further.
Let me
It's
ask
just
you
a
this.
theory.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Do you know where the Big Bang theory comes from? You know who
No,
conjured
exactly.
this theory?
I know Stephen Hawking made it pretty
No,
relevant.
No, it wasn't.
no.
He made
It
it.
was
I
a
lied to you.
it was a Catholic priest. It was a Catholic priest, my friend.
I don't think so. Because they have the theory of creation.
No,
Dude.
Wasn't it a British Catholic priest?
So, I tricked you by saying Hawking's. See?
What?
But isn't the singularity
his
nothing, man?
name
Huh?
is Georges Lemaitre. I think it was he British?
Le maître. Le maître.
Lemaitre.
Is that French? Is that French?
He is a Belgian cosmologist, Catholic priest, and the father of the Big Bang theory. So you don't even know where your beliefs comes from, man.
I said Stephen Hawking made it
doesn't know his
relevant.
own
He was the one to
religion,
really
man.
No,
expand
but
on it.
when I tell you it came from a Catholic priest, you like, nah, they just take on creation story. Well, yeah, that's a creation story, my friend. That is a creation story. Whether you believe God created or your universe came from nothing, meaning nature created itself, yeah, you still have a creation story.
No one knows what caused the Big Bang.
How
do
you know it
How
existed
do
then?
How do they
Okay,
know
fine.
there was a
How'd you
Big
know it
Bang?
existed?
Hold on. Yeah, exactly. How do you know there was a Big Bang?
Yeah.
It's just a theory.
You don't.
Ah, so it's just an imagine. Somebody imagined
Well,
something, and they
don't you
decided to
guys
come up
think
with
that God created a big dome around the Earth? Isn't that your theory?
Well, how do you have gas pressure? Right. It's a container. I don't know what it is, but how do you have gas pressure?
Gradually.
How do you have gas pressure? You're talking about delta. I'm asking how do you have gas pressure? X.
Depends.
What's the antecedent to gas pressure?
I think he needs a definition of
But
gas.
yeah, I liked how he jumped though from. But I like how he
because you
jumped.
guys are putting me in a tight spot.
Chocolate. I know. It sucks to face the truth. It sucks.
Zealotry. I know, man. It's okay. It's fine.
What were you gonna
Because
say,
if I
Chocolate?
answer one thing, you guys are gonna say, "Oh, this, that," and if
Well,
I
I mean,
say, "Oh,
you
on
understand-
large scale,"
you
you guys
understand-
are gonna say, "No, that's not what happens."
Do you understand? Most of us. Well, I mean, not all the way where you're at, because I mean, I never was a atheist or whatever that is. But most of us came from where you're at, and we were nearly in the same boat. We believed something blindly without information and actually knowledge of it. And then when we started actually, questioning, actually, when I came to actually debate him, I got smacked. And then I started looking for information and started noticing the actual problems with their theoretical model, because it's not even an actual model. They don't even have a model. They tell you they have
What
a
are the
model, but they
problems?
have you ever seen gas pressure without a container? There is no curvature.
Yeah.
Who detected the spin? I mean, somebody's pain, bro. Come on.
Gyroscopes can detect spin. Laser gyroscopes, they can do it. About
Jerry,
Who's fisted, man? Go on, dude.
What were you gonna say, Mal Cheddar?
Bruh.
So, what are the problems?
You're not even spicy cheddar, man. Come on, or sharp. Just mild.
Soft cheddar, bro.
What were you gonna say, Cheddar?
You guys can go off topic.
Nah, I'm sorry, man. I love cheddar, man, and you, mild cheddar.
We like
is just
cheddar,
horrible.
man. Come on.
Like, no, what are you gonna say? My bad, man. I didn't mean to.
So, what are the problems? Like, what's the gas pressure thing. So what's the problem with that?
You need a container to actually have gas pressure. That's the only way it exists.
What's gas pressure?
Well,
In order
on
to
a
have
large
gas.
scale, the gravitational pull is stronger the closer you get, and then it will gradually dip off. So
What's the gas pressure? Not the story that you've been told. What is gas pressure? Define it.
From the physics book, like a proper definition, not what you think it is.
Bullshit,
No.
Don't bullshit. My man got his textbooks out. He always do.
What the high priests of scientism say. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna take their fucking word for it. Yes.
We in your domain, right? What does your mainstream science define gas pressure as? Go.
You shall be surprised.
It's a force produced by like gas or so gas pressure is a force in an.
Come on, man. Just look up that definition,
look it up.
bro. It's so
Google it, man.
easy.
It's okay.
It's so easy. Don't just look it up. You might learn something. You know what I'm saying? Like from those other guys that have done like good work to define this stuff. You know, instead of just guessing what it might be, what might might
Well,
not be.
here is the Oxford Dictionary. The force produced by a particular amount of gas or liquid in a container limited space.
That's not bad, but it's not bad, but Oxford wouldn't be the source for, scientific rhetoric, but it's okay.
Why?
But one more time though, because it's a dictionary. Because this
also
you can study fluid mechanics. Fluid mechanics is an entire subject, so you can look up like the definition, because fluid mechanics in the intro, in any fluid mechanics book, in the intro they define like, do you know what the difference between like a liquid and a gas is, and a fluid, because gases and liquids are both fluids, but liquid and gases are not the same. They're not the same state of matter, but they're both fluid, right? So it's like, okay, so what's a gas and what's a liquid, and what's the difference? So read that one more time. Well, no, between those two, no, not just, okay, so a liquid can have something called a free surface, which is, your cup of coffee, you see that surface of water or whatever, your coffee, that's called the free surface, and liquids do that. Gases don't do that. And that's a big difference between the two. No, it's called a free surface. Look, I got these. I have my lecture slides from college. I'll post them, but I'm not on my computer right now. From my textbook. Anyways, but yeah, go ahead. Go through the definition again. Go through the gas definition one more time.
Pressure is a force produced on a particular amount of gas or liquid in an area in a limited space.
How do you limit space?
That's not what you read the first time.
Yeah, I know. I summed it up.
Nah, we don't want the cliff notes, man. He's trying to give us the cliff notes.
He read the container in there, so he's like, oh shit, let me sum up limited space. No, sir. No, sir.
The container doesn't have to be a defined box with a seal.
Oh.
Yes, it does.
But
yes, it does. Because pressure.
So you admit that you just left out container out of your reading of a definition. You admit that, because now you've got excuses as to why a container doesn't work in the definition.
It does, yeah.
That's pretty funny, kid.
He's way better than like Boyle. He's much better than Boyle, bro, and those guys that got the ideal gas equation, where you must have pressure, volume, and temperature, and those three things are always related. You can't talk about one without talk about the other two. So yeah, that's the problem here.
Okay,
so
you guys are
you don't have a specified
do you
volume.
need a container for volume?
Oh, I did. Yeah.
Yo, Cyrus.
Yo, what's
Just
up?
letting you know, I'm not going to jump. Like, I'm avoiding. You guys usually get into grilling sessions with new people, and I jump in. I'm not going to do that, but I am announcing my presence when you guys want to take on a non-amateur.
As he's doing that.
Yeah,
You think I'm
GE,
grilling him
Platypus,
right now?
real quick, yeah, since he chimed up, hold on one second.
No, I'm not
Yeah, real
answering
quick.
questions. I'm not answering
Right,
questions right
exactly.
now. You guys are in the middle of
Yep.
talking to somebody
Yeah,
else.
exactly. Yeah, GE
So
Platypus,
why
whenever
did
you
you
get a
jump in?
chance.
Why did you jump in to tell us that you won't be jumping in? Are you serious, bro?
Because normally I'm not on during the day. Normally I'm not on during the day.
Bro,
My work schedule changed, so I
Go
don't
back
do it
and
until 5
go
p.m.
do whatever the fuck you was doing, bro.
Go back
Get
in your
out of
hole.
Sorry.
the fuck?
I don't know
Let
what.
us know when you can't.
You guys, I'm not gonna jump in.
What did he tell me?
Guys, I just
What
want
was
you
he
guys to know
saying?
that I'm here because I'm not.
Yesterday I got yelled at because I'm talking in VC chat, but I haven't said anything, and somebody yelled at me yesterday for not talking and also being in VC chat. So now that I've spoke, I can talk without anybody complaining in the live stream chat.
Well, you can
That's
just
it.
be there. You don't have to. You just put yourself here and just mute yourself and go back
in
to
the VC chat. You
Yeah, I'll
could
just
be
give you
in
a
the
hint.
VC
So when you
chat. You
come
don't
back,
have to speak. So you didn't have to interrupt the conversation to say, hey guys, I'm not interrupting, but I'm going to interrupt. Are you
But I
serious, man?
actually am. It's like, yes, it's like it is straight because it's curved. That's what you're saying.
Right.
hopefully.
That checks out.
I didn't understand what he was trying to tell me. Did someone catch that? He was like, Cyrus, then something about not jumping in and grilling new guys.
Okay, well,
I
I have
don't
a
think
question.
I'm grilling this guy at all. You're just you read the definition correctly the first time, but then you summed it up and you excluded the container. And so now I don't have to grill you, but I have to show you like reality. It's like now you're defying thermodynamics and the ideal gas law. It's like, dude, like stop. You can't go any further. Like this is where you must stop. All right? PV equals MRT. End of story. Don't play games.
Okay, well, how do you guys get how
do you
are we
remove volume
staying
from the
on
equation?
a level plane? Like, if there's no gravity, what is keeping us on?
We already went through this. You just keep going in circles. We
We're
already
out
went
of
through
gas
that.
now?
Answer it.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So we're not talking about gas
Do you
anymore.
think?
All
Okay.
right.
Do
All
you
right.
think
Good night.
everybody
No, not
floated?
gas,
Okay. Hold on. Okay. So do you think everybody floated around until gravity was discovered?
What?
Yeah, exactly. That's the
Well,
point.
yeah.
Nobody in history
No,
has ever needed
that is the
gravity for
dumbest thing I've
anything, and
ever
that's why
heard.
you're high. Right. I know because you're possessed. But nobody in history has ever used gravity for anything. But you keep wanting us to explain to you why they don't use it. That's the point. Nobody uses gravity for anything, and that's why you're scared to death to talk about what we can prove, and you're going to continue to hide behind an illusion.
What? What?
Say what again?
No.
Yep,
Gravity
I need
hasn't
some
been
holy
used
water.
for anything. Have you ever
Name one thing.
done
Name one thing that
anything?
gravity has been used. Name one.
Sports, baseball?
So
And
nothing.
use
Exactly.
gravity
So you're
for
saying
that?
nobody. So you're saying nobody played sports. Hold on. Right. This is. Oh
No,
my
that's
gosh.
just
So
an
you're saying
example.
nobody played sports. So nobody played sports until they figured out gravity.
What? No, gravity was always there.
No, it wasn't. That's the point.
Yes, it
It's in your
was.
imagination. That's the point. You don't even know how to define it. You don't even know which version you're talking about, bro. And
Oh
you're
my
scared to
God.
death of your Earth curvature.
You're right. You said it was
claim.
discovered.
45
Discovered.
minutes ago, we asked you a question about Earth curvature, and that's why you're scared to death of that question. You'll
No,
never
you
answer it.
said
And you're stuck behind this.
discovered. When iron before iron was discovered, it's still there. You just now found it.
No, it wasn't discovered before they came up with the idea.
Contradicted.
Before it was a metaphysical ideology by a man that admitted it wasn't reality. Because obviously you haven't read Isaac Newton's paper, The Principia. If you would have, you would know this. And of course,
So
that's
that's
why it
one
was
out of a
superseded
million
106
papers
years
he's
ago.
written.
It was superseded 106 years ago. They admitted it was wrong. Thanks.
We already went through this. What's going on? Do you not remember it?
Circles.
As you guys pull up one paper,
It kind of sounds like you're
that
just
out
running
of
around,
thousands
running away
he's
from the
written
definition
that
of
go
gas
with you
pressure.
guys instead of picking the
what happened.
mainstream.
I gave you
that chocolate.
I gave you like 4
Yeah,
citations about gravity not being a force, and you still continue saying it is a force. Matter of fact, Newton, I'm gonna paraphrase. Newton says you have to be an idiot to believe this. He didn't want that ascribed to him, and that's just paraphrasing.
Yeah, we should show him the citation so that he can hide from it and say Newton didn't mean that, like all atheists do.